Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you all may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I actually started this stream a minute early. Can you believe it? I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator, and I continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. And so, blessings upon you all, Forest, Squirrel, Saturnian Sun, Warrior for what's right, and Miss Pearl's in the house. At least that's who's in that. Travis, hey, bud. Lori, hi, how are you? Um, I hope you all are doing well. I came upon some information here well, yesterday and today kind of thing. And I was going to like mull it over for like a day or so, and my spirit guide said, "No, you ain't. You're going to do this right now because folks need to be aware of this before something else gets in the way." So I'm acting a little foolhardy. Hey, Jody, how are you? Lori, Travis, Adam. Okay, did I get everybody? I'll be in the kitchen making snacks. Dang it, girl, you and your snacks. I just had sort of supper, but so I'm with you on the snack part. Barry, how are you? We were thinking of each other. Probably. Um, I've been through quite a few videos in the last couple days. I know I've kind of been quiet, but um, I would like to be able to present like really positive energy to and positive things to everybody all the time and everything. But sometimes there's this crap. Y'all need to, the truth needs to be said, right? So this is going to be one of those videos you may not want to watch, but at the same time, you might want to. Right, I got here exactly 5 to the 20. Right now it's 4. I came on early so we could do a 20 together because this is one of them shows that I would really rather not do. But in the last little bit that I've had a retrospect on this, I realized now we need to talk about this because we as grown-ups on planet Earth, we need to know some of this stuff, right? So it's information to pass along, how it reflects on you or where or whatever. But I think it's information we all really need to be aware of, okay? Because there are illnesses and sicknesses and things that are going on, and it ain't got nothing to do with COVID, okay? It ain't got nothing to do with this other stuff. It has to do with radiation. My access is buffering. It's okay. We understand. You're not asleep. I did this show early. Just for you, Barry. My kitchen is in. Travis, my house isn't quite that big, but I live in the kitchen and the living room, so I understand that part. Me and the stairs have not yet kind of come to grips, but anyway. Um, so I hope you all are doing well under whatever circumstances you may be in at the moment. I know there's been some kind of sort of good news, with the ruling from OSHA last Friday, I think it was, about the prez can't make folks or companies get the jab. Okay, so that's good information. So there's some highlighted stuff out there that we don't hear too much good news because they are always trying to promote the bad news, right? Well, tonight we have to have a serious discussion, okay? And I'm gonna wait till after the 20, which is in like 2 minutes. So I'm working on a cigarette. I've been doing real well with the cigarettes, by the way. Thank you very much. And I mean that honestly for those of you that have been sending me prayers. Hey, Isby. Yeah, the other day, one of my packs of cigarettes just kind of sort of went missing. And I thought, well, wait a minute. I had a visitor. Actually, I've had a couple visitors. And between the four that one person smoked and three that the other two people smoked, I'm like, well, that's a half a pack of cigarettes right there. No wonder it disappeared. So, but anyway, you resemble that remark. I love you, brother. All right. So tonight, our program is about radiation, commonly referred to as nuclear fallout radiation. Okay. So we're at the 20 mark almost. By the time you all say go, it'll be 20. So, cheers. Ooh, that was a good one. Hmm? Hey, Travis. Daily dose of chemotherapy. Yeah. Wait till we get into this and you'll like go, holy crap, how close you are to that. I am losing some black gum for 20. Oh, I got you. You have med cards? Oh my goodness. We don't have that in Georgia per se without going to a lot of trouble, but I have my source and it's been good. And so a double cheers. Woo, that was a good one. Woo, that went all the way down. It's time to take my meds too. Don't need a card in what? Sorry about that. That was gross. Let me take my meds. I forgot. Anyway, so in doing some checking and reading and watching and doing my thing, being the watchman that I'm supposed to be, um, I came upon a couple of videos this last weekend and had to watch them all the way through because they were really important. Okay, now um, one of the videos is from Gale of Gaia, GIA, and an update from Patty Broussard. Now, some of you folks might know of Patty Broussard. She's been around in the sci-fi realm for quite a while now, and has been on those what I consider as back channel versus a mainstream or elite project or something like that. Um, I don't mean this derogatorily now. I'm not. Just speaking. These seem to be the facts. But anyway, so I've listened to Patty for many years, and I have to say this: in my own information, and my own downloads, and my own research, and my own stuff, I find she's more right than wrong. Okay. Now there's a lot of stuff that she says I can't prove, and I don't even want to comment on. Okay, but the things she does comment on about the the status of the Earth and things and stuff like that. So she is right, or has been. So tonight's subject is based upon some recent videos and updated information, which led me to new websites to check out. Yeah, that was some good meds right there, and I think I'm going to take one more. So, but anyway, I'm gonna Since I haven't been able to figure out how to share screen with this, I'm just going to um, share this link. Okay. So now this is epa.gov.radnet. Okay. Now, what it's doing is telling you what the radiation is in certain locations. And you can go to the map and check your area out. Okay. So if I could share the screen, I would show you this. It the page that I just sent. Oh God, Forrest. We got acorns out the wazoo. They're beating my house to death. They hit the tin roof and bounce, and it sounds like somebody shot off a 22. And then they hit the ground outside and bounce up and hit the window. It's like, what? It's been crazy. Hey, David Castle. So the link that I just gave you, okay, is a map of the radiation sites that you got. They're basically like Geiger counters, okay, that give radiation levels for, like, for me, I was looking at Tallahassee, and because I know that there's a um, a nuclear plant due west of me. So over the years, I've been there's a site. I'm not sure if I sent that link. I don't know if I can find it right now, but anyway, I got too many tabs open. Um, but it shows where the nuclear plants are, nuclear, in the United States, and it also tells you, um, what the radiation levels are around those. And right now, there's the Savannah River plant near Augusta, Georgia, is like off the charts. People should be leaving the city right now. I just checked it. Okay. So it's like, but here's the thing. Now, Patty brought this up. Okay. Now, whether or not you want to believe this, because there are a lot of folks who, like, those of us who have followed this sci fi trail for quite a few years now, have heard what DUMBs are, deep underground military bases, okay? And that there have been underground bases all around the United States. There have rail cars, underground trams, maglev trains, all that kind of stuff. Okay. Have I witnessed any? No, but there's been a lot of conversation. And I know of several places. One is in North Georgia that goes straight underground. It's up there near Dahlonega, Georgia. There's an underground base in Thomasville that was established back during World War II. It's a 37,000 square foot underground um, FEMA facility. That's what it's listed as now. You can drive by it on the street. It sits underneath what used to be Southwestern State Mental Hospital, which I have unfortunately have had the misfortune of having spent some time in the mental facility, 3 days, but two and a half actually. But who's counting? Me. They let me out on the third day. So right after lunch. So it was only a half a day kind of thing. Anyway. So whether or not you believe there are underground dumbs or were, now the quote, the back channel, what I call the back channel discussions are that they blew these suckers up and took out the aliens. And in the meantime, they kind of lit the place up, okay, a couple of years ago. Well, recently, for some reason, some of these underground bases have been flooded. All right. Now there were nuclear power plant thingies under the ground to power all those things, right? So everything was copacetic until the tunnels got flooded. Now this is the story, okay? So as the tunnels got flooded, it absorbed radiation, and now there are places where there were entrances to those dumbs are now spewing radiation up out of the holes where they used to be. So now, okay, now that's the story. All right. Now, whether or not you actually want to believe that part or not, That's up to you. I kind of scratch my head and go, because there's some areas down around Thomasville and over towards Alabama, Fort Rucker, and places over there. They got some stuff, okay? Fort Rucker was real important back in the days. Now, um, so I'm not trying to get you to believe in dumbs, but what I do want you to believe in is the information. Now, I'm going to switch to another um, tab so I can't watch the chat. But I'm going to go to that the page that I just sent you. Anunnaki. Hey Jody, I think I said hi. Did I miss anybody? Okay, so I'm going to the near Earth. It's near real time laboratory data by state. Below is a list organized by state, stationary air monitoring locations, as well as precipitation and drinking water sampling. Okay, so right now I'm looking down in my area, down around. I'm looking at Tallahassee, Florida. Okay, now that's for me, but I'm going to tell you, it if you click on the button near the hang on, let me go back here since I can't share the screen. There are little blue dots on the map. Okay, if you click on a dot, a window will open up, and mine says Tallahassee, Florida, and then in blue, view RadNet air monitoring results for Tallahassee. And then you click on that, it opens another window, which is what I did. Now you can do this from wherever you are. Now I'm going to scroll down the page, and there's a box that says about the near real time air data. Now there's lots of information on these pages, and you should, check them out. Okay. On this page, it says gamma gross count rate and also exposure rate. Now, under the large black title of gamma gross count rate, there is a paragraph and then a space and then another paragraph. And it says you can see more detailed view of gamma detection across 9 different channel ranges in our gamma gross count rate by channel. And then there's a graph. You click on that, okay? And then that will give you a window that will pop open and give you more information. All right, now as I scroll down, I'm using Tallahassee because that's near me. Now I'm looking at the graph, and on the left is the gamma gross count, and it goes from 1,000 to 10,000 on the left. And then there's a scale back, uh, it goes back a ways, August. Okay, that's what it is. So this goes back to August. And if you look at this scale, it's like jumping up and down since August. Okay. Now that's the gamma rate. All right. Now, which would mean it's at about the 5,000 range. Okay. From this 1,000 to 10,000, it's about halfway. Okay. So just having a chat here. Now, scrolling down the page, it will show the exposure rate, which is supposed to be how much your skin absorbs, right? And at the rate that it does. Now, it's up to, you know, it, it's below 0.01. All right, which means it's probably, half, it's almost at 0.01. Okay. And you say, well, so what does that mean? It means the amount of radiation that your body is coming into you and you're absorbing. Now, in some of these cities that they checked while I was watching the video, I will let you check your city and area. There were some of these charts that were like way above normal, anything above like, zero point 0.1. But when you look at their scale of the amount of gamma particles, now there's a graph in there. I said, that it says if you want to see more, click here. It'll show up a different graph with different colors. Those are the different types of radiations that's on the planet. It's not coming in, okay? This is what's already here. This is the radiation that is around us right now. It's not necessarily, I haven't been able to check this, but it doesn't seem to be solar related. So could it be that some of these areas with really high concentrations are truly where these dumb underground stations were? And is that the reason why the radiation levels are there? I don't know. But here is one thing I do know. The data doesn't lie, neither does the data. Data, 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 data. Before there was a Star Trek, there are many folks who use the word data, and now it has to be data, okay? Because data is a TV character. So now, what does this mean for me and you? Now, I have talked about this not real frequently, but I have spoke on this over the years. And oh man, Dr. Richard Allen Miller, Dr. Ram, crazy old man, been into stuff for a long time, right? Bunch of books and things. He warned us of the amount of radiation that was already on this planet 2 or 3 years ago, way before the Ovid thingy started, right? He was on Carrie Cassidy and he was talking and he said, the Earth has already reached a tipping point from the nuclear bombs that were set off in the Nevada desert way back when. And that all of this radiation has been falling out of the sky onto the earth and has been accumulating. Now, whether or not it's the underground dumbs or not is neither here nor there, because what the absolute fact is that the radiation levels are up in certain locations. In places like check Casper, Wyoming, or someplace out there where there was some, stuff out yonder in the prairie. It's like, what? There's nothing there. But the radiation levels are way up 130, 140, where they should be like 5. Some of these radiation levels are just way too high for normal. Now, they had a lady that was on their show. This was Gail of Gaia just recently. You can see the promo on YouTube. They She has a granddaughter that lives near Shreveport, Louisiana. And the granddaughter's like a year and a half, 18 months old, I think, doing fine, and has recently, since Halloween, lost all of her hair and is getting sick. And it looks like radiation poisoning. Now, there's nothing around them. They live near the parents live near an Air Force base near down there somewhere, and which is, guess what? Supposedly one of the places where there was some kind of shaft or whatever under the dome. All right, now, regardless of whether or not that part is true, the truth is, if you check some of these cities that Patty Broussard had a chart, and that where some of these uh, entrances were to these underground bases and stuff. Okay, I know that takes a leap of faith, but here's the other part, though. What doesn't take a leap of faith is the amount of radiation in those areas. And you'd scratch your head and go, well, I just don't know. Well, I don't know either, but in a lot of cases, it's 10 times more than it's supposed to be at a high level. So some places, for whatever the reason, there are gamma rays and all kinds of stuff, okay, that's in the air. And the warning is, especially for children, and you might tell folks because, in the last couple of years, we blamed it on the sun, it turned blue and stuff like that. But if we've been oozing extra radiation and nobody's really been telling us, they haven't been making this an issue. Hey, Steve, I was thinking about you earlier today, and hope you're doing well. I was thinking about tires and I went, doesn't Steve do tires? Wait a minute, I got the wrong person, don't I? Never mind. Because Greenie, how are you? So, anyway, whether or not you believe in the dumbs, if you look at the different charts from the different areas and locales around the United States, you would go, oh, holy crap. So, to go outside, daytime or nighttime, it doesn't matter because it doesn't seem to be, like I said, sun related. But that, just being outside, we're being radiated from fallout that's in the atmosphere, period. Okay. Because it's getting caught up into the rain, it goes up into the clouds, and then it drops back down on us. So for the state of Georgia, we had an abnormal rain this year, so that means we got a crap load of radiation. Oh boy, great. Okay, just saying. Now, there isn't a local station that I can check with around here except for Tallahassee, which is elevated, but not as bad as some other places are. So I was just like, what? I mean, there's nothing down around Tallahassee. Why are their rad levels up? You know what I mean? It's Florida State. Well, okay, so maybe there's a lot of equipment at Florida State. They do have the mag lab down there, but would that really be putting out gamma particles? Don't know. Who knows what they're playing with down there? I've had some friends of mine who work there and say, man, they work on some exotic stuff down there. But anyway, um, but it doc, Dr. Ram had told us, warned us, and one of the reasons why I started my um, uh, porch out there several years ago now was because there was so much radiation coming down that we needed to start growing indoors. We needed to start growing in greenhouses. We needed to control how we watered and what we did and stuff like that. So now he was talking about he wasn't talking about underground bases, okay? He was just talking about radiation that was already around that was continuing to fall from the tests they did back in the 50s and 60s and who knows what else, right? And having nothing to do with the sun. Now, is the sun adding to this? Sure it is. But this I think the sun is aggravating the condition. Okay. So what's already here and present and seems to be bumping up and down, but it's way too high, period, for whatever the damn reason is. Okay. Now I've looked at this chart and my heart sank. I've got 2,000 gallons of rainwater. I know. Now don't I still use rainwater at least up to this point from one tank that's been disconnected from the gutter for about a year or so now. There's 1,000 gallons, but to the point I was, they had warned me that I would probably could get stuff from out of the sky, right? And I was like, well, I have all the symptoms of radiation. A little bit, just don't have the money to make it a reality yet. Ain't no grave gonna hold me down. But so there's a lot of information. Now, here's the simple thing that they say that can protect us. Okay. And it's that plastic is one of the simplest ways or the simplest things that we got that will block gamma rays. And so if you take your child or that is much more susceptible than us adults, but we are also that a one of those cheap $2 plastic raincoats is all we really need. And I was thinking that maybe you could make a like a using those emergency blankets with the mylar that I don't know if it would reflect it any better or whatever because plastic seems to be the thing, but that emergency kit you could put a slit in it and put your head over it and wear it like a poncho kind of thing. So it's like, there's a lot of information about the radiation and where you're living. And there are some places that you'd think it'd be like really off the charts, aren't. And but I just started clicking places around the United States and went, crap, oh crap. There are a lot of places that are literally being microwaved from all these different radiations. So what they're saying is at this particular point, because we've already been irradiated, that if we take iodine, it's only going to be good for our thyroid, which, okay. But that there isn't really anything else that we can do about it. Now I have a tin roof, and years ago I swore I was going to do a tin roof. Guess what? A tin roof will help block some of this radiation. Good thinking on my part. I also have reflective uh, um, 1 inch, or perhaps in some places ½ inch, double backed foam, styrofoam insulation in my roof and on the inside ceiling. So it's double foiled. So there's foil on the inside of my ceiling as well. Okay. So I have thought about this way back when, but I was worried about the nuclear station, that's 90 miles west of me, having no idea that there was so much more going on than that. Now, I've listened to Dr. Ram for years, and he has spoken and has written books about this. And that we really need to be, prepared in the future if mankind's going to make it, because of the radiation and from all the bombs and everything that's already been produced. We don't, and for what Russia's done and China's done, and when you add it all up, and it's been taking years for that radiation to settle. Now, whether or not it's the underground bases and the dumbs, don't know. But the map that Patty had that showed, you can find a map on the, on the internet of, just type in dumb map, or map of dumbs or something like that. You'll get it. So, there's one down here in Thomasville, and there's another one over here, down here near me. And so when I think about, I don't know if that's actually true or not. But oh, holy crap, you know, I got one in my flipping backyard, Anyway, so here's the thing. The sun's been bad enough to us, okay? As far as, changing frequencies, and we've been getting all these bursts from the sun with different kinds of radiation and fluorite too, yeah. And there's also a warning that, the 5G network is just going to increase whatever it is that the radiation's doing, is just going to make it worse. But anyway, but there are a lot of people sick, and there's a lot more places that are popping up, doctors and patients talking about the after effects of getting the shot. And it's like, what? So the information's slowly coming out. But you know what? And I'm in talking with my friends. There's a friend of mine, and they were having conversations with neighbors and and other folks, and they had this conversation. And the one lady said, "Look, me and my family, we're all vaccinated." And my friend said, "Well, me and my family are not." And the lady said, "Look, that's your choice. I'm not going to argue your choice. But we've all had it, and we all seem to be fine. But I respect you and your family's choice." So there, where my friend was saying, I kind of thought she might argue with me, and she didn't. She goes, "Well, that's your choice." But we did. We made the decision, and so. But she goes, "If you all decided not to," she said, "I support you on that." Now, this is a lady that's had the vaccination, okay, supporting those who don't want to get it. And I just find that fascinating, in that it seemed like there for a while folks are going to like pick on those who said no, right? For whatever reason. But anyway, so there's good news on that front. Now, supposedly on the back channels, get this. I have no idea. Q and all this kind of stuff, I left that in the dust. But there are folks who are still trying to say some stuff, and I kind of don't dive into it, but I listen to the trickles. and that Trump was going to make some kind of special speech. Um, and that then there was that accident, not accident. It was, the driver that ran through the crowd up in Wisconsin, Waukegan. Anyway, and that supposedly he's supposed to give like an EBS, an emergency broadcast system message. Oh, okay. I just thought I'd kind of pass that along. Don't know why, but there's been some hints in the wind that that by Thanksgiving there would be, okay, this has happened. It happened with, one date back in, in the spring and then the summer and then July the 4th. And here we are with it. I don't know. Just thought I'd pass that along. But the incidence of radiation, regardless of the underground bases or whatever, the fact remains there's an above average of radiation. There are, I've got a cat that lays out in the yard all the time, and I was looking at her hiney, right? And it's almost her hair is falling out on her back end. And I'm like, she's an older cat, 5 or 6 years old, maybe seven. Gets around well and all that. And I've looked and it doesn't seem to be mangy, and she doesn't go anywhere to have gotten the mange, but I'm like, but how come her hair's falling out? Now the other cats are all, a year old. So they are not showing any signs. But here's my older cat that all on her back end, her hair's coming off. Now, and then I watched this video where there are dogs who their faces are being burnt, the hair is coming off of their faces, and there are people who are going, "What the hell's going on? My daughter's hair is on. My animals are outside." And so here's the thing: we need to keep an eye on this. This is one of them you can't see them kind of deals. But if wearing a poncho outside, if you're very susceptible to those things, and it doesn't matter with these particular rays that are harmful to us at these levels, especially cumulative. You say, well, it's not very high. We can go outside today. Yeah, but you're getting these particles by the minute accumulated over an hour, and you're going to spend how many hours outside at this elevated level? It's not just the sunshine. Okay. And well, the sun, no, it's something, it's more than that. And we really need to be aware of this. Now, it might be one of the reasons why just in this evening and cogitating over this, is that the reason why I just going outside has been just like a no for here these, this almost a year now, and that my trips outside are very short and limited. Um, so I don't know. There is my closest Geiger counter is in Tallahassee, but it's above, not drastic like a lot of other cities are, but it's above, right? It's higher than it should be. So anybody that's accumulating this and staying outdoors a lot is really making them, giving themselves more at risk because it's not just the sunshine. Smaller group is you. Yep, I've got a couple of rolls of plastic that I intended to use for my greenhouse, right? So, but the idea that plastic is like a simple thing to keep out just the gamma particles, it's like, so, those plastic drapes they have like for meat lockers and stuff like that, or uh, they're overlapped pieces of plastic so you can go in and out. Anybody that's worked in a plant that's got a big back door, they have, or you've worked and there's a freezer that's or a cooler that's open all the time, you have to walk through. Anyway, that would be simple to do. So, but I really wanted to come on here tonight and like do card readings or something. And this last day and a half with this information, I've just been like, well, this just sucks, you know. Um, and there ain't really nothing we can do about it except some of this stuff. As it drops, if the levels are real high, can go away in 21 days. But if it's continuing to drop, then 21 days tomorrow means 21 more days from that which is just dropped. You know what I mean? So and then 20. So there's a chart in there. I can't. It's if you search the information that's on the well, a protection chamber, not necessarily a decontamination. Don't know at the moment. Um, the biggest thing that's being said right now is to limit your exposure. That's the safest. That's of all the things you can do is limit your exposure. So this information we should spread around. This is not conspiracy theory shit. Okay, there is evidence of people being harmed by this for the last several years. Okay. Now, the military dumb bases thingy was supposed to have been blown up a couple of years ago, and somehow they've been flooded, and the radiation, as the dumbs were flooded, the radiation is would have been fine, but now it's coming up through passages or ground level or something. Okay, so don't know if that's true. I honestly don't. But looking at the charts, I don't care where it's from, it's there. So the best thing for us to do is like warn each other, you know. There are Geiger counter apps. In fact, I have an old Geiger counter that somebody gave me that's upstairs in my office. And I have not tried it to see if it works. You have to literally plug it into a wall. But I'm like, it's the old timey 1950s with a little microphone kind of Geiger counter. I might need to figure out how to fix it and check it out. You know what I'm saying? To check my water levels, to check soil levels, you know. So there's supposed to be an app that you can get for uh, certain smartphones that you can actually check radiation levels and, you know, your outside UV and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, I used to work with disaster preparedness while in the Air Force. ISB, the iodine is only good for the thyroid. It's not good for your pancreas or your liver or anything else. Okay, that's fine. But the only thing the iodine is going to protect is your thyroid. Not that that's bad. I'm just saying. The dude saw Quakers in and slapped a picture on. And yeah, dude wasn't even a Quaker. Yeah, how about that? The other thing is that, you know, if you can grow under plastic, for example, if you're growing outside, I've got some mater plants out there, and it's supposed to get cold tomorrow night for real. And I'm gonna cover them with plastic, but it might be that they need to be covered with plastic anyway because of getting too many gamma rays. And that could be several years ago. I have bitched about this on my channel for years now. That I used to be able to grow all kinds of stuff in my garden, and it just don't grow anymore. And there are other people who've been talking about that they just don't grow anymore. So, and they have quit doing gardening much as I have. I'm trying to get back into not necessarily container growing, but small area growing, which is like a container but outdoors. But so I'm questioning now whether, you know, I've done this in the past and it's been a failure. I've checked the, I've checked my pH. You know, I have been an organic gardener since the 70s when I, you know, started getting Mother Earth news, you know, way back when. So the fact that I can't grow some vegetables at all, because most of the time I've been using dirt from here, has my place in this area have been bombarded. Now the trees and everything seem to be okay by other plants and stuff, you know, but there are certain vegetables and things that just they just will not grow. Now, is that because there's somehow radiation in there and the trees are less susceptible? I don't know. But I have been aware of this myself for years. Okay. So that's the reason I really want to push to finish my front porch, which is also going to double as a greenhouse, at least a partial greenhouse. So, holy cow. But this new information and what's going on, and it ain't being talked about. So one could say, well, this is just a bunch of hooey, and Hawkeye, you're just trying to scare me. Look, there are times when the truth is the truth. Should we be scared? We should have been scared 50 years ago, okay, when they were dropping bombs and shit out in Nevada desert. Nobody told us. There were lots of folks who warned us. Didn't like it when I was in high school, was against the bomb and the A bomb and all that. And, everybody wanted to nuke North China and Hanoi. And, you know, uh, anyway. So, but here's the thing, people are having symptoms that are very similar to radiation poisoning, at least in mild ways. Because, I've been doing a lot of outside work the last few days, and my stomach has just kind of been like, I just haven't quite felt myself. And, I'm like, I wonder what this is. And, my hair's not falling out, but um, just, it's just, there's been just something different. Exposure breeds immunity. Yeah, but not long exposures. You short burst, short burst, titrate. I used to work. I was on their mobility team, support team. Supposed to yellow cake. Oh crap, that sucks. Well, but see, I've been drinking rainwater for years. Now the tank has been filled mostly for years. Okay, so it's not like it. There's a continual amount of water going into the tank. The tank got filled up, and now it just washes. It doesn't because it's full. It does. There's nothing to fill. And this one tank has been disconnected from my roof thing for 2 years now. So any water in there is several years old, but that doesn't mean that there isn't radiation in the water. Okay. But I haven't been feeling ill in any way in either my well water or the rainwater I use mostly for my coffee. Um, but the thing is that what about the rest of the radiation that's just all around me? If the levels in the air, okay, this isn't, they're not checking ground these sites and everything that I listed. For those of you who may just come in, I'm going to I'm going to do a control V. Here, let me put this over here. This is what I'm referring to, control V. Saturnian force. Uh, but anyway, that's a map. What I just put in the chat room is the EPA map of the places that have Geiger counters that basically measure the radiation in the air in certain areas, right? So, but the thing is that it's elevated in a lot of places, and there are illnesses and things, I was discussing earlier. There were illnesses and things like my cat is losing its hair on its back end, and I swear I know what the mange looks like. But my cat doesn't ever leave the yard around here. It doesn't go up the hill. The other cats follow me up to the road and they play, and but mama cat, she don't leave but around, she stays right around down here by the farm. So contact with another animal or something like that is like, and I've looked at her hiney, her back end, and it's just missing hair. It's just not there. And the last few days I've been looking, going, Mama, today before I saw this and started doing my own checking, I was like, because she lays out in the sun all the time. They all do, but some of them lay under the truck, which would be protection. Some of them lay, under the shed, and some of them lay over here. But there are those who just lay outside. Hey, Michelle, I've killed billions of parasites just in me. Water used to running, now it runs, you know, in Lex pipes like rivers running curves. Here's the thing, though: parasites ain't radiation. Okay, so I would urge you to update yourselves and read the latest literature and associative, like protection or whatever, or sicknesses and so forth. Read up on it because your information, like mine, was outdated. Okay. Because ooh, iodine, because that was my first thing. And I checked it out and it was like, iodine's only good for the thyroid. It's not good. It's not necessarily helpful for radiation in the rest of our body. So just be careful. So, okay, take it because you don't get it in your thyroid. I'm not, but if you think you're taking it because it's going to help your whole body, please update your information. Okay. For your own safety. All right. So, what am I going to do about this? I'm going to reconsider some things. I'm going to, work like hell to finish my um, greenhouses, you know, and I'm going to invest in a couple more rolls of plastic. Do you hear me? Which means a plastic tarp will work. Okay. So I do camping and stuff like that, and tarps come in handy. And you can get different sizes of tarps and stuff, but you can also, as the information is that you can just put on a $2 plastic, and some places you can get them for $1. Well, at least you used to. But the very simple little plastic uh, raincoats with a little hood, and you stick your head in it. It's a poncho and a couple snaps. They come in various degrees of thickness, but apparently plastic blocks it. So, with that said, um, I'm thinking about making some mylar clothes. Years ago, when I was down on the river, I told you about that time I went down to on the Ocklawaha to the Florida border and met those water nymphs and the fog, and I got back out. Well, anyway, I got cold while I was down there because the temperature dropped like to 42 or something that night. That's why there was fog on the river. And so I had one of those, you know, emergency blanket things. And so I took off my shirt, and first I took off my vest, and I had one of those armless insulated, not, they're not ponchos. Anyway, um, then it's not a parka either. Anyway, vest. Thank you very much. I took it off and wrapped myself with the mylar and put my shirt back on, put my vest back on, and within a couple of minutes, I was like sweating. So, but the bums on the street and everything used to, uh, they probably still do. Who wants coffee? I do. I got just another swallow and I'm out. I got some in there, a poncho. Yes. Did you just say you met some water nymphs? Yep. Uh, they didn't really want to be called anything else. Um, yep, met them on the river in the middle of the night, 4 o'clock in the morning, kind of thing. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, really cold. But anyway, that's for another story. I've actually told that story several times. It's still cool, but I was referring more to that I was on the water, it was cold, and I put that Mylar on me. But the hobos and homeless folks have learned that plastic bags stuffed into your clothes, and if you don't have a long sleeve shirt or a jacket, but you can find plastic, the shopping bags everywhere, whatever, just stuff them in your shirt sleeve and down in your stuff and all like that. It'll help keep you warm, and maybe too warm, because it'll make you sweat. But so with that said, so it's like, now what do we do? The only thing we really can do now, there's some, supposedly the higher ups upstairs are supposedly got a technology that they can just fly over an area and just kind of dissolve whatever radiation or whatever and take care of it. Okay, well, it ain't happened yet. Okay, so until it happens, or until, if all of this is supposedly true, which they've been talking about for a long time now, med beds and all this stuff. I still listen because I'm like, we'll see. There's been some other technology that have kind of slipped in, but are they the med beds they promised? No, but the technology is similar. So it's like, well, okay. So there are people and institutions who are trying new methods of healing with sound waves and frequencies. And, the Chinese have known about acupuncture and acupressure. When I did, excuse me, when I did massage therapy on folks, I used acupressure long before I knew what it was, because for me, I could feel the knots in someone's arm, hands, back, legs, whatever, and go, oh, ooh, there's a spot, and then somebody go, holy crap, that hurt, and so you rubbed it with, in a clockwise motion. Actually, it depended on what side of the body it was on, but you always sent the energy to the spine and then directed the energy down the spine and out the butt, out the bottom of the spine. But anyway, so I still use acupressure on myself. There are certain places on your hand. There are certain, if you have a shoulder. Now, a lot of the places where I hurt, I simply can't reach them. You know what I mean? I just can't reach them. But I know they're still there. So, but anyway, I ripped my gutters off a while back. The gutters are good. They really are for me because it channels the water rather than it collecting it right next to the foundation. I can get it away from the house because my issues have been my kitchen floods when there's too much water in the ground. Kind of like the tablet you see, Star Trek tablets. Yeah, 41's in Kansas. It's about 55 outside here, but dropping. It might be closer to 52. Um, Yeah, it's supposed to get in the mid to low 30s tomorrow around here. So that's not cold, cold, but it's cool. Oh man, I know y'all got some cold weather up there. Kind of like the, yeah, right. Those tablets, right, Jody? But that's also one of the dang dead gum reasons. Hey, Julie, how are you? I do a lot of physical touch on lots of people. Yeah, I used to do therapy on a lot of folks. I still know how to do it. I just have no one to practice it on, or nobody that's willing to let me, put my thumbs in their back, you know. But I learned a type of massage way back when, and the person who started the massage type therapy, and this was back in the late '60s and early '70s, before massage therapy really like it is now, right? Where everybody's a massage therapist now. Okay. But I've watched some of these folks, and a good friend of mine who's deceased now, he and I argued, and I said, "You can't be doing this to folks." And he was like, Ron would go, well, "What do you mean, Dave?" And I would go, explaining the way that I'd learned about the flow of the energy. For example, you know, um, For example, if I you always start out with the lower limbs, like your hands, and then you move up the arm, and then to the bicep, and then to the shoulder. You never work on the shoulder and then the arm. You always start at the lowest part of the, like start at the toes and work all the way up one leg, you know. But anyway, that the energy, like when somebody does a back massage, if they massage your back and take the energy away from the spine, tell them to stop immediately. Because what should be happening is the muscles and this tension and everything should be sent to the spine and then work down the spine all the way to the coccyx and then lifted out of the body. And I've not seen anybody use this procedure. Now, maybe they have, but it was taught through Edgar Casey and the Casey Foundation. And I can't, Dr. Riley, Dr. something anyway, a friend of mine, this doctor was like really old. And he went up to the Casey Foundation in Virginia Beach and paid to learn this special technique of massage. And then when Charles learned it, he came back and taught it to me. And oh my God. So anybody that's ever had a massage from me goes, oh my, that's just like amazing, you know. And just, you know, there are those folks who say I have magic fingers. I will leave it at that. Gutters out the soil underground, right where the down. Well, you see, well, I take it from the downspout and channel it away from the house, but I got that shifting energy while dancing. Yes, Julie, we keep dancing, absolutely. Skyfall. Oh, there you are. Hey, PS Project Skyfalls. Um, oh, we coming up on a 20, everybody. So, I came in here early tonight, but I really honestly do think y'all need to check your locations for yourself. Make an informed decision. But if you think the information that you have is current, I would go back through the EPA. I would check in different places and cross reference. In other words, if this place says, the radiation levels, blah, 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 go to another site and see if the information corroborates. Because there are some places like, for example, I'm trying to find out, I'm doing some checking on plants and foods and things, right? What has the highest, lowest pH, right? And so there is discrepancy out there. Well, though spinach doesn't belong up there, it belongs down here. Well, no, that's not really a this, it belongs over here. Oh my God, check. Don't just take one chart and go, that's the one. Nah, okay. These folks lie to us all the time. Like when I was doing the earthquake checks all the time. Mary Greeley News, she does an excellent, daily update of things and stuff. So does Dash Sense now. Don't get me wrong, but for just a short update of stuff, Miss Mary, she's been doing this for years now. And she'll go say, see, there's no data today. They shut off the things. And see, look at this. They haven't noted. So here's the thing. They're hiding this data because if people knew just how bad from wherever it has come from, all right, whether it's come from the underground bases or not, I do not know that fact. But I do know the fact that in certain areas, the gamma and other particles are very much higher than they should be. And it is going to accumulate in all of us. Children are more susceptible. Children are twice as susceptible to the radiation, at let's say 100. Okay. And there are some places that are 108, 110. There are a couple of cities that have that's over 130. That's way, 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 way. One is too high. Okay. So with this information, and prolonged exposure, if you're outside all the time and maybe you've got fatigue and you feel run down, and it may be because you have literally been inside a microwave oven. Okay. So just consider it. Hi, slightly, senators. Uh, others in fear. Oh no, if they were to, hey, Witch Moon, how are you? No, I mean, if they were to let this information out, it would cause so much fear in a lot of people that it would, folks that wouldn't even want to go outside. Hey, Queen of Quartz, how are you? So, and I'm not doing this to like get everybody scared because you know me, I don't do this. But in looking at the information, I sat down and looked up at my folks, and they said, you got to tell the truth. You have to at least allow people to make their own informed decisions on stuff. And if you don't know the truth or know how to get it and check for yourself, check your area, your area might be fine. But here's the thing, this radiation in the air doesn't sit still. Okay, it's always moving, air currents like dust particles. When the sun comes through and there's dust particles in the house, you can see these little particles just floating around on air currents. I can do a breath of air and watch the little particles, float around in the air and realize, oh crap, I'm breathing that shit in. But anyway, it's 20. So cheers, everybody. So, as inhabitants of planet Earth, at least for the moment, yeah, um, making an informed decision with the right information is what we should all be allowed to do. Well, right now outside the sun's gonna bake you. It's 200 rads per whatever. I'm making this up, okay? 200 rads per square inch, and you better wear your reflective gear and your brain protector and those aluminum foil hats that we laughed about in the earlier days. You really need to wear one because your brain is literally getting fried. What? Daily, sci-fi. Hey, this is your local sci-fi guy. Hey everybody, the rads in the universe today are pounding Mother Earth, and folks down there are getting nuked. Okay. So, but I want to joke about this, but quite frankly, thank you, Julianne. Elementary, my dear Watson. I take Okay, I want to know now. I've heard about that spirulina. That's supposed to be one of the things you can do. And Barry, we need to talk about that. Yeah, the trailing also, but slightly slanted. You got here late in the conversation, but there's supposed to be that some of this radiation in some of these areas are due to when they took out the deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, that there were nuclear reactors and things down there. They supposedly torched the places so that they couldn't be used again and blew up the reactors. But then somebody from the other side decided to flood those tunnels, however, they decided to flood them, and that the radiation, because they blew them up a couple of years ago, okay? Bunch of back channel information about the dumbs and stuff. But now because the dumbs were flooded from one of the oceans, that the radiation now is not underground anymore. It's coming up with the water, and that's why there are areas with extra um, radiation levels. I don't know if that part's true. If I've watched these channels and stuff for a lot of years, and it's like, here's the thing. I've got a, uh, Thomasville, Georgia has an underground base, on the south side of town. It's been there since before World War II. It's a 37,000 square foot underground, quote, FEMA facility. And it sits under what used to be Southwestern State Hospital. It's been decommissioned or something. I don't know what they're using it for now, which is suspicious because there's an underground facility right below the facility that they've decommissioned. But there's still people there. There's still folks that work there. There's still, oh, but it's not a state hospital anymore. But something's still going on down there. Anyway, so think about 37,000 square feet underground. That's a big place, okay? The plant that I worked in was about 125,000 square feet. So we're talking about not quite half of this huge plant where I used to work underground, you know. Um, Also, chems propagate communication. But so here's the thing. We can speculate on all these different directions as to, is it chemtrails? Possibly. I think there was something else in the skies, but we won't go there. But the radiation has been, there are, like I've said, for those of you just come in here towards, the middle end, I don't know how long this is going to go on, but that, Dr. Richard Allen Miller, who was on, Carrie Cassidy's show, and lots of other shows back in the day. I hope the old fellow's still alive, but he talked years ago and warned us of the radiation levels on the earth that would increase because all of the stuff that happened years ago, it has been percolating and settling on the earth. He back then 2 or 3 years ago, the last time I heard him on any program. I hope he's still alive, but he did several books about plants and gardening and stuff like that. And he was very much into, um, um, you know, there's really no way out of this, but there is a way to avoid it being worse. Um, Look up delayer mechanisms. Only partially Saturnian, only partially. Atomic testing was forbidden due delayer. Yep, that too, right. A Fallout New Vegas was a reality. You know, uh, they've been telling us stuff for years through the movies. Now, many of us understand this. But I mean, a couple of years ago, there was a movie that the virus came out of China, and it was the same thing as they did with the COVID thing, right? I mean, it's just like damn near word for word. Several years ago, right? Sci-fi movie. So, is that a coincidence, or did somebody watch the movie and go, you know what? That's a great idea. I mean, just, I don't think the person who wrote the book or the story had anything to do with the event, but to the point, they wrote the story. So, where'd the information come from? It came out of the ether. There are those of us who get pictures of things, and then 2 or 3 years later, or maybe the next morning, like that time I had that procrastination about that volcano, and the next morning, that one down in Guatemala a few years ago had burned all those people. And I saw it in a vision, and I was like, it was horrendous. I can still hear hear the screams in that little video clip that was entrusted to me. Be careful, if you say, well, I would love to know what the future is. Be careful what you wish for. There's a whole tunnel system across the USA. Supposedly, they blew them up and took them, many of them out, and that they weren't flooded at the time, obviously, because they were using them, but that they are flooded now, and that the radiation from the reactors from those dumbs and how deep they were is what's coming up to the surface. That's what the story is. Don't care where it's coming from. The fact is, it's there. Okay. That's what's intriguing. Whether Patty and all these other folks are talking about this and the radiation and the dumbs and all, whether or not that part is true, don't have the slightest. There's a very high percentage of synchronicity and coincidence. Okay. But does that mean it's true? I can only speculate. But the radiation levels are what we need to focus on, not how they got there necessarily, because you know, and there's some charts in there that will tell you the different types of radiation levels and how long they will last, what the half life is, and some of them are just a couple of days. Some of them like 24 hours and they're like pretty much dissipated. So unless you were outside and kind of got fluttered with this stuff, and we're out there all day, then you got more than your share of dosage, right? But then there are stuff that lasts 700,000 years or some shit, 717K. That's 1,000 years, ain't it? Trying to block the gamma and the X rays. Yep. Looking, you can find anything on the internet, though. Yeah, but this is from the EPA, slightly slanted. I don't know if I'm going to dump my website thing in here again. I would be sharing the screen and showing you stuff. Um, oh, and the South Atlantic anomaly. Yeah, that too. But Control V. What I'm talking about slightly slanted is on the website. Simply go around the United States and click on that map on the little blue dots. It'll open up a little window for that city. And then there'll be a link. Click on that and open up another window. And it will give you graphs and everything as to what the current and sort of like the what I watch for the water in the USGS water conditions. Yeah, well, some of this isn't just the US. There are several places on the planet who have Geiger counters. So that's just one. But here's the thing, um, they're not discussing it, but at times they're also hiding information because when you supposedly click on that link, that extra link to show you where all the ranges are, it's conveniently not available, much like they do with the earthquake data. Okay, data. So my point is, it'd be, we can't trust anybody. That's true. But if we don't keep an eye on what they're doing and monitor our own situations, and there are people getting sick for a lot of different reasons, they ain't had no shots, there's no other thingies, and so, but high radiation areas that they're not discussing with people, like they didn't discuss for a long time the high UV, right? And now it's on Weather Channel. You can check what the UV is for the current day, right? So if you say, well, if it's a high UV day, then you should wear protection, right? Well, they ain't talking about the other radiation, you see. So they didn't used to have UV, now they do. So maybe there should, if enough of us are aware of this, they'll tell us what the radiation levels are for our locale. You follow me? More people would be going around with their Geiger counters going, oh, hell, maybe we shouldn't be out today for whatever the reason. We should not be outside today, or just in little spurts, or wear your plastic poncho. I'm just saying, good news, bad news. But if you don't have any information or refuse to accept anything, whether it's good news, bad news. I know this much in doing some other checks and checking independent researchers kind of thing. Could all of their data be skewed? Absolutely. So what you do is you check all of the resources and you double check. You check two different satellites. You check two different solars, observatories. You check a couple of other, you check other data. You check data from another country, to see what they're going through, right? But Germany didn't have a bunch of atomic bombs dropped on it. Okay. Nevada out there had a crap load of radiation. Um, just saying. And every damn one of us, damn near, except those folks in California and on the West Coast, have been radiated and irradiated since those days. Now, the further east we are, the fallout kind of drops down as it gets towards the East Coast. But with all, here's the other thing. Oh, I think I got this one open. Um, this is the natural regulatory uh, Control C, Control V. All right, that's radiation network. So there are, you type in radiation networks and see what you come up with. There's magnetic, there's this, there's that, there's a worldwide folks who are doing this. There are universities who are studying this. So here's the thing. None of us have been made aware of that recently. Now, I have not checked how recently we mean, but apparently within the last year or so. Now, there's been this fallout coming down for a while, okay? But this increase from the dumbs, if that part is true, but here's what is true: it has increased. It's not going down. So it's being perpetuated from someplace, okay? So don't know where the radiation's coming from. Don't know what the excuse is, but it's there and it's fluctuating higher instead of lower. That's what the truth is. Wear protection, okay? If it being informed, if there's a certain sickness or you're feeling weird or your hair is falling out or something, and you live in one of these areas, I mean, the best thing you can do is just like pay attention. Now, here's something that's interesting to me. Now, I've been talking about down in the swamps and the woods and everything. Okay. And I've been talking about all the chicken poop. Now, the chicken poop has had a lot to do with the decline in frogs and turtles and fish and stuff because a friend of mine stopped by the other day to give me some fresh fish. And they had just like eat up these brim, and they're huge, right? And I was like, no, dude, I did not want to clean them. So um, did I do that right? Yeah, okay. Um, the fish came out of a local pond, looks great, okay? There are no fish like that in the river, all right? A lot of square footage, a lot of thousands of acres of water, right? And the water's not really dirty, but there ain't no fish in it. So here's the thing. I've been blaming all of this on the pollution from the runoff from all the chicken poop. What if, because there was a higher concentration of radiation in this area because of the dump in Thomasville, okay, there's a higher spark of radiation here. I thought might have come from the nuclear plant. Maybe not. Maybe that has something to do with the depopulation of the water birds, the fewer turtles and frogs, and even the snakes. Okay, the decline of reptiles and smaller critters and stuff is just over the years. I've talked about it, and I blamed it on the plastic. I blamed it on chicken poo. What if it's more than that? Seriously, what if it's more than that? Because I just never thought that the chicken poo alone would be such a decline in the local wildlife population on the river and stuff. I mean, it's just like it used to be a lot of it there. Now there ain't none. Well, they moved the chicken houses in, um, you know, 15 years ago. We didn't really see a decline until about the last 6 or 7, maybe 8 years ago. And EPA's been monitoring it. That's how I found out there was a problem, okay, was because I went to a meeting where the local Southwest Georgia, some kind of agricultural something, had a meeting about the rivers. And I was like, what the hell? So, but here's the thing is, B, you might not have to worry about eating the fish might not be the problem. It might be just going outside, period. Okay. So the idea that all of these things are bad for us, going outside on certain days or certain areas of the country where the radiation levels are obviously higher because of the charts, and other people, there are other ways to get monitoring and find out about things. And, we should set up a network and get folks that, I've seen people with an app for a Geiger counter. Okay. So if there's an app for a Geiger counter, then y'all be checking, see what's going on, right? What's the radiate, not the UV, but the radiation levels and where you're standing kind of thing. So I really want to. I've got an old timey 1950s, it might be older than that, type of Geiger counter. I mean, it's big and heavy and it's got the little microphone looking thing. I mean, it's the real deal. And I got it for just a collector's item. Somebody had one in their closet and threw it out, right? Um, I'll find the link to the RC car. SS. But so anyway, this is not to scare you, but we should pay more attention to this than not. I'm always keeping an eye on the sun. I mean, even back in the 80s, working out in the fields, we all wore long sleeve white shirts. It's what you did. And old timers, young timers, long sleeve white shirts in the summertime when you're working in the fields, and a big hat, big straw hat, not just a cap, but a big hat. Keep that sun away from your head. And them people back in the old days weren't stupid. Them Chinese and some of the Japanese, they have them big and down Singapore and Thailand, they have them big straw hats way out here. Why? Because it's their air conditioning. Okay, it's to keep the sun and rain and stuff from getting on them. Just a ball cap. Sorry, that's not enough protection. But anyway, so, folks have known about the sun and radiation in their own little ways because of big straw hats and long sleeve shirts in the summertime, just because, right? But this is another level above and beyond that, something we can't really see. And if we start feeling it, it may be too late. We, I do not want to be a negative. Uh, I don't want to be a negative nully on this. I really don't, but keep an eye on your area. There's lots of tools out there. It's just not discussed. Hey, Tracy B. So it's more about your own personal information. We all, years ago, when Brian Barnett and I did a show and we were sharing a screen, and I'd found out about um, the Schumann residence. We were one of the first people, one of the first channels to do anything about the Schumann resonance. And I went through a whole list of, that's 5 or 6 years ago we did it. And I went through all these different satellites and all these different magnetospheres, and just we did a whole hour on that stuff, trying to show folks, look, this is up to you. But here is how you get your information, your own personal information. You don't wait for some scientist to tell you what it is or it ain't, whether or not it's safe for you or not. Um, the idea that you can watch. your own satellite images. You can watch the satellite and see the weather. You don't have to have a weatherman to tell you what it's going to be, maybe the lows and the highs, but you can see where the storm is because, I mean, back in my day, there was nothing like that. They had a big chalkboard and they drew on it. There's a low over here, and the front comes down like this, and they drew it in real time. There was no pictures, you know. Every once in a while, they'd get a satellite picture or a picture from the hurricane hunter's plane, and during the summertime and hurricane seasons, you know, we've got satellites of information and GPS and UPS, and you know, who knows. But anyway, if we don't know we have tools to check, then we're just lost in the sea, you know. If you don't watch the clouds, for example, and you keep your eyes on the ground, you don't know if a storm's coming. And watching the skies might not tell you when a storm's coming, but there are other things that you can tell and feel and watch the breeze and the wind. And there's, you know, there's that awareness. But if you're not aware of this invisible thing that's happening in certain areas, then you don't have all the information. So that's my point. It's been an hour and a half and I'm done preaching. Negative Nelly. No, negative Nelly here. Yeah. But I'm trying not to be, okay? So I just think it's important that we all use the tools to our best advantage. So, you know, what y'all do with the information, entirely up to you. But if you did not know this information until now, then I think you should go and at least tell other people, do you know that radiation levels are high in your part of the country? And your kids are sick and they've got rashes and they don't know where they come from. You're going to the doctor and spending money when it might be radiation poisoning. I mean, seriously? Not everybody has a high tolerance. There are some people who can go out and play in the sun all day long, and you know it didn't burn. Back when I was a kid, you know, if we got sunburnt maybe once or twice early on in the season, and we just kept getting tanner, you know. Um, so it's like you got to a certain color and just didn't get any darker. You just, you know, they called us little pickaninnies when we were kids, you know, because we were outside all the time getting sun. But folks just can't do that like we did when I was kids, when we was kids. So be careful. Be careful out there. I've been having entities hollering at me, I guess you could say. Not really hollering, but kind of nudging me to pick a card or two for the group tonight. I really wanted to do a sure enough pull a card and you know do a reading for folks, but sometimes my job of collecting information from other places, it takes a long time to get through it all. You know what I mean? And so, and by the time I was done with some of this about the radiation and the different charts and everything, I was not in the mood, you know, to do any kind of card readings. But before I went into doing this video, Spirit said, at the end of this, we're going to pull a card. And I went, well, okay. So I was like, maybe I should um, pull a card before we start. And they were like, nah, niet. I really want to learn Russian for some reason. Niet. I've been I've watched Russian television and I've known some Russian folks. There was a beautiful, oh my God, this you don't hear me talk like this much, but there was this beautiful Russian um, exchange student. Now she was in her 20s. She was in college. It wasn't like she was, this little teeny bopper. Oh no. Oh my God. Drink vodka with me, You are Americans, drink vodka, Hey, they, you know, holy crap. Um, yeah, general. Yep. So there, I might also relate that there seems to be a bump in the force here recently, the last week or so, maybe just in the last couple of days. There's been a bump, a hump, a something in the force, and a hiccup. I don't know if it's necessarily bad or good. It's just been like a hiccup. Like what? Uh, anyway, Alex, vodka strong. Oh, and she was a beautiful woman, whether she was Russian or not. But there's just been this thing, I think going back, to the days of 007 and From Russia with Love, and holy crap, them Russian women, like, oh, back in the day, it was all about, the French women. And then the Russian women, like, oh, okay. But she was every bit, oh my God. I would. There were some of us who were quite drunk, mind you. And she'd come to several cast parties, and I knew her friends, and the people in Thomasville, and they were around for about a year, and they'd come to cast parties and all. Just let me tell you, there were guys who would literally go over and kiss her feet. There were some women who would have went over and kissed her feet. But anyway, she was gorgeous and a ball to be around. And oh, she was Russian. She was, oh, it was great. Anyway, I just had a little bit of a oh my God moment with the Russian girl. But I don't know. I think somewhere in a previous life I was Russian. And there's something about, I've watched quite a few Russian movies actually. Some, World War II. There was a whole. I'm shuffling while I'm yapping. This World War II in from Russia, where they had tank commandos and commanders and mechanics, and there was a whole there were brigades of women who repaired tanks and drove them in the Russian army. During World War II, and some of them were very valiant. They were very valiant. Valiant, yeah, heroes, in, especially for Russia, for Mother Russia. And it was about the land and for Mother Russia. And it wasn't necessarily like Russia communists. No, it was it was the people of Russia who loved their country. Much like Americans back in the day were like, it's America's never really been attacked, you see, but Russia was. So imagine I got up on a tangent, didn't I? Imagine those folks, though, it's the motherland. So, like Native Americans fought till they were wiped out, for their motherland, like Mother Russia. I mean, anyway. So, but I just think that there are certain feelings that I can associate, and like, I get where y'all are coming from. When you talk to the people in the country, it's like watching a Western or a movie about this, the South during the war or something, or, during the race riots or whatever, right? So you learn something about that area. Well, there's just something about the Russian people that we ought to give them a chance, really. All this Russia business. Some of them folks are just absolutely wonderful. But anyway, so card for tonight, my friends, my upstairs folks, to the universe. That's odd. Hmm. Top card. I mean, like the top card. Uh, that's strange. It's not a bad card. It's just, it was like, no, here it is. This one right here. What? I shuffled like 4 times. Hey, Susie Q. Have I missed anybody? Tracy B. Projects? Susie? Uh, and this one's, that's interesting. Um, there's probably some of you out there going, he's got these cards set up. Because think about, for those of you who've been with me for card readings, how many times have I pulled the coyote card? Quite a few. Coyote is the second card in this batch. And they want me to go with upside down horse for the third card, which was the bottom card. Anyway, beaver is the first card. Why this seems to be a 3 card run, not a clue. Okay. I'm just kind of allowing the, have to find the book now. Oh, now I got to find both pairs of glasses too. So, in this kind of sort of what some folks would say is, well, God dog, Dave, you Hawkeye, you just been, a down in the mouth all the last hour and a half there, what's wrong with you? I think we should just have enough information, whether it's good or bad or not. We need to know what's going on. And for those folks who need to pay attention in their areas, if they so do, then God bless them. I know I'm going to be a little bit more careful. I know I really want to get my, I really want to get my greenhouses done, so that's going, cleaning up and working on the greenhouses is what I've been doing. So, I mean, I'm just going to keep on with that venture. But if anything, I'm going to try to push it a little harder because it seems like it might be more important than I was thinking of 2 years ago. You know what I mean? But anyway, so I got both glasses. That one set of glasses was just plumb dirty now. So the first card is Beaver, number 22. Um, which is interesting. I have to tell this Beaver story before I read this because it is related. All right, so y'all have, you know, it's my channel and I talk. Anyway, it's a story about beaver and otter. Okay, and so long time ago when the animals still talk to one another, but you know the animals that all from the plains and everything could come to this river, and so the river really wasn't very long. But so the animals got together and they decided that, that the water should be divided up. Okay. That there would be certain areas that would be more for the bear because bear was big and needed bigger sections of water. Whereas, the otter and just didn't need as much water as the bear did, right? And the other animals, they just needed enough water to drink. So they didn't really need any particular space, to be in the water. So well, anyway, they all got together and they decided that, bear would have this and these animals and all the way up, right? Well, when it got down to the smaller critters, there was Beaver, and Beaver said, well, what am I going to do? You haven't given me any place on the river that I can raise my family. And they were like, well, if you go up where the stream comes down from the mountain, you can have that. And Beaver was quite, upset about it. And his friend, the otter was like, oh, come on now, playfully, come on, Beaver, let's go up the river and see where the water comes out and let's take a look at it, see what's going on, right? So they did. They went up the river to where everybody else had pretty much forgot. And Beaver said, "Look, there's water coming down here and it's trickling. And there's this whole area here that's wet, but it's damp, but it's like a swamp. And look over here. If I could just build like I don't know, like a dam or something and stop the water." And Otter said, "I tell you what, Beaver, you know, since I like to swim in ponds and stuff, I'll help you build your pond and we'll be away from all the other animals and we won't bother them and we won't be in their way and everything will be fine." And so the two of them got together along with a couple of the beaver families and built this. They built this dam and the water backed up and all the beavers and the otters, they lived and played and there it was bountiful for everyone. There were fishes and crawdads and things to eat and stuff and everybody was happy until a drought came. And for a year, it didn't rain. And the river was just turned into little mud holes, much like the Clockney in my backyard sometimes. There are holes, and some of them are fairly deep, but they're just holes that the river's not running. And so you say, well, so the animals were really like, Bear just didn't have a place where he could just go even in and lay in and just float. There were mud holes only. And the fish didn't like when Bear came because he would muddy up the holes and they couldn't breathe and so it was horrible for the animals. Well, the animals kept moving upstream, wondering why there wasn't any water coming from the mountain. The mountain had always sent water down the river. So as the animals went upriver, they found this big dam and this great big lake pond and the beavers and the otters just having a good old time and there were some water birds there and they were like, you stole the water from us," said the other animals. And beaver and otter said, "We didn't steal anything. You told us to come all the way up here where the river starts and we don't stop the water. You see, there's water running right here. It just hasn't rained. There's been no snow on the mountain." Well, the other animals, they just wanted to tear the dam down and drain the pond, the lake. And Otter stood up and he said, "Now listen here. Now y'all know me. I've been honest and a friend to everyone. None of you are my enemy. What do you think you're doing? There's enough water here for everyone if we share. Until Creator, we'll all have a powwow and show Creator that we're all sharing the little precious water that we have and thank Him for the water that we have." And Bear was like, "Well, I have a place to go swimming." And Beaver looked up and said, "Mr. Bear, if you'll help pull this log over here, we can actually maybe even get it a little deeper so you can actually go underwater." And Bear was like, "Wonderful. I'll help you build the dam. Where's the tree you need? Where's the logs?" So even the little chipmunks were like, well, there's always water, but oh my goodness, there's this pond and well, if you bring in acorns and small sticks and stick them in the holes, in the small holes that we can't reach, and pack them full of mud. So even the chipmunks got in on it. And they all lived and they had a big powwow and they agreed that tearing down the dam was the dumbest thing they could do, but to build it a little higher so there would be even a little more water. And then they all did a powwow to Creator and the rains came. And the animals never again argued about Beaver and the otter stealing water from the river because they understood if it hadn't been for Beaver and Otter, all of the animals would have perished. Teamwork, working together. Now, this story, Beaver is about Builder. Now, you see, I told that story because in the cooperation of the animals and the animal stories, number 22, Beaver, is the builder. It's related. And I didn't plan this, okay? I need both sets of glasses. Okay, I don't mean to be moving around, but it seems they're telling me it's related. Beaver, teach me to build my dreams, including others too. One mind, one thought, hearts as one, lessons learned from you. I got to read that again. Beaver, teach me to build my dreams and others too. One mind, one thought, hearts as one, lessons learned from you. Now, that right there's just poetic, I got to say. Beaver is the doer in the animal kingdom. Beaver medicine is akin to water and earth energy and incorporates a strong sense of family and home. If you were to look at the dams that block woodland streams, you would find several entrances and exits. In building its home, Beaver always leaves itself many alternative escape routes. This practice is a lesson to all of us not to paint ourselves into corners. Beaver always leaves itself many alternative escape routes. This practice is a lesson to all of us not to paint ourselves into corners. If that relates to you, that's one of the messages tonight. Um, if we eliminate our alternatives, we dam the flow of experience in our lives. That's very interesting. A doer is characterized by industriousness, and Beaver knows that limitation cancels productivity. Beaver is armed with very sharp teeth. I lost mine. Um, that are capable of felling whole trees. And that's true. Imagine what those teeth could do to the limbs of predators from the rear, and they don't chase, they're not predators. But anyway, from the rear, Beaver is armed with a paddle-like tail that aids in swimming as well as in guarding its behind. This tiny mammal is well equipped to protect its creation. Now, I would disagree with tiny mammal, but because the beavers I've seen were like huge. So, but anyway, beaver is armed with very sharp teeth. Let's see. I'm sorry. Next paragraph. To understand beaver medicine, you might take a look at the power of working and attaining a sense of achievement. In building a dream, teamwork is necessary. Now, see, I told you the story. Not, I've read Beaver before, but did not really understand this. But in the story of the beaver and the otter and everybody working together, it was teamwork, right? So, in this, in building a dream, teamwork is necessary. The dream was to build a dam that would hold water so that all the critters, you see what I mean? That's the dream. To accomplish a goal with others involves working with the group mind. Group mind constitutes harmony of the highest order without individual egos getting in the way. Each partner in the project honors the talents and abilities of the others and knows how to complete the piece of the puzzle that belongs to them. In other words, Bear could move the big log, but the chipmunks had to do the small work and work on the chinks. So everybody had their task. Everybody worked in their own way to their own abilities and size, which means abilities. If you're too big, it's hard for you to kind of pack mud into small holes. But anyway, um, in working with others, the sense of community is achieved and unity ensues. So you all get together and chat in the chat room. We all get together and have our time together and everything. And as we chat and as we share in the collective, um, there is, you would have already told me, you have told me this, that a unity soul tribe, right? A tribe is the unity of, folks. So what has come about with our unity of thought, and it's not like, nobody's preaching to the other guy, you must think this, right? But to the point, though, that when we work together with good thoughts and deeds, a unity ensues. Oh, and I would absolutely, positively, 110% agree with that right there. And if picking the beaver upright card was to remind us of that, well, then thank you. If beaver has appeared in your spread, it may be time to put your ideas into action or to complete some project that has been neglected. Now, see, for me personally, I have been working on the porch over there, and it's not necessarily been neglected, but I've had issues, and I'm getting really close. It looks really nice. I still haven't taken a picture yet, but I have neglected the garden, and I do have seeds. It is wintertime, and broccoli and stuff does really well down here at this time. So I need to take a little time and maybe do something that has been neglected, meaning the garden. But so that but and the and the incomplete um, greenhouse that I started back there in the back in the garden. So, but anyway, that's for me. But if beaver has appeared in your spread, it may be time to put your ideas into action or to complete some project that has been neglected. Beaver card could also be asking you to settle differences with fellow workers or friends. Interesting, because now see, I told the story and then I read the beaver, but the story every bit relates to what the beaver is about. Beaver tells you to look for alternative solutions to life's challenges and to protect the creations which you put your love and your energy into. So, whatever you do in life, you put your energy into it and love and dedication and whatever. And so, to protect it, they put their little beaver hut out in the middle of the pond. Nothing can just walk up on them. Sometimes beaver brings you a warning to watch your back. If this is your message, you will know it by the position in which the card falls in your spread. I don't know about that. Use discernment and all will be fine. It is to remind you, your child self, that trusting is okay, but caution is necessary. So, which for me ties into the information about the radiation thing. It's that, uh, your child self trusting, well, everything's hunky dory because nobody said anything, but maybe, you know, we should say something. Maybe that's a project that just needs to get started between us. There's 500 and some odd subscribers on this channel. If every single person who is a subscriber to this channel, now, I've never asked y'all to share nothing, but if you were to share this information, not necessarily this video, but if 500 people shared that information with one person, that'd be 1,000. Okay. And you know the drill. Then that one person, then that grows to 2,000, 5,000. But here's the thing, it's about illnesses and things that people aren't don't understand what's happening to them. And so all of these other, well, if you watch that chart and see where the radiation is, there's a really good possibility you're having symptoms. And wouldn't you like to know if that's what is wrong with you? If something is wrong with you? But anyway, moving on now, next to Coyote, which is number 13, interesting. And Coyote's upside down. Here's something interesting. I told this story about the beaver and the otter. When I was flipping back to get to the number 13, Coyote, I opened it up to the otter page. So it's women medicine is a set of lessons. Otter's very caring for its young and family. Otter's on the move and always curious. Uh, Balance is what is there. So interesting. I just flipped to it and it was to beaver. Now we know that Coyote is the trickster. So, but upside down. So I'm gonna, you know, not go through all of this stuff that talks about his antics and everything. We just know that, Wile E. Coyote is the example of Coyote. Coyote, you devil, you tricked me once more. Must I sit and ponder what you did it for? There are all types, thousands of myths and stories about the coyote, the great trickster. Many cultures call coyote the medicine dog. If you've pulled this card, you can be sure that some kind of medicine and it's on its way, and it may or may not be to your liking. Contained within trickster medicine is the humor of all ages. The cosmic joker is not just on ourselves, but on everyone else. If they are following coyote or have strong coyote medicine, someone like this may be able to convince others that a skunk smells like roses, but the fact remains that it is still a skunk. Now, the contrary coyote appears in reversed. You can be assured that he is going to be contrary and a pain in your backside. Look around yourself and watch which direction he's coming from. If Coyote is approaching you from the outside, beware of this master of illusion. Coyote may put you in his spell and take you to a briar patch to pick berries. It will be a painful lesson for you if you follow him. Coyote reverse can appear in your life as a supposed an all knowing teacher, a scam artist, a get rich quick business planner, a rare coin door to door salesman, a femme fatale, a movie producer, a politician, a television evangelist, a swampland realtor, or anybody who wants you to follow their lead. Coyote is not the recommended business partner or lover. Contrary coyote may signal a time when everything you touch backfires. All your jokes may be exploding in your face. In this reverse position, coyote also signals a time to be aware of the intentions of others and to look for the boomerang you threw at another person to back and hit you from behind. Someone else's trick may be on you, or there could be deception in the wind. Whatever coyote reversed has conjured up, it could be coming from any direction. Remember, this joker is always wild. Now, these last couple of sentences, um, someone else's uh, trick may be on you, or there could be deception in the wind. Now, not I asked this card for all of us, okay? So the topic for tonight is Ray D.A. Shun. And so, is there deception in the wind about this? Because that was my prayer asking about this. So, in a slight way, yeah. Now, this also might mean something to you personally, but anyway, the next one is number 35, horse, upside down. Now, horse is a power symbol, and horse was immigrated here. It's not a natural North American native thing. Mighty horse, power to run across the open plains, or to bring the vision of the shields dancing in purple dream rain. Purple rain. Stealing horses is a stealing power, was a statement made frequently in historical Native American and a reference to the esteemed role which horse played in the native cultures. Horse's physical power and unearthly power. In shamanic practices throughout the world, horse enables shamans to fly through the air and reach heaven. Humanity made a great leap forward when horse was domesticated, a discovery akin to that of fire. Before horse, humans were earthbound, heavy laden, and slow creatures on land. Once indeed humans climbed on the horse's back, they were as free and fleet as the wind. They could carry burdens for great distances with ease. Through their special relationship with horse, humans altered their self concept beyond measure. Horse was the first animal medicine of civilization. Humanity owes an incalculable debt to horse and to the new medicine it brought. It would be a long walk for one's brother or sister if horse had not welcomed the two legged rider upon its back. Today, we measure the capacity of engines with the term horsepower, a reminder of the days when horse was an honored and highly prized partner with humanity. I would say that humanity still has its ties with horse. Maybe not in the same way, but I've worked for people, been around Thomasville that raised horses, and I worked on their stables and fences and things like that. Anyway, them folks are very, precious of their horses and so forth. My Doc Harding, she, raised horses and so forth, and was very, serious about her horses. Dreamwalker, a medicine man, was walking across the plains to visit the Arapaho Nation. He carried with him his pipe. The feather tied to its long black hair pointed to the ground, marked him as a man of peace. If you see an Indian with a feather sticking up, it means war. Okay. If the feather's down, it's cool. All right. Over the rise of a hill, Dreamwalker saw a herd of wild mustangs running towards him. Black Stallion approached him and asked if he was seeking an answer on his journey. Black Stallion said, I am from the void where the answer lives. Ride on my back and know the power of entering the darkness and finding the light. Dreamwalker thanked Black Stallion and agreed to visit him when his medicine was needed in the dream time. Yellow Stallion approached Dreamwalker next and offered to take him to the east, where illumination lives. Dreamwalker could share the answers he found there to teach and illuminate others. Once again, Dreamwalker thanked Yellow Stallion and said he would use those gifts of power on his journey. Red Stallion approached, rearing playfully. He told Dreamwalker of the joys of balancing work and heavy medicine with the joyful experiences of play. He reminded Dreamwalker that he could better hold the attention of those he taught when humor was integrated with the lesson. Dreamwalker thanked him and promised to remember the gift of joy. Dreamwalker was nearing his destination. The Arapaho Nation was close at hand. White Stallion came to the front of the herd. Dreamwalker mounted White Stallion's back. White Stallion was the message carrier for all the other horses and represented wisdom in power. This magnificent horse was the embodiment of the balanced medicine shield. No abuse of power will ever lead to wisdom. No abuse of power will ever lead to wisdom. You, Dreamwalker, said White Stallion, have made this journey to heal a brother in need. Of the people on yours, um, uh, to share the sacred pipe and to heal the Mother Earth. You have the knowledge through humility that you are an instrument of the Great Spirit. As I carry you upon my back, you carry the needs of the people on yours. In wisdom, you understand that power is not given lightly, but awarded to those who are willing to carry responsibly in a balanced manner. Dreamwalker the shaman had been healed by the visit of the wild horses and knew that his purpose in coming to the Arapaho was to share these gifts with them. Now, it's upside down. Um, oh, did I miss one? Can I catch up? Here, I'm almost done with this. It took an hour to do this. So the main word for horse in this, the terminology is power. So power of what? The power of the black stallion to ride into the void where all the answers lie. Interesting. So it's not like a power of like bolts of lightning or something, right? No, it's the ability to be able, the power, or let's maybe use the word ability, to go into the darkness, into the void, to find the answers that are there. Boy, there's somebody in here. Ooh, that's interesting. If y'all see orbs or something, I'm gonna move the camera back in case there seems to be activity in my house tonight. I'm just saying. See if any orbs go by. Hey, Suzy Q. Chloe needs a shotgun. Okie doke. Me too. I mean, I'll send one to you too. So, but the idea of power, um, they're asking me to do a little dissertation on the word power for a moment. For a moment, there are folks out there in certain channels and stations. Oh, they talk about, oh, you can attain this power. Okay, what kind? Well, power over the influence of others. Well, that's just a no-no because none of us have the right to have the authority over another. That just ain't right, right? So, but there are entities and so forth that think they can boss us around, and no. But as Beaver message tonight told us, and to me emphasizes The fact that I pulled the card with some of the things that I've been thinking in my own head and other things is like, man, and it was the top card, and I didn't look, I swear. But that we have to trust others. Well, we have to trust others with their abilities, and their abilities or talents, whatever, might not be anything like ours, but that their talents are still valid. And so, what's important is that we learn how to use each other's talents, whether it be thinking about something, or prayers, or making, cooking, healing, whatever it might be, right? So there might be other people, like especially you ladies, you share some things that us guys just don't get. Okay. Now, I would say that I have known enough women in my lifetime that I understand a lot of what women say and what they have said. Now there are different women with different opinions, just like men. But um, to empathize, right? But so with Beaver, who is the doer, right? And Horse with the power. So the power to be a doer. And you go, well, wait a minute. So this idea of like, being a wizard, being a witch, or being Wiccan, and that you're going to gain this power. Well, what kind of power do you think you need? And what do you mean by power? Now, I would change the word power to ability. So I now have the power to dream walk. Well, I now have the ability to dream walk. You see? So one would say it's a power. Yeah, but there's some people who take that word power and just want to twist it up, because the word power assumes power over another, you see. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. So, the other horse was to take, um, was it, what color was it? It was black stallion first, yellow, and offered to take Dreamwalker to the east where illumination lies. So Dreamwalker said, that's good if I can use you, but not right now. When I'm in the dream time, I will want to look into the east towards the sunrise versus sunset, to the illumination of the day coming in. And so it's like, okay, so wait, that's a power. Power to what? Power to see into those dreams. What's in my future for tomorrow? Not a clue. You know, do I really want to know? Not really. I was outside, collecting firewood earlier today. The clouds cleared out enough to warm up the house enough, but I'm noticing that I'm getting used to the colder weather. Now, yesterday I like to froze to death, and it was like 72 degrees. I had long sleeve shirts on, t-shirts, this wrapped up in a damn blanket. Was colder than snot, and it wasn't cold. Today it's been overcast and cool, and I'm like, got a fan on. Who knows, right? Interesting. But so this idea of power. So sometimes there are folks that need to change the word power to ability. Well, I would love to have the ability to speak Russian, just for the hell of it, just because of Russia. There's just, okay, that goes back 2 hours. But um, the idea, though, that, okay, so if I use the word, I have the power to speak Russian. You do? See, that sounds a little weird. But you say, I have the power to go into the dream time. It seemed kind of like I have this power, like She-Ra and He-Man, right? He-Man, I have the power of Grayskull, right? Um, this isn't. I haven't got to the contrary yet. I'm talking about the power of what the horse means. Before I ever get to the contrary, I haven't got to the end of this. I'm trying to explain what each of the horses represent, but that in looking to the future, we have that ability, right? Do we need to always be focused on the future? No. When that ability is necessary, the shaman knows when to use it, right? There were times when it was like, I've had some people, well, why don't you go ahead and do this? It's not time. Well, you should go ahead and do. You don't get it. I mean, the earth energies and stuff, it's just not time. My own personal vibrations, it ain't time. Oh, come on, play the drum. No, I will show you how it's played, but I'm not going to do it. No, sorry. No, I don't have the right vibration. It would be dishonorable if I were just to get my drum out and just beat on it just because you wanted me to. I, there's just certain things, right? So, but people who don't understand it or grasp it, then, I would say they don't have the power of discernment. Is it a power or is it an ability? Is it an awareness? Why does this matter? Because now I want to read the bottom end of this. Okay. The contrary position of horse. If your ego has gotten in the way, you may have failed to notice the lack of respect you have been receiving from others. Now, I don't know if any of this is true to y'all, but so far, yet. You may, on the other hand, be struggling with others who are abusing their power. Okay. Should I say something? Should I fight my desire to put them in their place? You may be asking. Now, a couple of weeks ago, this would have been true for me. Remember the times in your own life when you have fallen out of grace with the Great Spirit. I know they, Creator should have never let me have another chance, but pick me up again. And then have compassion for the brothers and sisters who are now doing the same thing. In other words, you know, for me, you've heard me talk about my low times and times of wanting to, the time I almost hung myself on purpose, the time of, drug over. Okay. And accidents and falling. Okay. Um, but with all the chances where I have fallen down, Creator, the Great Spirit's always been there and said, you can come back anytime. It's up to you. Now, some would say, well, God said, or Jesus stepped in and said, hey, look, I'm always with you. Okay. You know, and I do understand and believe that. I am always with you, my brothers and sisters, because in this quantum world of reality and so forth, we are connected. Remembering the times in your own life when you have fallen out of grace with the Great Spirit, and then you have the compassion for the brothers and sisters who are now doing the same. So the big word here in this is compassion. If you are overpowering another or you're feeling overwhelmed, okay, horse medicine, both the dignified and contrary positions, is a simple reminder of how to balance your medicine shields or your energy shields. In allowing all pathways to have equal validity. Now, here's something interesting. Here's the horse card. And in the beaver card and the story of the beaver and everybody working together. Now, talk about synchronicity. So, in working, all these critters, entities working together, um, this means like this, in allowing all pathways to have equal validity. So, in this, all creatures have equal validity. All humans have equal validity. You will see the power and glory of the unified family of humanity. This is the gift of the rainbow warrior or warrioress. The eye has no place in the whirling rainbow that comes from the great mystery, and it is replaced by the universal we. Here's Beaver talking about coming together, family, trust, builder, the doer. Coyote saying, just be careful and use discernment. And now Horse, upside down, is telling us um, that the whirling rainbow that comes from the great mystery and is replaced by the universal we. All colors of the rainbow and all pathways are honored as one. Good message. Apply this knowledge and reclaim the power you have given away by forgetting to come from compassion. Untangle yourself from the present situation and understand that every human being must follow this pathway to power before galloping upon the winds of destiny. Now, I don't know so much about the last part, untangle yourself from a present situation. I don't know about untangling, but we should keep an eye on stuff. Like for me, it's untangling this information or non information of the extra radiation. I mean, so here's the message that came to me that I need to share from you. And then here are the cards that presented itself. So together we can build a pond. And what is that pond? It's a store of knowledge and compassion, a store, what there's energy involved in the water being higher, and so there you know there's all of this other stuff that the beaver represents. Coyote's just reminding us to not be stupid and keep an eye on those who might deceive us. And of course, there are a lot of folks that are trying to do that right now. But horse medicine, in both the dignified and contrary positions, is a simple reminder of how to balance your medicine shields or your energy shields in allowing all pathways to have equal validity. You will see the power and the glory of the unified family of humanity. That's just one hell of a good, come on, humanity. We're the soul tribe, right? Um, whether in the high or dignified position, horse. So I think that's just, you know, um, wow, I really couldn't have planned it any better. I'm just saying, if I'd have just sat here and said, this looks like a good one. And what about this one? I am shocked at how accurate this card reading is tonight. For me, for the topic, for, a couple minor personal things. Oh, you're welcome, Chloe. I'm sorry, Susie. Oh, and you too, Chloe. But I. So does this resonate with any of y'all? I mean, um, oh, I've been keeping my cards in a plastic bag so that they don't get lost and shuffled and wet and dropped and So, but then I have to find all the cards and put them back in. It does, Susie. Okay, because for me, I'm just sitting here kind of resonating after it. It's just like, holy shit. I don't really quite understand. You know, I know there are future. You want a what? An ice cream cake? What did I do with them cards? I mean, seriously, what did I do with them? They ain't back there. What did I do with the cards? Oh well. I'm afraid I'm sitting on them or they're in my lap. Yep, here they are. Okay. Well, thank you, Chloe. And I carry so many of you with me. I mean, when I'm out walking and stuff, it was on the armchair. It's dark over here, and I couldn't see them. But I knew if I didn't find them, I would have knocked them all on the floor. But there's so many times when so many of you are in my prayers and thoughts or whatever. And I know when I get on here, I tell you and have the conversation and all that. But I mean, seriously, there are times when I'm Chloe. I'm going to pick on you because you were here, or Susie. I mean, I'm going to pick on you for a minute, Susie, just because. I thought about Susie Q the other day and something, 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 but I didn't know what it was. Her her name popped up in my head, and I've never met Susie. We've never talked on the phone or anything like that. Um, you have something relevant to all three cards. Cool beans. Thank you. You're welcome. That was. I mean, in so many ways, there's some good medicine in them three cards tonight. You know, pickled pig's feet. Thanksgiving is coming up. Much love right back. But so if I was so I might not know exactly, but so and I'm using Chloe as my guinea pig for this. That Chloe crossed my mind and that just whatever something was happening in her day or something, nothing in particular, right? But she crossed my mind. Like I said, never met her, don't know what her face looks like, nothing, right? But Chloe goes past my brain. And so, and then in that, I'll go, well, was that like a smile, or does Chloe, or, or see, I went from Susie to Chloe to Susie. So, but to the two of you, you see, and Michelle, and to Barry, and to David Castle, and Witch Moon, my God, there's so many of you that you just crossed my mind through the day. And I'm just like, hope they're doing okay, so there's this. And sometimes I speak it out loud, but I mean, there's always a silent little sentence prayer. So hope that everything's okay. Hope you're doing well, and off I go on whatever business. Now, if a thought lingers, love to you right back, Susie. But I mean, but if the thought lingers, for example, Barry, it might be that wait, Barry crossed my mind, but at the same time, wait a minute, did that it crossed my mind, but it kind of didn't. It kind of stopped right about here. It kind of backed up, meaning, hmm, I'm Barry and I need to call, or I'm going to talk to him, something, right? So, because Barry and I have talked on the phone frequently, that sometimes for hours, and he might fall asleep, during a live stream. I'm picking on you, Barry, but I'm sorry. Uh, but he stays awake when we chat on the phone. My phone is always going out. I have to hang up before it goes, but I send you love a lot, Mr. Hawk. I know you all do. And see, that's the other side of this. So when I'm thinking through the day and different folks just cross my mind while I'm working or walking or listening or reading or whatever it is I'm doing, right? So, and a lot of times it's nothing in particular, just somebody comes through my head, right? You know how it goes, at least partially. But it's when that thought just lingers a little bit and maybe comes back, and it's like, well, there's a thought that's going, wait a minute, that thought ain't quite going, it's backing up a little bit. So Barry might actually be like thinking, man, I need to call old Dave and talk to old Hawkeye and blah, 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 blah. And he's got this little thing going through his head, which is what I do, and send it out to Barry and go, yeah, I need to talk to Barry and tell him about the new, my new 22 brake barrel, and talk to him and just see how he's doing. Talk to him about the Oh, for example, Barry, if you're still listening, if you haven't went to sleep, it's still early. Damn it, don't go to sleep yet. Uh, we all fall asleep. I know. I put you right to sleep. Do you have good dreams? Do you wake up in curious places, or upside down with your feet on the wall or something? Today, these distractions are trying to get in the way of my mission. There were distractions, are distractions, or are we the distractions, Sky Falls? If anyone's to talk with me, my number is out there. Yeah, talk to each other approach, right. Now, if you know somebody well enough, like for example, I forgot about this earlier when I got into this radiation thing the last couple of days. Tomorrow, I'll be doing stories. Hey, Barry, but I'll be doing stories on Milky Way Soul Tribe with Robert. And so y'all tune in for that. And I'm not sure whether or not I'll do anything after that. Usually I'm cranked up and we'll do a show, later on after I do a show with Robert. So, tomorrow evening, this being Monday, tomorrow being Tuesday, or actually, no, we're not quite Tuesday yet. I always fall asleep on you. That, it's okay. There are times when I literally go into a time warp. I don't like sit here and watch the clock. I will sometimes there's a clock counter over here in the top of the screen right there, and I'll be looking at it and it will say 2 hours and 36 minutes and 22 seconds. Okie dokie. Time moves on, right? Then I'll just whatever my mind goes off on, and it'll seem like maybe I've been talking for 10 minutes. Okay, maybe. And I look over there at the counter and it's been another hour. And I go, nah. And I look down here in the chat and y'all still with me. That's what freaks me out. I was like, y'all, you may be sleeping, but you're still here, with your intent is like, so what's it like in the dreamland, I mean, honestly, I have fallen asleep listening to some other folks' programs before myself, and wake up and go crap and go back and rewind it and say, where did I fall asleep at so I could listen to the rest of it, right? Or go back 10 minutes and pick up to where, yeah, I remember this part, So yeah, I still do that. So I get it, it's not that it's boring, it's this that I fall asleep a lot, way too much for many circumstances and situations. But here's the thing, we're all still here, and the cards have spoken very clearly tonight. We stand together, we build projects. And for me, as I was talking about the story before I read about about Beaver, I was like, man, that fits so really well. The story and the a beaver medicine itself. And the fact that we should each of us honor the others. I hate to use the word power, but their gifts, their abilities, quote, their powers. Okay. There are some folks who are here. No offense. I'll do this for you. Click, 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 and it's done. And I go, well, thank you very much. But now you have to become the teacher and show me how you did that. Well, don't say it's really easy. I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic in certain things before and after all the headbangs, but just walk through it kind of slow. I know you can just go like this with your thumbs and your finger and it's done. That's not the point. Thank you for your help. I mean that. But now you have to teach me how to do what you just did. Now, some things I just go, don't want to know. Thank you. You fixed it. Okie doke. Don't want to know. And that's okay because that's where we say thank you to the other person's abilities and we give them honor. hey, buy you a drink, soda, tea, coffee, pig's feet, you know, puff puff pass. Is it a puff puff? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I gotta recharge mine. So wow, what a hell of a reading, eh? Oh, what a hell of a reading. Wow. I didn't y'all they did a good job tonight. They did a really good job tonight in pointing out the right cards. Of course, I could have picked any of the other 40 odd cards in the deck in any combination of up or down. But them three cards tonight. Now, the thing about the coyote being in the middle, the trickster, but being upside down and being cautious. Now, I don't know. Well, let me put it this way: the information tonight, yesterday, today, tonight, about the underground dumps, right? And that's the cause of the radiation. So, coyote upside down from the trusting and building and working and information and so forth to that could mean for me the discernment is we don't really know if it was underground bases things where the radiation is coming from, but we do know that it's there. Okay, that we do know. And just like earthquakes and other kind of stuff, they don't always tell us the truth. Okay, it's one thing, for example, back around 2000, 1998 or something, you can check it out, where they changed the the magnitude of earthquakes. Okay, so a magnitude 1 now used to be a 2. Think about that. They changed the sensitivity. All right, they upped it. So what is a 1 now used to be a 2. All right, a 2 now used to be a 3. You say, well, okay, so what's a 5 now? It used to be a 6. All right. So when they had earthquakes back in the day that were 8 and 9s, their big Alaska earthquake, I remember way back when I was growing up, and they showed, the tragic events of this earthquake. And, it was 7 or 8 or 9 point something on the Richter scale. They changed it. So now if we was to have a 9, it would be a 10 if they used the scale system they did before. Just saying. I'm just saying. So the magnitudes that we're looking at now that have been stifled, stifled there, Lynn, stifle yourself. So, they have been stifling information like actually, I think it's today, the 23rd, the anniversary of, um, President Kennedy being, you know, massacred in Dallas. We never got the whole story of that. They've been lying to us for whatever reason for a very long time. We all know it. Most of us do anyway. For those people who go, oh no, it was Lee Harvey. Yeah, when there were like 19 shots and people who were wounded from chips of flying concrete for where shots were, hit the curb and stuff like that. Nah, come on. And how mysteriously all them people who had claims like that all died within like 5 years' time after the president was killed. Oh yeah. So oh yeah. Oh look at sure. So they've been lying to us about a lot of stuff for a long time. They want to control the narrative. I mean, back in the days of Abraham Lincoln, they tried to control the narrative. Um, the big thing about what's his name, Hamilton and all, and we wrote the Declaration of Independence. Thomas Jefferson. Well, he had slaves. Well, so did the Washingtons. So did a lot of people. It was common. Was it right? No. Was it common? Absolutely. You know, absolutely. to have servants. Well, he's a slave. Well, he's one of my servants. So the more uppity people, they weren't slaves. It was my servants. The slaves worked out in the yard, but the servants now they worked in the house. You know what I mean? So, but to this point though, so what used to be common, I mean, in the 1960s, uh, you know, black folk didn't have a right to vote. They weren't considered people in the United States. And Black Lives Matter and folks nowadays, they were like, it's so bad now. Listen, them folks my age and before, they were honestly, seriously, not even considered a whole human being, let alone, you know, be able to vote and to act like, quote, a human being. So this idea, that we're somehow stuck in some kind of where nobody's any good. There are so many, black entertainers and show hosts and this and that and the other thing. If when back in my day, if you saw a black man on TV, it was Sammy Davis Jr. Oh, there's a black man on TV. Yeah, that's Sammy Davis Jr. Oh, or it was um I love my own cherry that has no wine. I can't think of his name. A little tenor, crooner. Oh man, um, help me out! Help me out! What's his name? Love T. Um, hold me close. Never. No, 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 not Charlie Pride. But to the point, that was country. No, this was in the 50s and 60s. Nat King Cole, Charlie Pride. But anyway, but to my point though, so much has changed in my lifetime of the do's and the don'ts and the yeses and the nos and rights and the wrongs and it's like y'all folks have not a clue how good y'all got it. Period. There should be no argument. There should be unity in learning how to work with each other's abilities so that we can come together as when we work together, we form a unity, you know, a simple unity. It's a collective. It's not a beehive kind of mentality. It's a collected, shared. And y'all know what I'm talking about. So is this possible? Absolutely. There was something oh, project, what is it? Dark journalist. Anyway, he was talking with one of his recent ones that I have to go back and listen over again because I fell asleep. They were talking about that there has been proof for a long time, but there's more scientific proof where a group of people that gets together and thinks a thought. And for example, now this is a bad example, but a movie, bunch of witches sitting around a table, pointing their wands at a crystal, and they all put their energy into the crystal for a particular thing. They put their magic, their combined magic, at but it's their own personal magic as well, right? So combined and personal, right, with an intent. So this dark crystal is going to, I don't know, see into the dark realms or something like that. Whatever the intent is, right? So, but they've done scientific study where you ain't got to be a witch to do this. But basically, that's what they're doing. They're taking like the number 17 kept popping up, which I thought was interesting in this conversation that I was listening to and some other things that I had read. Where so these people got together and thought about an object, an eraser. You could think about this lighter, you know, and that everybody would just focus their intent on, I don't know, that the lighter will last a long time, whatever, so that you could actually put intent into an object. And that somehow, and I can't, I need to do some more research, but I understand it because I've worked with, easy for you to say, I have worked with crystals over the years, and I understand that you can place your intent into a crystal. So can you place your intent into a, an quote, an inanimate object? Well, one could argue that everything still vibrates at a certain frequency, even though it doesn't move. Like the rocks over there, or this wooden table right here, or BB King. Oh God, I saw BB King live in Tallahassee a couple of years before he passed away, and yeah. So the card reading and is sort of my still connection with my spirit guides up yonder. They're they want just to say that the cards tonight were kind of sort of right on the damn money. Used to be the doer, and the power or the ability that the strength of horse brings to us, to get her done, basically. And I keep getting this thing about the all working together as one, and there is the feeling of oneness from accomplishment. All the people who ever worked on the set or on a play, when when you finished that play, and everybody and people came and had a good time, and it was a success, there was pride in the achievement. You know what I mean? So I think in the last couple of years, there's been so much stay at home stuff. There's been no pride in achievement. But I think in the staying of I think of in that of staying at home, we need to find other ways to accomplish things. So the fact that, I get on here, I try to do it regularly. Like here recently, I've regularly been on a Sunday or Monday night. I usually try to do a Thursday night somewhere in there, and try not to conflict with other people's. So, and there are times when I just, kind of bebop in. But and then there are the all-nighters. My necklace says getting it done. Really? Yep. Nat King Cole, yeah. Animal House. That's it. We have an Animal House right here. It's all of us. But I'm very pleased and humbled to know you all. I analytics and stuff in YouTube, I really don't care because I'm not out to make money or anything like that, or marks or But the fact that I was like, damn, there there are a bunch of y'all listening to me for a bunch of hours. I'm like, some bitch. Now some of y'all might have been asleep while your computer was on and you were still logged on, but I'm like, damn, man, y'all are crazy. I love you. you know. I was going to say, uh, so each one of you, this is a joke. So each one of you send me $10. Well, that'd be $5,000, or five. Wait. But anyway, yeah, $10. That'd be $5,000 if all 500 plus people send me $10. That's not what I mean. I would just, Oh, listen, I have no idea who sent this, but since I'm here and it's almost a 20 after, and I'm kind of giddy and just rapping. Some I received a book in the mail, okay, and but I have no idea who sent it to me. It's a lovely book, uh, and it's called The Medicine Way. Can you see this? It's a lovely book. It's how to live the teachings of the Native American medicine wheel, a shamanic path to self mastery. Now, by Kenneth Meadows. And I don't know who sent this to me. Yeah, you too, Steve. Big hugs, brother. Witch Moon. So, but I received it in the mail today, much to my surprise, and I got a little giddy. I was like, "Damn, people just send me shit in the mail." I love it. I mean, I, I don't ask for anything. I really don't. I've gotten to the point in my life where if I don't have it right now, eh, you know. Now, I was frantic last week because I was out of dog food. I had stuff to eat. I knew I could get by, but Duggar couldn't. So I was frantic because my truck wasn't running right. Couldn't get to the store. And my friend came by and we went to the store and I bought up cases. I didn't buy a couple of cans. We went down to the big stove, I bought cases of dog food. So, we good for another, 2 or 3 weeks without having to go to the store. I'll be out of milk and cigarettes by then, but Duggar will have enough food, and I got enough food for the kitty cat. So, but anyway, but what do you resemble? It's from Bob. Did you send it to me, Barry? I don't know who sent me the book, but God bless you, whoever did. I haven't talked to Robert. He has sent me a book or two before, and so, but I don't know who it's from. But thank you. I haven't had a chance to read it because it just came in the mail today. Oh, for those of you who didn't know, I had ordered this 22 Gamma break barrel um, rifle, which I did, and from Air, let's see, Air Rifle, Air Guns, or something, a nice place online, and was supposed to have gotten it last Wednesday. It didn't come in. I called the company on Thursday, and they were like, "Well, it was delivered on Monday, and put on your back porch about 4 o'clock." And I was like, "I don't have a back porch." They put it on the back steps on the porch. I don't have back steps. I don't have a back porch. It's more of a patio and overgrown with, them wandering Jews. I swear, Moses, he never did find the promised land. But anyway, so thank God the book was in the mailbox and not up at the neighbor's house. I would have never known that, it had not been delivered or had been delivered, unless my neighbors who only show up like once every 2 or 3 weeks, right, to check on the house or whatever. And so the book would have been sitting on the porch for God knows how long, right? But at least I put it in the mailbox and I got, but I still don't know. I've checked by the number and everything. I don't know who sent it. So it's okay. But thank you all to the universe. Uh, it should be an interesting read. Mastery, yes. And I think I have to discuss this because of the way the priest did it was very specific. And I've talked with some other people since my uh, near buggery attack by priest, okay, in the guise of self anyway. So, but it was very much about how I am the master and you are the slave. And I was like, what? You are the, no, not, sorry, strike the word slave. I am the master and you are the pupil. If you're not the master, then you must be the pupil. Now, in this really depraved, kind of weird, twisted, they put this sexuality twist on it. These are priests now with the, down in Tampa. How well planned they had this scheme of theirs, okay? So that the idea was that you, meaning me at the time, you are now the pupil. And if you do something wrong, you will get a red hot poker up your ass. Okay. Okay. Think about priest now, but to the point that it must be really bad. All right. But that after you're punished, when you've received your punishment, the reward is that you're still accepted despite what you did. Okay. So but you're going to get a red hot poker. You are going to have to pay for your sin or whatever, right? Your wrongdoing, whatever. If you make a mistake as the pupil in the master's eyes. Well, but here's the thing now. So now this is these priests' weird, warped, twisted universe that they'd created, and they put us boys through this system. Okay, but later on, so now I've worked with carpenters who were master carpenters. I've worked with plumbers who were master plumbers. I've worked with electricians who were, guess what, master electricians. So you were still the student, pupil. You were not a master, but you were still, a tradesman, right? So, but this idea of master and pupil goes way back and way back. I want to say medieval times, but no, it was always, to Native Americans and to other Americans, they would use the term grandfather to an elder in the tribe. Grandfather, tell us a story. Okay. Grandmother, tell us a, um, or they was, or the story would be that our grandfathers told us this story to tell our grandchildren. All right. So they kept these other folks out of it, in that it's the grandfather or the grandmother that does these. So, but the connection is very, very interesting. Could you put the title of the book and author on it here, please? Uh, yeah. Oh crap! I put it down. I got stoned. I don't know what I just put in here, but woo wee, this was fun. Give me a sec. But the but the idea of master and pupil, a shamanic path to self mastery. A nice way to put. Now I've not read this any of it yet, right? So don't. But it's the how to live the teachings of the medicine wheel. Now I've got several books on the medicine wheel. Okay, and so this person is discussing a medicine wheel and what you learn from it. In a way, it would be much like me reading cards for us all, in that what following the teachings of the cards, the medicine cards. What did the medicine cards teach us today or this week? You know what I mean? At this moment in time. So on the medicine wheel, it's very similar in that as you travel a physical medicine wheel with stones on the ground, okay, now, you could visually do this in that you have a piece of paper and that you start out here, but it's really, if you do the real medicine wheel, you got to do it on the ground. Now, I want to make a medicine wheel and started one down in the woods last year, and things got weirded out with someone that interfered with it, and so it never got made completely. But the other thing is if you make one and put it out in the yard somewhere, or, if you make a true one, it's like 20 feet wide or in diameter. So it's not this small thing. You literally set stones out, north, south, east, and west, stones in between, small stone circles, and each one represents something. And when you travel the medicine wheel, you literally go to certain stones physically on the medicine wheel, and you meditate, pray, whatever it is that stone represents. And so to walk the medicine wheel is not just some kind of like hyperbole or, oh, I'm walking the native way or something like that. No, 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 no. You are literally walking a physical uh, rocks on the ground, set up medicine wheel. Okay. So, but anyway, so the mastery, you would say a pool shark, a billiards master, or what do they call, when all the golfers get together and they play, it's called the Masters. Oh, so but there are those times when you say, yeah, Igor to Dr. Frankenstein. Yes, master. Yes, master. It's alive. Okay. So Igor, yes, master. You know, those kind of connotations. So a mastery of an art. A very good artist is a master of his craft, right? A wood carver or somebody. I'm lousy at laying brick, right? So, but I made it look. It's got this rust. I'm talking about this brick I laid out here. Oh my God, it's got this rustic look, but it's really crappy brickwork. And I took rustic to a whole nother level, but then I backfilled it with dirt, so nobody knows. Uh, yeah, it's 69 and an 8. I had to throw that in there. How many of you were wondering if I'd made my my age joke yet? Anyway, S- Steve, okay, are you still there? All right, I'm really bad at typing. All right, so now I got to get into a whole nother mode, and this might take a while. Oh, thank you, Chloe. I used to do a really good Igor. Uh, I used to practice mimicking voices, and I got a couple of them down pretty damn good. It's called. Is it 11:20? Oh crap! It's 12:20. The Medicine Way. Okay, that's the name of the book. That's one. Gonna take a hit. You got your paper set, Steve? um, I'll give you an ISBN number here in a second. Crap, I'm gonna need my other glass. I need two pairs of glasses for this ISBN number. Alrighty, is my keypad. All right, you asked for this, so I'm not gonna put ISBN, but this is the ISBN number. Okay, so to save me typing 186 204 204 dash. Where's the dash? 022. Oh, oh, okay. It should be 1-86, but the numbers are correct. So 1-86-204, 1-86-204 dash 022 dash 2. And I don't know what this other number is. I'm gonna. It's 90101, whatever that is. It's on the back with this ISBN number on the back here. I know it's bad light. Um, Let me read the inside page. Um, it's called the Earth Quest series. I'll type that in. Earth Quest series. And I'll type in the author. There's the author. It's in a paperback. It's in good shape. It'd be interesting to read this because I was very much into doing medicine wheel several years ago and thought it and got it kind of sort of got that back a year or so ago, and then you know, it just got flubbed up. Um, whatever the possible intents of others, but it just got flubbed up. So anyway, but I still have the intent of wanting to do a medicine wheel, though. I'm reconsidering, like, where else could I put it on my property that like wouldn't be in the way, you know, and that I could keep it up without running over the rocks with a with the lawnmower or something like that, So it needs to be a large enough space. I mean, even a 10-foot diameter space out in the yard or whatever, that you can't touch or mess with, it becomes a sacred place. But at the same time, if the grass grows up so tall, um, we all need to pick up from time to time. We forgot who and what we really are. Yeah, and here's one of the things to your point, Chloe, and I'll read your statement out loud for those who might not be, you know, uh, who may be listening but not reading the chat. We all need to pick me up from time to time. I tend to find it's usually because we forget who and what we really are. Sometimes we just forget our own greatness, and and there are those folks, and we all know at least one person, at least at some point in our life, where their ego just gets the best of them. And we got to say that some of these folks that I've met with these very large egos were not really as good as their egos said. And because as an engineer, there were like, 8 engineers who left Prestolite, and I was still there. I was waiting any day for me to go. But out of 7 or 8 engineers in this engineering department there, I was the one that was left standing after all these other folks got passed by, quit, fired, laid off, or whatever. So, but I just did a good job. I didn't brag about it. And there were some folks that all they did was brag about it. But anyway, so sometimes ego is just like you have to have confidence, and that requires some ego. Well, I'm good enough to, I know enough to go out and okay. let me just use this as my example, sort of as a reminder to myself, in that I've got a couple of volunteer tomato plants that come out right outside this window right here, like 4 feet away that way, right through the wall. Okay, 5 feet. But just started growing, and one of them is like a really good sized one, and it's supposed to. We're supposed to possibly have um, frosting next morning. Actually, it's this morning now. It's Tuesday now, but so I know how to dig up a plant and place it in a pot and replant it. Okay. So, and I've done it over many, many years, and I've transplanted trees, and I used to work in landscaping. So, one could say I have sort of mastered the art of being able to dig up a plant and put it in a pot and it survive. Okay. There are still those occasions when some of the things I've transplanted didn't make it, usually because I forgot to water it, or the cats knocked it over, or ants got in the base of it and killed the damn plant, or just weird shit. But basically, I didn't take care of it like I should have. That was the bottom line. Because if I had noticed the ants got in it, I would have repotted it or something before the plant died, you see. But anyway, so but with that, so I've had more success than I've had failures, though in the transplanting. So I need to transplant these couple of volunteer tomato plants. Well, I'm a master at that. But I'm a lazy son of a bitch here recently, and that I here's my excuse. I know I'm going to want to bring them in the house, otherwise the cats are going to knock them over, and then I'll have tomato plant. So if I bring them in the house, I also know that they need to be staked because they're getting that tall, right? And so, where am I going to put them that I could stake them out? And I think I've come up with a good idea and putting them right back over here on the edge of the stairs in the window because I've grown some plants over there before. So it's like, okay, so I'll put them over there by the stairs and, nothing will trample them or whatever. And they'll be right in the windows inside. And if it gets cold outside, it won't matter. And I also can supplement it with a fluorescent light that's nearby. So win, 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 right? But I couldn't dig them up the other day because I didn't know what I was going to do with them. And I knew if I dug it up, and put it in the pot and this and that it was going to want to fall over and everything. I needed to put it somewhere where the tomato plant was going to be stable. I figured it out. So in that, I'm a master of figuring things like this out. I might take me a day or two or three or four or a week or, or longer, but you know, those tomato plants are doing fine out there in the yard, but I know I have to transplant them. So, but does that make me a master? Well, there are some people who just don't understand how to do it. And it's like, well, what do you do? And it's like, well, I got different types of digging apparatuses, and I've got some really wide tine uh, pitchfork type thing, and you loosen the dirt all the way around and you slowly work it up. You grab your hands down up underneath them. And tomato plants, you can be abusive with them suckers normally. Have planted acres of tomato plants back in the day when I was farming. And so, but if they're tangled together, you just work and you got to rip them apart. Sometimes, if depending on how the roots are grown together, like if you buy them from a store or something, you can take a sharp knife and cut through the roots. So I've done all these things for many years. I'm not new to this. So, but to somebody who's grown in the city and they've never lived out in the country and they don't know how to do that kind of thing. Um, Are you out, Susie? Okay, yeah. Um, it's been 3 hours and 18 minutes again. Are we coming up? I already missed the 20 mark, or did we? See, I got stoned and I missed it. But anyway, so the cards are very favorable tonight. They usually are in some way, but I can guarantee you for this next day or so, uh, I'm gonna be thinking on them cards just because of the way they landed out with the discussion. And um, the story about the beaver and the beaver pond and the otter, I think I've read it. I think I've heard it, but I can't find it. And I think that I've heard it in the dream land, in the dream world, because I like have heard it from an elder, the story that the thing, and I've been telling this story for years. Um, oh, you're very welcome, Susie, and sleep well. Um, and I know y'all talk about bountiful and this and that and everything. Just have a great day. Whatever comes up, just have a great day. Um, some days just aren't bountiful. They're just days. And if you look for bountiful days every day, it might just be a day. And I don't mean to be negative about this, but because I know what you all mean. But just have a great one, you know. And if you fall down, or then hopefully, somebody. I hope hopefully you can get back up. Sometimes there are days when I'm out there running around with the dog and stuff, and knock on wood, I haven't slipped down in the yard yet, but it's about that time. Cut small stars and put it in water, and then cut small starts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, Kansas, right? Supposed to have winds gusting over. Yeah, yep. That front's coming through across the plain. Yep. But to the point though, see, me and my friend, uh, I've got a. Oh, that's not coming. Uh, crap. It's a white flower on a bush, and y'all told me what it was one time. And Chloe, I think you told me. And they smell gardenia. Is that maybe the word? Anyway, I got a really nice bush up here, and my friend was telling me, he goes, you know how much a gardenia is going for at the local thing, and the blah blah blah. And I was like, no, what? And he goes, like they're going for $30. And I was like, what? I got a tree out here. I need to make some starts. You know, it'd be really easy, and but that would go with the greenhouse that I haven't finished in the back, which it's coming up. I'm working that away, let me tell you. But here I find myself almost at the end of November, and I'm not near as far along as I had hoped to be. So I need to try to kick things into gear if I can. But anyway. Oh no, out in a tiny car. No, no, no. Right. And it ain't no fun. I agree with you, Steve. It ain't no big fun in a big truck neither. Because back in the day when I used to drive carny trucks and so forth, you'd be out on the highway and a big old winter come along, and next thing you know, you just trying your best is a holy Jesus. Do not, because man, if the wind hits that side of a semi just right, and you've seen them trucks will just go up on two wheels in a heartbeat, and you sitting up there in the cab going, holy crap. Please put me back down and don't let me die. you know, it's like really serious. Yeah, but little cars driving. I've driven school buses and vans and semi tractor trailer kind of things. Um, I haven't done long hauls like from like Florida to Ohio or something. Used to do long hauls with pounds of marijuana in a vehicle or something, but you know, and the interesting thing is I never really hit it like in the tires or anything, or We just put it somewhere and, made it look inconspicuous, like camping gear or something. What's this? It's just part of the camping stuff, Yeah, okay, you know. So, but yeah, that's like when you get into a fishtail with a any kind of vehicle on a trailer. you know, when the trailer starts to come around your vehicle and you go, "What's that in the mirror, honey?" The trailer. What? Get back there. And that some bitch be wiggling back and forth. That will scare more than crap out of you. You will lose a spleen. It's not about that time period. No, no, no. But I mean, dancing out in the yard is real easy to slip, But especially if you'd see me out there playing kickball with Duggar, you know, I've been chasing him, and I was like, sort of in a football stance, which at times is really difficult for me and my age at 69 and eight. Gotta have to keep throwing that in there, but y'all have no idea how much fun I have with that. You out of here? You got to finish carburetor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got to go out and um, change my fuel filter and figure out why my truck won't run. But I'm having fuel issues too. So, good luck there, Steve. I have rebuilt several carburetors in my daytime and at night. So be safe. And, I compliment y'all, brothers and sisters here in the chat, and that y'all show up. And even for those folks who don't listen, there's some, closet listeners out there. And we love you. Because when I look at the analytics, I go, somebody's been listening, but they ain't been in the chat. And that is perfectly okay. To just to have all y'all just hang out and we can BS and talk about stuff. Well, I know I'm doing the talking, but I will reread what y'all put in the chat, especially if I think it's appropriate, because then I'm communicating what you're saying with everybody. It is a discussion. That's why I read the what's in the chat. Um, Not everything, I skip a few things, but when it's important and relative or rentative. But here's something I as sort of at the end of this, just sitting here mulling this over, going into 4 hours, late night radio with Hawkeye Two Feathers at 12:41 a.m. Eastern Standard Time down here in Southwest Georgia, where it's a balmy 50 degrees and clear, uh, and fairly calm with a sometimes light breeze. It's been today was overcast some, but some came out just enough. I'm sitting here in a house with no heater on, and it's like 65 or 6 in the house. And I'm comfortable, long sleeve shirt on and t-shirt, but and my ears are buzzing like hell. They're ringing. This side over here is just ringing. Just recently, just going nuts. Uh, oh, Barry's been here. He's been snoozing in the background. Barry, I love to pick on you because I'm just joking. It's sort of like a I'm Johnny Carson and you're Ed McMahon. Have a beer for me. You still working for Budweiser there, Chad? Anyway, oh goodness gracious. You know, I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to go outside and going to look at the stars. And while I'm there, I'm going to get irradiated for 10 minutes. I'm going to start losing hair on my face and my skin will peel, but I'm going to go outside and, like watch this anime. I don't know, one of their, I don't even know what the names of these things are, but, they're demons in something with special whatevers, and the good guys are battling the bad guys, and they've got these specialized powers or whatever. And one of them is this guy's got this beam or whatever to just you see it in slow motion in anime, right? Where the skin just peels off and does this thing, that just disintegrate. So I'm like, my vision is now going outside and looking up at the sky, or like eventually my skin is just gonna get like melt away from the radiation. It's like welcome to Mars. No wonder they want to get the fuck off this planet. The radiation's so high. They're like walking around in those gray suits with the helmet thing on, like, hey, welcome, welcome back, Cotter. And they're in hazmat suits. Come on, kids, let's go to school. And everybody walks in. It ain't because of COVID. No, it's because it's Chernobyl. Welcome to Chernobyl. Gather around the campfire, boys and girls. Well, look, there's Susie. She glows in the dark. Holy goodness gracious. And look at her dog and her little dog too. Oh, gather round the campfire. There's Susie glowing sweetly. There's her dog Toto too. Glow, little glowworm, glimmer, glimmer. Oh no, it's just radiation. Those are the hot dogs on the fire. Yo, Jim, hey, can I have one of those? Yeah, no problem. And then we just been barbecuing today and they just radiated all by themselves. It's been one of them days, tinfoil hat day. You got your plastic raincoat on? Yeah. Is it raining? No, but we make sure we're not getting nuked. Them gamma rays. Don't want to end up like the Hulk. You wouldn't like me when I was happy. I'm sorry. Oh goodness gracious. I think I tinkled just a little bit. Old age will do that to you. Oh goodness gracious me, man. It is I had not never ever up till this last year or so, maybe a little longer, but with any kind of incontinence, um, and people have talked about it. I've known people younger than me that have had issues with it. And I'm like, okay, dope. So what do you do? Well, you kind of pee on yourself. Well, yeah, okay. What's the matter? You can't hold it. Well, so in my brain, having never experienced it, it doesn't really compare to a grand mal seizure. But when you stand up and realize you have just wet yourself, and you go, "What the? What? What? Are you kidding me? How in the hell did I? There's something down in your ankles." And you go, how did it get all the way down there? And I didn't know that I had just done that. And it swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Well, I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home. A band of angels are coming after me. Coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Oh, swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Musical interlude brought to you by. I was thinking something else, and that song kind of popped out. Yeah, thank you, Pearl. Make you want to just, you know, sing old spirituals. Now, when he says, up your snob with a pizza swab, oh my God. My name is Charles Schwab, and I have, what? Wait a minute. No, the cotton swab, the swab that you swab your schnoz with, the schnoz swabber. Hey man, have you ever had your schnozola schnollered? I don't know. I had it poked a few times with a Q-tip, and all this was bigger with a big around my fingertip. They tried to shove a bush up my nose. You hear me? They could have rotor-rooted my butthole with that thing. It removed feathers from a chicken from 10 foot away. You hear me? Shove that son bitch up my nose and say, hey, you got curved. I know my nose is curved because you done shoved a damn tree up it and tried to tell me, well, can you breathe? Well, what you checking me for? You checking to see if I got any brains? Well, hell, I could have told you I got brains. You don't stick shit up your nose. I learned that in kindergarten. It dumbass. That's one of my alter egos, Clyde. Clyde's got an opinion there. Yeah. Anyway, Clyde, oh that Clyde, you have never made it. He said, "Man, will make you never wish you died. If you think that you've got trouble, and your trouble starts to double, you can bet your double bubble gum that's Clyde." You ever have a sunburned back and a fella comes up and gives you what? Well, don't look over your shoulder, Jack. That's Clyde. Oh, that Clyde. He's a federal that'll make you wish you died. If you think that you've got trouble, and the trouble starts to double, you can bet your double bubble gum. That's Clyde. Bill, correct. Ruined my joke. Well, in looking at all this stuff, like today, and for those of you who've been around me the last, 6 or 8 months with my birthday and all, and meeting my brothers and sisters and everybody and everything. Um, the idea of, well, the end is near. Well, every, everything can kill you these days. And it's like some things may be quicker than others. So, at quote my age, here I go again, 69 and an 8. Okay. Um, that I do want to be around a little while longer, and at elder older ages, folks have a tendency to fall apart. But here's the weird thing: there are people falling apart at half my age, So whatever I've done up to this point, one could say knock on wood, but I have tried to take care of myself. Quit drinking, quit be, there. I had gained way too much weight. Down to about 165 poundish. I'm comfortable with my weight. I went up to the top of the driveway twice to take garbage up. Very proud of that too. And then both times ran down across the grass to, my normal little run across the grass thing. Not real fast, but I did run. But and every time I go up the hill, I try to make sure that I run back down it, or do little, now, especially now that it's cool outside. I really want to get back to. I never was a long distance runner, especially after my knee accident. But little spurt jumps here and there, little sprints, like, yeah, I used to love it. When I had trails back in the back, I would run for, you know, in 30, in a minute. Back in the day when I was running track, I could run a quarter mile easy in under a minute. 54 seconds was my best time, but I was running consistent 55 and 56 seconds in a quarter mile. And you go, well, that, just running, that's pretty damn good, especially for a white boy. But So being able to trot, and just take short runs and having paths through the wood, man, I used to do that all the time. But everything's overgrown. A lot of things have changed. A lot of trees down. A lot of work just to get a place to be able to run in the woods. You know what I mean? Let alone be able to. So, but I got a lot of projects that I'm working on, and it's all good. So wintertime, sleet or snow, that might be the time when I go down in the woods and go cut me a path to the river, because it'll be too damn cold to want to be in the house. And I'm cutting firewood, probably the best thing. So I got several trees around here I'm gonna cut down, and I've been lucky so far. So, but with time coming up at almost 1 o'clock, yep, I want to say, you all are wonderful people. Whatever befalls us in the future. Now, here's the thing: if we know we're living next to a toxic dump, maybe we should move, at whatever cost, because living near a toxic dump might be hazardous to our health. So, because I had relatives that lived next to the gravel pit there in Dayton, and they literally later on turned it into a toxic waste dump. And one of my aunts got cancer from being there with the toxic waste, and my cousin got it, and some of the neighbors in that neighborhood where the old Null house was on. I can't remember the name of the road they lived on, but anyway, I can remember as a kid going down and playing in the gravel pit there in Dayton. So um, this idea, though, that literally if you're living next to a gravel pit that turns into a toxic waste dump, it's time for you to move. Well, I don't know, but you can't sell the house. Doesn't matter. It's toxic. It's bad for you. Time to get out. So, and depending on what your life is, depending on where you may be, or where your friends or family or whatever may be living, they may be living near a toxic dump. All you can do is give them information. Can you make them do it? No. Information, tell the truth. Let's see how the radiation's doing in your neck of the woods today. And let's make it more obvious to people. If we brought the awareness out to the general public, because we talked about it all the time, those of us on YouTube and other channels talked about UV radiation levels and everything. And now every single weather station has a UV monitors. Tallahassee, all the ones around here, it's got it on their website what the UV is for the day. It didn't used to be that way. We start talking about other things commonly amongst us, and it gets out there, then other folks will pick it up naturally. So, especially if it's relevant. So, I think Beaver, the doer, the story of the pond, which beavers always have a beaver pond, and usually there are otters nearby. A lot of times, um, the idea that we build a dam for the protection of the information, it's the pond that we create for people to come and share the information, for regardless of the clan, regardless of the critter, that all entities, all creatures, all pathways are equal. They're not all the same. That's good. So, a 4 minute mile is awesome. Yeah, I could not do the mile. I was not a mile runner. Half mile, okay. But quarter mile, I was a sprinter. Now it's a it's a quarter mile to the river, but by when you go down through the trails and everything, it seems like a half mile. But when I had the trails opened up, it was a nice jog through the woods. There were a couple of stumps and things you had to know where not to, jump over this little stump because there's a tree there. The stump ain't going the root. I mean, it ain't going nowhere. You're just going certain places along the trail, like on a mountain trail. It's a mountain trail for God's sakes. You're running up a mountain. Well, there's rocks and things and stuff. It's a mountain trail. Well, anytime you run through the woods, it's a trail through the woods, So of course there are roots and things and stuff. But anyway, it was really nice to be able to run down to the river in like a minute, and do whatever and go. Well, I'm going down because we used to have fires and folks would go down and camp on the river over the weekends and stuff. Haven't had anybody go down and camp for a long time. But we used to have folks that would come down and go down to the campsite down there and sit around. There'd be 10 or 12 of us around a fire, whatever, And uh, so to be able to get down there and back in under 5 minutes was like good time, and it was easy to do. So, and it was fun, daytime or nighttime, Hey, I'm going back to the house. Okay, need anything, and had a couple of little, pulled behind carts. So if we needed something, we'd load up the cart and pull it back to the house or down to the river with whatever we needed. So, a wagon, which reminds me, there's a wagon I need to save. Yeah, I need to save that wagon. So, but anyway, my dear friends, I love you. It's been almost 4 hours, and it's 10 what? Oh, it's 101. Which moon's out of here? I carry an oil can, and I'm just a wink from 50 years old. Oil can? I missed something. I just painted my Tom Tom stick. Yeah, Barry, it'll get trippy if you get skin cancer. Simply try a drop of green tea. Well, Clay, I'm not going to be here much longer because I got stoned and tired and I got some tomorrow's Tuesday's trash day for here, and I have made a promise that by um something else about skin skin cancer or possible like that. Here's something: make a paste with a little bit of honey and baking soda. There's also what some of the old timers would do, would put some real honest to God blackstrap molasses, just like a couple of drops. Now we're just talking about if you got a spot on your arm and you're just making up a little something, you just take the back of a spoon, a teaspoon, and put a little bit of honey on it, and sprinkle it with some baking soda and a drop of you could mix it up in a teaspoon or yeah, teaspoon or tablespoon would be a little easier, but uh, the back of a teaspoon. So a dab of honey, some baking soda, and a drop of molasses, and you just smear it around on the back of that spoon, and then rub it on the affected area. There's something about there's certain vitamins in the blackstrap molasses. The honey is a good healer, period. And because that most cancers need uh, an acid environment, if you mix baking soda in with the honey, it will change the pH of your skin. And the honey is a healer, and the baking soda is a higher pH, and will change the affected area. So it's very simple. Or is usually Tuesday as well. But since we are coming up on another one, ain't it? Well, okay, I'll stick with you till the 20, and then it'll make it an honest 4 hours. So, yep, alkaline. Oh, funny story. So my neighbors, wonderful people, right? Give me this deer hide, and so it's been in the refrigerator for a couple of days because I was looking for a tub to put the the deer hide in, right? So I'm looking around, and the tub that I thought I had, I can't find. It's probably down here with a bunch of wandering Jew covering it up. Now that I think about it, yeah, I think I know. Anyway, but to the point. So I found a plastic garbage can that's out in the shed I had forgotten about, but in trying to clean up the shed, I went, "Ooh, where'd this come from?" I, you know, well, it holds water, so I filled it full of water, and I took ashes out of my stove and put it in the water, and put the hide in there, right? So, but in the hide, they put the brain in a small Ziploc plastic bag, and I had it, and well, while I was dealing with the hide, the cat's got the plastic bag with the brains. So it's like, son of a biscuit eater. So I wanted to do a little bit of brain tanning. Um, and there was um, plenty of brain there to tan the whole hide if I wanted to. But I just wanted to do a section of it. So, but anyway, the cat's got the dead gum plastic bag with the brains, and it skipped off with it. I wondered what they was eating, and I was like, "You sons of bitches!" Before I could get to it because I had put the deer skin in anyway. So the cat's got a really good meal. Wonder if it made him any smarter. Igor, what kind of brain did you get? Master, it was Abby's brain. Abby's brain? Who do you mean? Abby Normal's brain. What? Abby Normal's brain? Yeah. Igor, you fool. Yes, master. Yes, Bob, we haven't said thank you for a while or offered you coffee. How rude of us, or me anyway, as a host. For those of you, I'm just going through this little Igor state here. One of my favorite movies um, was Young Frankenstein, with Marty Feldman, and that he was Igor. So, uh, I'm sorry, I was just having flashbacks of what hump, you know. I can fix that hump for you. What hump, master? What? you know, Poor Marty being, cross-eyed. But And oh, I can't remember the girl's name who played the, roll and see hey. She had something. I think she had a stroke or something, and was in a wheelchair. I thought she was a fine comedian, and wondered, what had happened to her, and had read something. This has been several years ago, but she was a favorite actress of mine, and wondered kind of what had happened to her. And something I think was like a brain injury or something, but it affected her speech. Or and But anyway, um, Bama get to banjo. Yeah, I was listening to some blues music today, a little bit of harmonica, and I wanted to get my harmonica out. And but Duggar's been he every time I pull the damn thing out and play it too, he goes to howling. And he looks at me with and it would be funny, except he looks at me like, don't you know that hurts my ears? you know. But and then I get to giggling and I can't play because I'm giggling, and he'll do, oh goodness gracious me! I'm not going to torture him. If I thought he was having a good time, I'd keep playing. I'd be, come on, play it. But he looks at me like, oh please Jesus, don't you do that to me again. So I feel helpless, helpless, helpless about the situation. you know. Oh, goofy me. It's almost 1:20. Yep, that's right. 1:10. Okay. But I got my other guitar that I still haven't put my strings on. Been focused on other things to put the strings on my other guitar. But I got my mandolin also that I need to retune, and get it out. And something that just as a conversation in passing with the mandolin, I it's a obvious. Well, I say obviously, it's an 8 string um, mandolin, and most of them are. If it's 4 strings, it would kind of sort of be a ukulele then. Okay, and that double string absolutely has that unique sound. But as far as playing it, I seriously am seriously thinking about taking one of the strings off and just playing 4 strings. And I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the Smoky Mountain Boys or somebody that played a lot of mandolin back in the day, and they only played 4 strings because some of them couldn't afford 8 strings, literally. But that they got so used to playing it with just a 4 string mandolin, quote, banjo, that when the 8 string mandolin came out, that I want to say is sort of more of a European style, you know, versus an American style. Um, and nothing wrong with it, but that it's much easier to play for me, and it sounded in a lot of ways a lot nicer, a lot cleaner. Because if them 2 strings ain't tuned just right, it'll kind of, I don't know, it'll sound off. But so I want to get my mandolin back out and play with it. Um, and here's the interesting thing: when I pick up the mandolin, I want to play Celtic songs. I mean, it's just like, I want to go to Scotland or Ireland or someplace. I want to go over there somewhere and play mandolin with with one of me buddies from an old pub over there. We sit around and play the pipe and a little bit of pull out the old mandolin there, Blardy. I want to sit around and smoke one and drink a brew for all of you. Oh, it's a 12-12. Woo. But anyway, so trying to get back into the music thing, for myself. But with all the other little things I've been doing and cleaning up and throwing stuff away, I just, and the guitar sitting down here in the corner. Uh, my excuse is I need to finish cleaning out the corner before I put the other strings on the guitar. Lousy excuse. Um, I think my biggest excuse is honestly, my fingers are so out of shape. I have no calluses, and to get the calluses back, it hurts, honestly. So it's like, and I'm scared to like, well, but it's gonna hurt my fingers. Well, yeah, if you would play more and get your calluses back, it wouldn't hurt at all. But so those folks who, play a little bit of guitar and lose your calluses, I have let my calluses go and I need to get them back. So, but here's a Mountain Dew for you. Not that it's a commercial. That's for Bob because I ran out of coffee in my cup. Um, damn sure going to make me rethink whether or not I drink any more water out of my container out there that might be radioactive. But since it's been disconnected from any recent water coming from the sky, um, is it any wonder who got um mm, too much time on my hands and what it's making me quit? Anyway, too much time on my hands, too much time on my hands, too much. Anyway, sorry, going off into music thing. But trying to get the music going back, and I don't want to lose it. So having a deer skin that I'm soaking, Barry, we need to have a chit chat, and it's 1:15, I think. We got 5 minutes. There you go, Chloe. There it popped up. 5 minutes. I will wait before I smoke this cigarette, which I've been doing really well, by the way, too. So, and the only reason I bring this kind of stuff up is that, you know, for folks who can't give stuff up, for folks who, have no, um, I've talked about relatives and friends and things that have passed, and there's some are still here that, just refuse to take any kind of control over their situation. And I can't remember, somebody made a nice remark and a comment about when I said use both hands, the video I did. And it's so simple. Um, but when you allow yourself to do it and you can take control of it, and some people just might think this is so silly, but when you can make the decision, left hand, right hand, it's like left hand Clyde or right hand Clyde, right turn Clyde, remember, uh, uh, any which way you can, any which way but loose, every which way but loose, no control of mind, no strong will. Yeah, but like I just picked that one up and go, nah, I'll wait till later. You know, instead of lighting it and putting it out and then relighting it, nah, just So, strong willed. There are very times when I get very weak willed and smoke two in a row, damn near. Earlier when I was watching that video, I got so damn nervous about the understanding the complexity of the radiation and all the warnings that Dr. Richard Allen Miller made all them years ago about the radiation in the soil and what it was going to do to us, and we needed to, and now here it is happening. And so, like I said, to wrap up the the original title for this. I don't know if it's from underground dumps. I don't know. I really don't. It's coincidentally interesting that it corresponds with places on the map that says where the dumbs and tunnels were. That's, you know, okay. But besides that, whatever the cause, it's there and we should be aware. And I think awareness is what keeps us alive. My awareness of knowing, to look before you step down and make sure there's not a moccasin or a rattlesnake in the woods when you're walking down a trail. There's certain protocol that you do, that keeps you alive. Take a walking stick when you're in really, dangerous situations. And be careful. Don't run and jump around and jump off of rocks and limbs and logs and shit. No, you'll kill yourself. I know because I've had things happen to me. That's part of one of the reasons why my back and neck are so bad. So we got 1 minute. So to all y'all out there, I say keep up the good work. For whatever it is you're doing in the universe, just keep on smiling. Keep doing what you're doing, you know. Is it anything special? Does it have to be? Can it just be a normal day and you go, "Hi Joe, how you doing? What you know?" You know, are my neighbor's down from Kokomo. You know, Joe from Kokomo. Come on, let's all do the, never mind. Ho ho, come on, Joe. Let's go smoke, don't you know? It's 420. Just for you. Let's all smoke this pipe and be one in view. It's 420 somewhere. Fire in the hole. Yep. Last one for me for now, anyway. Um, I got things I got to go take care of after 4 hours of being here with y'all. 1:20 a.m. here, Eastern Standard Time, in Southwest Georgia. It's Hawkeye Two Feathers, aka David Null, being with you and saying thank you all for being who you are. And as the card said tonight, share with humanity and share with compassion. And I see y'all chatting with one another, and I say, you all do act with compassion. And I'm so lucky to know each and every one of you because how you act with each other and the interaction with each other shows the compassion of you people. And I'm just so blessed that you that I, I'm so glad for you to know me, as the old Cajun said. I'm for so glad for you to see me, uh, and I for me to see you too. But I'm so glad for you to see me, and man, share that nonsense with me. We'll have some jambalaya. I think I made somebody mad one night. Was talking about jambalaya or something, and etouffee or something. Anyway, and later on, I realized that I was just stoned and I missed it, and I was thinking of a different recipe of something else, and but I couldn't get back online and talk about it. But I was like, whoever it was, I probably they seemed ticked off, like we know what you talking about. And I was like, okay, but this is the way it was done, and this is how I saw it cooked, and well, that ain't what we, okay, I do not want to get into a Cajun cooking contest. No, 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 no. Just know that the way I cook certain things, made some Cajuns pretty damn happy, you know, and made the rest of us happy too. But may not be, may not be the same as Otibido done, done when they done in that other parish down there. His mama done made things different than my mama, and somehow that is the way it was, uh, you know, your mama fried chicken ain't the same as my mama's fried chicken. They both good, but they ain't both the same. You know what I mean? So there's fried chicken, then there's mama's fried chicken, and then there's your mama's fried chicken. And I like them all. And for those of you who have hung out with me this long, I'm speaking in comic tongues. I can hear Robin Williams in the back of my head. There are times when I can hear George Carlin, and if you can't hear, if you've been listening to my nonsense, you know, you might say, I kind of see, some of these people, entities kind of coming out through you. And it's not like I'm trying to channel them, but there are times when there's all this stuff out there in the universe that when I get done, it's sort of like when I used to do certain puppet routines, and folks that, my good friend Serge, he'd look at me and he'd go, "That line there, that line about such and such," and I'd look at him and go, "I don't know what you're talking about." And he'd look at me and he goes, "Dave, when I would go into the character of the monkey or whatever the puppet was that I was doing, they would talk and do so much that it I was not I was watching the whole thing, but not necessarily listening because I was acting and doing and orchestrating the puppet and everything." Similar to Jeff Dunham, but not quite, different. I use rods. Of course, he uses rods too, but anyway, um, but similar. um, Before I knew who Jeff Dunham was, okay, I was doing karaoke in bars and stuff. But anyway, so people later on was like, "Well, you just like Jeff Dunham." I'm going, "Yeah, Jeff's a great guy. I love his humor, and if at any time I would love to get some of my puppets and characters and sit around and do stuff. I would love to hang out with him. Maybe I should email him and go, 'Hey, look, dude, I'm a puppeteer too. Maybe we could collaborate. I'm retired, ain't got nothing to do, and maybe we could collaborate. I got all these puppets and nothing to do with them. Maybe we could collaborate.' That's not that's really not such a bad idea, actually. Huh. Hmm. That ain't such a bad idea. Goodbye, Puff. Yep. Son of a gun, we're having fun in the bio. Oh, jambalaya, crawfish by and be gay-o. Son of a gun, we're having fun on the bio. Oh, crawfish pie, and be gay-o. Son of a gun, we're having fun on the bio. Oh, Chloe, what about, collaborating something with Jeff Dunham? Yeah, because I really, you know, I feel there's a lot of stuff I need to do between now and then, but it may be something because I have um, directed, acted, created so many things over the years with the puppets and in local theaters. I mean, I used to travel to Tennessee and places. So it's like, so what's so far fetched about collaborating some weird thing? Maybe I record something and send it to him and say, "Hey, introduction. I'm a marionette puppeteer. Love your work. Blah blah blah. I'm an old man with nothing to do. Here's some shit I'm doing. You think we could do anything together, just for the fuck of it? What have I got to lose, right? He's already famous, and I don't give a shit. It would just be for the fun of it. For the pure damn ass fun of it. So why not? You know, um, that would give me, not that I necessarily need a kick in the ass, but maybe maybe an incentive. Like, you know, years ago I would have thought, well, Dave, that what I just mentioned about Jeff Dunham would it be, well, that's just outrageous. That's too, that you couldn't do that. Well, wait a minute. There are people who are contacting people all the time doing stuff and collaborating and doing things. And it's, well, why not? So not that I necessarily want to try to best him or do. No, I think in watching his shows and watching his work, it would just be a blast to work with this guy. And so I'm like, why not? You know, I'm old. I can be a crotchety old character. Hey, put me on. Live with you. I could be like like oh, who was it? Way back in the day, Charlie McCarthy. Uh, oh my goodness gracious. Because he was on radio most of the time, and he Walter Winchell was not a ventriloquist. His lips moved, you know, and so mine would kind of sort of move because I'm not a ventriloquist. I was a marionette puppeteer, so it didn't matter whether anybody saw my lips move, right? So, but the idea though, but to mix the two of them together would be like compete with him. I would fake it so that he would look like the cool dude. You know, they would be laughing at me not being able to be as good as him as a ventriloquist, and in that it would be fucking hilarious. Excuse my French. You know, I could just see, you know, never met the guy, but I can see from the twinkle in his eyes sometimes he'd be really fun to sit down with, and collaborate something. And all because I've worked with some really fun people in theater in many different plays over the years. And there's the twinkle in his eye that would be like, it'd be fun to work with you. I don't know where you live or what you do, but it sure would be fun. I heard something. You tinkling the whole time? I'm great at control. However, I'm not a funny person or a puppeteer. What'd you hear, Bear? Re? No, but I mean, um, I'm not saying in the next month or so I'm going to call him up or whatever, but I've got these puppets I really need to get out of the trailer up there. I really need to get out and air out and do, and I have promised them, I've promised myself, I've kind of sort of promised y'all, and I haven't done it. But I have been busy with other stuff. It's not like I've been lazy. I look around and go, man, I mowed the yard all out in there and up the field, down in there, and I cut all these trees out, and I got all this other stuff done. I got the chainsaw out, both of them, and I weed eated and cut trees and cut limbs and cut firewood. I haven't. It's not like I haven't been doing anything, but not those kinds of things that would relate directly to be puppetry or something like that, right? So I got other stuff I just have to do, but it is on my list because I know I got to get them in better atmospheric conditions so the puppets don't rot and things and stuff like that. So I have to be better at that. But anyway, which would stimulate me to go and do other things. So anyway, it'll all work out. It's all I'm working in that direction right now, finishing the um, greenhouses because I have all the materials and everything, and it's time and especially with radiations and things, it'd be really good to see about. Here's the thing, though. How would I know if okay, for example, I can't grow certain vegetables and things with the dirt from my house. It's but there's nothing the there are lots of things that grow here, but certain vegetables and things won't. So if I get potting soil, for example, I'm importing dirt from someplace else. Well, what if their dirt ain't any better than mine? You know what I'm saying? So I take the risk of importing dirt from somebody else's place. You know, that dirt's laying out in the open someplace, right? So if I could be importing really highly charged, radioactive dirt. How do I really know, right? So I've been opting to use my own dirt, but my own dirt ain't really been working. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting test. Why these tomato trees are growing outside, right outside, like what? Um, I don't know, but they're looking good. So some things are trying to grow, and without any provocation, I got tomato plants. So you know what I mean? The Somehow the ground's good. And it's really odd. The things I would like going to plant, want to grow. Now I got 4 tomato plants that don't know where they came from, and they're doing just fine. Okay, so now what do I do? I'm afraid to move them into a pot because I would, maybe disrupt the dirt. But anyway, I love you. Want to smoke a cigarette? I want to go look outside and see what temperature it is. So have a great week, my dear friends. And keep an eye on this radiation thing. I think it's something that we as human beings, especially in the US, regardless of dumb bases or the reasons, that they should start listing radiation levels in more areas of the country because we don't know why. We don't want to put blame on anybody. I think we should just discuss it openly and put it out there very simply. Why are these radiation levels like this? Where's it coming from? We don't want any blame. We don't want to scare people. That's not it. But we would like to know, these levels seem a little high, don't they? Well, is it like that really all over here? Can we why don't we set up a few more of these monitors in a few other areas? More like back in the day, there were very few earthquake monitors. Now you can sponsor an earthquake monitor yourself if you're willing to set it up and pay for it and hook it up. Sure, they'll hook you up. So why not? If we all start paying attention and telling one another, well, how you feeling today? I don't know. So what's the radiation level there where you're at? And what's the UV? Wow, so maybe some of us really should be wearing mylar suits to honestly protect us. If they're asking us to wear ponchos, then why not a simple mylar something that you could wear, or a jacket or a something, Okay, so that would protect you. And it may look a little clumsy or whatever, but you would know that you would be at least partially protected from bad stuff. At least you would have the option versus nothing at all. Then you can rather look what types of soil are. Oh, I know this, Chloe. I've been um, uh, organic gardening for 40 years. Okay, so but the idea that the soil is contaminated in a lot of places. So whoever's making the soil that they put in bags is my point. Wonder what it's like, right? You know. Yep. Heat Miser. I'm Mr. 101. I've been hearing Delta Blues in my head lately. You know, I've got some CDs with old timey blues, and I think one night I'm going to put it on because this music is so old, it's not copyright protected. And it would be something that, was, if it was copyrighted, would be copyrighted 100 years ago. And I'd like some of it I got on tape, on cassette tape. And so I can play it on the stereo and see how the mic picks it up. Because, man, I got a good stereo here in the house. I got really nice acoustics in my house. So, um, um, play some music and not necessarily talk, but just, have some blues, some shown up old blues. And a Bessie or Billy, I can't remember this black woman's name that sang, them Chicago blues and stuff. Man, holy mackerel! Just want to just make St. Louis blues, And if you don't know the song St. Louis blues, yeah, I think I need to find some of my CDs and tapes and get them ready one night, and we just play some. I'll just play some music in the house, and I'll adjust whatever microphone levels or whatever to make sure y'all can hear it decently. And y'all, if it needs to be louder, you just let me know because I if I turn my stereo up halfway, it'll knock your brains out. If I was to try to put it up three quarters, folks could hear it from a mile away up and down this river. Let me tell you, you're hearing 38 special. Baby, when I think about you, I think about love, love, darling. Da 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 dum bum. I think about love. Oh, oh, do 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 do. Anyway, I feel like making love. No, that's Bad Company, isn't it? 38 Special. I was trying to think of a song about 38 Special. Anyway, I might have to put the dog out one night and just get my harp. Because here in the stairwell right here behind my head is it's got some good acoustics, and and the heater's right over there too. So as it gets cold, I'm facing the wrong way in this chair. I need to be facing the other direction, but the TV's over there, you know. So I've been seriously thinking about, moving the TV from way over yonder to over this way this winter. And so it's a little bit more contained over here. But anyway, we'll see. Um, Yeah, that would be different. But anyway, so I'm smoking my cigarette now, 4:28 in the morning. Well, I mean, I've been on here for 4 hours and 28 minutes. I love you guys, I do. So give me a song by 38 Special, Dave. I can't think of one at the moment. I got a lot of old music on cassette because that was before CDs were stable in a vehicle. They just would not play. And uh, had a lot of 8 track, but I've been a cassette fan for a long time. I've got Jethro Tull, I've got Beatles, I got, man, I blues music, all kinds of stuff. So, and I've got some digital stuff too that I've recorded over the years too. But anyway, so good morning, my friends. Until next time, thank you, Barry and Michelle, and anybody that's still awake. Um, so, Chloe, thank you much. Keep dancing, Project. You stay well. David Castle, you too. Yep. And as old as I am at 68 and an eighth, Susie Q, hold on, Lucy, don't let go. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. There are some of them 38 specials. See, I used to be a DJ back in the rock and roll days. And there were so many songs that were played. It's like the James Gang rides again, and but I can't tell you a song. But then there was Deep Purple. Then there was there were all these groups. And there was so much music. But now if I put on a tape or an album, and I would go, oh yeah, and I would remember what the next song is on the tape, and I go, yeah, like the Moody Blues. Oh my God, how many? Raise your hand if you like the Moody Blues. I mean, seriously, if you've ever shown up, done some tripping, you've got to do it with some Moody Blues. Raise your hand. Come on now. Whoever's left in here, raise your hand. And if you've never done a Moody Blues trip, then you're missing out. Okay. No. Oh, come on to that song with flowers. Oh, Project Skyfalls. You really ought to try it. Honest to goodness. Yeah, their Moody Blues did several. It. You put on the headphones or put on the stereo and don't be doing anything else, just listen to the music, get a good buzz or whatever, or just light a candle or whatever, and just and let them take you on a trip, because some of them is is some really good really good mind tripping, wander out there in space kind of thing. You love the Moody Blues? Yeah. Reminds you of Brian. Yeah, and he was a deadhead, so um yeah, we still love our brother Brian. Yeah. I'm listening to the Moody Blues and somewhere in the back of my head right here, and it's really playing really soft, and I'm like, now I really want to yeah, and their earlier stuff was interesting, but they did like 4 or 5 albums, kind of sort of in a row. Um, you know, but each one of them will take you on a mind trip, and very interesting. Yeah, do 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 do. Yeah, and the harmonies. Yeah, and I used to have the early Ummagumma by Pink Floyd. And raise your hand if you've ever, Ummagumma, Pink Floyd. And careful with that accent, Eugene. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like I'm listening to that back in 69 when it first, or 70 when it first came out. It was like, oh my God, uh, yeah. And I remember when Pink Floyd came out with The Dark Side of the Moon, uh, and at the University of South Florida, there we were just off of Fletcher Avenue in a an old neighborhood. I don't even know if it's there anymore, but and the radio station there at University of South Florida played hippie music in the evenings, and this was a late night, so we all were at the disc jockey's house, and he was at the station playing the Moody. I'm sorry. Uh, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. So we all did a hit of acid about 30 minutes before the radio program started. And we were at his house. At his house was a reel to reel set that recorded the whole program. So when he got home from the radio station after playing both sides of that album for the first time ever, he got home and rewound the reel to reel and replayed it back. That was one trippy night. I just gotta tell you. But man, Dark Side of the Moon, holy mackerel. And we were doing like purple microdot or something. There was like 20 of us there at his house in an old hippie section up there. Anyway, back in the day, like 1971 or something, or maybe 72. But I mean, it was the first time it was played down here in the South. Was on WUS, University of South, yeah, WUSF. And it didn't go very far, but we were only like a mile from the radio station where his apartment was, so we were kind of close. But anyway, when I was at working at WWGS in Tipton, they let me do a radio program on Saturday evenings, and we got albums and stuff in all the time. And I was one of the first people to play Jackson Brown's "Running on Empty" album on the album of the week we had there on WWGS. And that was, I was like really proud of that one, like, wow, cool, man. We picked a good one there. And then Jackson Brown started doing "Running on Empty, running wild." Anyway, fill your days and your nights. 9 hours of music without changing albums. Yeah, there you go. Well, no, but The Dark Side of the Moon was just one album, but he played both sides. But when he got home, he just rewound it, and we were all like tripping really good. So it was like, wow, man, that was like really cool. And he comes home, and all of a sudden, he rewinds it and turns the lights out and hits the play button, and it all happens all over again. And we were all like, whoa, dude, what just happened? So we heard it the first time, and then we heard it the second time, the first time, the second time. Oh my God, it was so trippy. It still has affected me after all these years. You know what I mean? It was a strange night. 20 people in a house just laying all around going, whoa, dude. And the music like was real. That reel to reel was an Akai. And he had a really good sound system because he was the engineer at WUSF over there at the university, there in Tampa. So, but anyway, it was good times were had by all. Did you get my cosmic squeeze? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to see about doing a music night. I'd like to do an old blues night. Sure enough, I got some CDs and I've got some tape somewhere, and the sound system here in the house is really good. So might do a trial run, and so there should not be any copyright infringement. Is my point about this, and just play some old sure enough blues music just for the hell of it. So, but y'all be good, okay? And I'm glad, that y'all could smile this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you may be, and keep smiling. Radiation and all, we'll just all glow in the dark. What the hell, right? But I'm, consider what I've discussed with you all about just spreading just a common discussion without panic. Hey, I found this website, it's the EPA, and it shows, radiation levels. And did you know they were doing this? And, blah, 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 blah. And no, well, and then other people show other people. And that's what we just need to do. We just need to bring the awareness out, I think, on this, and of course, I'm going to be keeping an eye on it without being, um, I don't want to be panicked about this. And at first, I will be honest with you, I went, holy shit. Because one of the things that I tried to do when I picked this area of Georgia to live was um, because living there in Tampa with Crystal River just north of you and all that radiation, which the last I checked today was having a hot zone. So it's like, holy crap. And them folks down there around Crystal River, they're getting fried on a regular basis. Them two big nuclear plants down there. Um, so, or maybe it's three. I remember two towers, but anyway. But the idea, though, that up in Tallahassee and up in this other area, there's not those kinds of nuclear power plants. Now, over in Jacksonville, yeah. Over around Mobile, yeah. We got a nuclear plant that's 90 miles west of me, but not the size that these other plants are. And they can all be seen on these different websites. And every time I was monitoring it, um, it was amazing how many times they have to vent whatever it is to the atmosphere, and there'll be a little wherever the nuclear plant is, um, on this one website. But just do a quick Google, or DuckDuckGo as I use, and there's a map and a chart of active nuclear power plants and how much radiation they're giving off, and blah blah blah, and what their conditions are, and that kind of thing. And so, in monitoring these just casually, it's unbelievable how many times these power plants will vent nuclear whatever steam into the atmosphere. And that radiation is going downwind somewhere. Well, I'm downwind of this one over here near Blakely. Damn it. I didn't, when I moved up here, I was like, good. There's one in Jacksonville, there's one up there, there's one over there, and blah, I'm safe. And then, damn it, if they don't build a plant right over there on the Alabama line, right? So, missed that one. But this other radiation that's showing up in these other areas, though, there's no nuclear plant nearby. So, is it the underground bases? I don't know. I'm going to leave that one up in the air, but it's interesting that why has Tallahassee got such a high dose? There's nothing around Tallahassee. I live around here. Why would our radiation level be like where some of these other, what's going on in Tallahassee? Wait a minute. I can understand like Mobile Bay and Mobile over there being a little higher, whatever, just, shipbuilding and stuff. And, but Tallahassee, the nearest other nuclear plant is over near Jacksonville, right? Crystal River, south of there. They've got hydropower plants near Tallahassee, but I don't know of any nuclear plants nearby in Tallahassee other than the one over in Alabama. So, where's the radiation come from? I don't know. Could be a reason for some people feeling weird, though. We're all going to be wearing plastic bags soon. Think about that. It's almost 2 o'clock. Beauty and the Beast songs. She came in through the bathroom window, protected by a silver spoon, by the banks of her own lagoon. Is it anybody wonder? Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice from the church where the wedding has been. Nobody seen all the lovely people. Where do they all belong? All the lovely people. Where do they all belong? Ah, look at all the lovely people. Do 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 do. Eleanor Rigby died in the church and was buried along with her name. Nobody came. Donning his socks in the night when there's nobody there. What does he care? All the lonely people. Anyway, enjoy. My little Alice is mine. You know, and thinking back about like my musical listening career, I bought at a a Catholic church, get this, a Catholic church white elephant sale, which is what they did to raise money, and people would just donate objects, right? And they would have these white elephant sales. Well, I picked up this um um I think it was a double album. I think it unfolded or something. Or maybe I'm wrong about that part, but I picked up Jefferson Airplane. One pill makes you strong, yeah, and the other makes you small. And the one that mother gives you doesn't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. And if you go chasing rabbits, and I was listening to that in 1969 on a little Victrola in my bedroom, going, what the hell is this? I did not know what to make of it. You hear me? I kept that album and later on played it about a year and a half later after the first time I smoked weed and the first time I'd done a hit acid. I was like, oh my God. And everybody was talking about Jefferson Airplane. And it was like, I knew I was playing these songs on my, the little shirt up Victrola little, you lifted up the lid and the album stuck over the side and you put the arm on it, which if you touch it just right would make the speaker go bzzz, you know what I mean? Or it would electrocute you if you didn't plug it in the right way in the wall, which we did not know about back then. But barefoot kids, that just come out of the, and taking a shower and touching the arm of that thing, bzzz, Yep, I remember them days, but listening to Jefferson Airplane, the real honest to God, not Jefferson Starship but the sure enough, I had an original album of Jefferson Airplane. So my brain was off on a tangent, I think, long before other people's did, long before I took acid or anything or whatever. My I was listening to Jethro Tull. I was listening to um, Frank Zappa. Brown shoes don't make it. Quit school. White fakey. TV dinner by the pool. It's another peanut butter. It's a royal plastic robot for a world that doesn't care. Da 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 da. Da. Yeah, pink, Mothers of Invention and Frank Zappa. I was listening to them and people were like, "Man, Dave, you're weird." Yeah, okay. I was listening to rock and roll, but at the same time, I'm listening to like this really weird, strange stuff. for me, I mean, back in the day, um, for me to be listening to Pink Floyd, Gumma, and if you've never listened to the album, it's like, that was the first one before they did um, um, Dark Side of the Moon. But the acoustics, the drum set that they did through that, the musical wizardry that they put together, kind of, it's like ELO, Electric Light Orchestra. They put together some really interesting, uh, you know, um, music and harmonies. You know, having been with other people and sang in choruses and on stage and just for the hell of it, I very rarely ever got paid, but always had a good time. But to, sing in harmony with other people, and it really connects and it just hits those sweet notes and the hair tingles on the back of your neck and the back of your arm and you just tingle all over and you hit it right. Man, there's nothing like it. So sometimes when I'm sitting here going off on a tune, I can hear us or somehow we were singing the song anyway. So yeah, I'm getting loony. I'm getting crazy in my old age, at 69 and an eighth. Whatever you're talking about, Chloe, to Skyfalls or to whomever, I used to cut myself down all the time. I used to, Dave, well, that was a stupid move. What kind of idiotic dumb fuck are you? And I'm talking to myself, right? Oh, damn it, Dave, you idiot. I used to curse myself all the time, literally. And somebody told me one day, they said, why are you cursing yourself? And I was like, what do you mean? Well, you putting yourself down and everything. And I was like, I do it out of fun. And they was like, well, it's really harming you. Is it really 15 more minutes? Oh man, I don't know if I can last that long. I replace words with, uh, yeah. So, that is self-destructive so bad. And there are times when my mind kind of wants to, I say, drift that way. Like, that, so instead of saying stupid or fucked up or moronic or whatever, go, well, that was silly. So I acknowledge that whatever that action was that I realized was could have been like really stupid, but no, we're going to leave it with the word silly. Okay. So I'm acknowledging to myself that I should pay more attention or, whatever it is, but that that we you know simply changing words, simple words, changes the outcome of how we feel. It changes our energy field. It changes how the output of our energy, which means that other people are feeling that energy or not. Sometimes the vibration just isn't there, and you're like, I've seen some people who try too hard to get their energy across. You may have met a person or two, like that. Like, you just gotta understand, man, what I'm talking about. You know what I mean, man? I mean, it's like this, man. It's so intense, man. It's like this, man. Oh, okay. All right. You tone it down just a little bit, No, man, when it's like really bad, it's like, you gotta do this. Like, man, it's like, talking to God, man. It's like, okay, you know. So understanding this in um in the journey, I'll say, the journey on the red road for me, which includes my shamanic journey, you know. Now, and I've seen in the news, and some of you have mentioned it, and I've kind of talked about this before, where the word's coming up a lot more. And I have not been able to understand or describe it in any other terms for me, in that I'm still a shaman in training. I'm trying to learn to be not necessarily, I don't want to, I'm not a religious leader, or I'm not promoting any kind of religion, but I'm absolutely promoting spiritualism with everyone and all beings, that we can all be considered equal. We're different, but, um, we still have the opportunity that we should all be accepted. Now, to some people, that's new age mamby-pamby stuff, but in the reality of the universe, it is the truth. Without trying to, well, these people or these aliens or them folks or that stuff, or we're better than them or something like that. And it's like, nah, ain't none of us better than the other guy. Some of us are a little smarter. I mean, there are people I've met that could barely read or write, but could, spackle and paint a house and, make it look beautiful in a heartbeat. But, their reading and writing skills were very, very nominal, but do excellent work. Do windows and trim and stuff like that. And you come in, oh, my house is gorgeous. An artist has been in my home. He can barely write his name, but he's an artist. Now, is he stupid? Is he not intelligent? Have you ever painted trim? Have you ever painted windows and cut them in? Have you ever done like a professional job? I mean, I've done a lot of painting, but to my point though, this guy comes in, whips it out, and makes it look like $1 million. And you go, holy crap. But he can barely read and write. Is he stupid? Is he less of a person than the person he's painting for, who's paying him a decent salary and wage and everything for what he's doing? But the person who owns the house earns 10 times more money than the painter does, because whatever he does, or the owner of the house knows or does, or whatever he's transpired or saved or whatever it is, he's a whole lot richer than the painter. Okay. But does that make the painter any less than the man he painted the house for? And I would say no, because the person who's doing the painting is an artist. He loves his art. So if he's getting paid, if he feels he's getting paid what he's worth, then it doesn't matter, right? So, and he's a master at what he does. He's a master painter, or master, carpenter, master plumber. There are doctors who, when their toilet clogs up, they call the master plumber, right? Who knows how to dig in shit. So the doctor's going, nah, because I know some doctors like this that had plumbing issues, right? You would run a snake for them to help clean out a drain line. And, so to know about these things, understand about these things, and have done them myself, and have worked with rental properties and that kind of thing. So the idea though that does that make me stupid? Does that make a plumber stupid? Or because he digs in shit instead of a doctor who digs in people's innards, who's better? Who's worth more, Um, and as a plumber, if you've ever done plumbing correctly and by code, plumbing is an art in of itself, and how to run it and how to do it and how to not waste time and, same thing with electrical wiring. It's an art to doing really good electrical wiring, so there are things in this world we can become a master of. Now, emotionally and spiritually, what's that got to do with it? Well, we have to do our normal day to day stuff. Now, there are some people who, for whatever reason, have jobs or they have money or they don't have to worry. Now for me, I had to work all the damn time. I mean, all the damn time. I would get off of work and go to work someplace else for 4 hours every single day because I was not making enough money. And, back in the day when minimum wage was all that you could get down here in South Georgia, I always did better than minimum wage within 30 days of taking a job. Within 30 days, I became assistant manager of a hamburger joint because of all my carny work, all the work in the cookhouse and everything, and all my accumulated knowledge. So I went, when I was working at a hamburger stand thingy, sort of like a Hardee's, Happy Jacks or Big Jacks or something. I don't know, way back when. Um, I was really good and could tell a crowd and could, like we would do working in the cookhouse, you would survey the highway, you would see what the traffic was like, you'd see, and either add or subtract hamburgers or whatever you were doing or fries or, you could read the crowd. So, but anyway, that comes, those types of things. I've always really had to work hard. And then I'd come home and homestead this place and dig my own well, cut my own trees down. I used my own poles. I built my barns and sheds and everything, right here I tore down tobacco barns and old barns and houses and anything I could get my hands on. I've got lots of old brick that come from all over different areas down here in South Georgia, and from fireplaces and things. He can write simple things, but most part he comes in. Yeah, remember, teach my dad how to read. I've been typing since I was like 14 years old. I actually went to typing school for summer class at Chamberlain High School so that I knew that I was going to have to do typing. It was for extra credits or something back in high school. Also took driver's ed and learned how to parallel park. I love parallel parking. This idea that your car will do it for you, I think sucks. I love parallel parking, being able to gauge the corner and do the turn your wheels just right. There's a fucking art to it. And I think it's a shame that people just say, "Oh, my car does it all by itself." Oh, you slap you if that some bitch ever goes out, then you're going to be like, I don't know what to do. I'm just going to park here in the road. It, is it just me? Or are people just relying too much on stuff? Um, this truck that I might be getting, we're riding down and I'm like, one to roll the window down. And he goes, I'm sorry, that window doesn't work. That one does, and this one does, and that one back here does, but that one, the relay's out in the door. And I said, okay, electric doors will have that issue, especially on a 15-year-old vehicle or whatever. Okay, not a problem. But I'm thinking, but I got electrical issues with my vehicle at the moment and as it gets older, so I'm thinking, and there are some 90 different sensors or something within my vehicle or something. I don't, it may not be that many, but it's quite a few. They're all over the place. And mine's a 98 Mazda Ford Ranger. So at 22 years old or 24 years old vehicle, electrical connections and things go bad, right? So a vehicle that's got all these gadgets and goobers in it, if the electrical starts going out, you're in a world of do. Especially if you're seriously, honestly depending on that electronics to be 100% every single time as the vehicle gets older. And I just keep my fingers crossed and go, I hope some of these people will learn to drive. You know, there are some of these teens and stuff that are growing up that they have not had driving lessons like we have. Oh, look, I can take my hands off the wheel. When you did that when I was a teen, you crashed into a fucking tree. I'm sorry. Excuse my language, but it's like, no, 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 no. Things are different. A 57 Chevy was big and lunky. You had to have two hands on the wheel. You were lucky if it went straight down the highway. You know what I mean? T minus two. I hope I got some left. Yeah, I got some left. Yeah. I'm with you. Since we're already here and I'm still yapping about crazy shit. Yeah. I was talking with my friend the other day about racing and stuff and everything. And I said, we used to race through the orange groves down in Tampa and around Dade City and up in there and just St. Leo. Anywhere we could, there were lots of places where there were just huge orange groves. And we'd go running through the orange groves at night. Look, ma, no hands, no shit. you know, every vehicle I had it usually drifted a little to the left or a little to the right, and I learned how to do front end work way back in the day because I was always messing up the front end from my racing through the through the orange groves, but it was sand driving, man. I mean, you could haul ass and go around curves and slide in this white sand, back in the day. Holy crap, it was fun. We got 1 minute, it says for me. But so also we had done some things with big open fields that had just rained or light dew on the grass, and you could get it to go. We learned how to like do donuts, but get the car to slide just sideways across the grass, and you wouldn't even tear up the grass. I mean, you would just literally glide sideways. It was a very interesting technique, and under certain conditions, there were certain places that we knew we could go out in the field and just do a half donut and do a hard turn and hit the brakes just right, and the back end would swing around, and this thing your whole we had a 60, 63, 64 Rambler boxy type little some bitch was great. It was like a tank, for the amount of abuse and stuff that I did that poor little car. Oh my god. So in order to make our car look cool, I did was reading and popular mechanics. And so the cool thing back in the day was the back end was jacked up a little bit, right? It not so much now, but it I guess depends on the culture. But anyway, yeah, the grass slide, yeah, no shit, yeah. And in certain parking lots, if they had just paved them, certain parking lots were really slick versus coarser, texture, but you get a layer of water on it, and you could just turn it just right, and the car would slide. It would just hydroplane right across the grass. It was great, right? So, but so in my old Rambler, we reversed the shackle. So there was on the back end the shackle the hung down like this, but to it was reversed in that where it connected to the leaf spring, the shackle was this way. So the leaf spring kind of hung this way. So you lifted it up and put a tire iron in there and pulled it back all the way like this, and it raised the back of the car about 2 or 3 inches, right? And gave it this little jacked up leg. And it also made the back end of that Rambler light as shit, and it would spin. And I think back on what we did with that poor fucking car, the fact that I didn't roll it, or I mean, oh my god, if I had the opportunity to have an old Rambler like that again, I think I'd have to take him up on it, just for the fucking fun. Oh, and a Ford Falcon. We had, 63, 64, 65. Now this was like in 68. So these cars are only a couple of years old. But we raced them in the mud. We raced them and this is around Tampa, in North Tampa, Barris Avenue, out around Zephyr Hills and Dade City back in the day when there wasn't, they were just old country roads and nothing but orange groves and stuff like that. But we'd go out there and pick up a bunch of oranges, put them in the seat with us, and then on the way home we'd go pick the one of the curviest roads we could find out around Land O'Lakes, and then we'd be throwing oranges and hitting the signs and mailboxes and you know general disorder, like that kind of thing. But I gotta say that the eye-hand coordination. Now let's just take out the fact that it's a mailbox, but now bear with me. Oh, please bear with me. Let me light a cigarette. But the amount of coordination it takes to be riding in a vehicle, going into a curve at 35 miles an hour, and seeing a mailbox. So you're going to come out of the curve at 35. You have to, you can't throw the orange, okay? Because when you come out of the curve, there's not enough time to get any velocity. So what you do is you use the arc of the curve in the car to literally lob the orange. You just give it a little toss because the centrifugal force of the vehicle and the forward motion of the car will make that orange hit that mailbox and it'll go voila. You don't have to throw it. You just edge it out the side of the car. And because you're already going that fast, so it's not a matter of throwing the orange. It now becomes a matter of how we're going down the road. I'm just going to literally take this object and I see it coming, and you just go chunk, bam, chunk, bam. Now, whatever that eye hand coordination is, not everybody can do it. Now, if you're driving the vehicle and you're tossing, which would be, the wrong hand with me, my left hand, but toss it over the car to hit a sign or a mailbox by just simply lobbing it. No, you don't know, throwing it forward. It's a straight across the vehicle trajectory at the because the vehicle's got to and hit a sign or a mailbox, right? Oh my God. Now, there are some folks that go, well, why would you do that? Because the art of the arc, literally, mathematically, it was like, in a way, it was sort of like military. Now, having not been in the military, but having been around Civil War reenactments, folks in my relatives being in the Navy and so forth, and knowing folks in the armed services. Point being, um, in playing with a cannon myself that my brother had made and whatever with some trajectories and things, having done oranging in the old days, the art of the trajectory of your projectile. Now, we never wanted to hurt anything. Now, I realize over the years how many mailboxes we really messed up and how much if you counted up all the mailboxes we did, that was a couple $1,000s worth of damage, and it was mailboxes, so but we were just 15-year-old kids, maybe 16, barely able to drive. So but I think for those of us growing up in it, it was a real sense of, I don't know, some kids just, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't hit a sign if you slowed down and said, "There's one," uh, and I'm sorry, I went into this little flaky thing, uh, that I do when I'm stoned and it's late. But um, we were in a Volkswagen van, okay, and the doors opened outward this way. And so we've got a gentleman who is new to the art of oranging, okay. Now, I'm standing in the door and I've got a motorcycle helmet on. And I don't know, maybe a piece of padding or something, because we were just stowed and messing around. And it was Rex Beach. I even remember it was on Lake Madeline Road up in North Tampa. Okay. And we're going around through the orange groves and around the little lakes and ponds, and it was curvy back in them days. And so we're telling this one guy, Len, to hold on. Now, where it's Volkswagen van, doors are open, and he's got one of these straps right over his head, right? But he ain't paying attention. So um we'd been on this curvy road before. So Rex would holler out, curve, left, curve, and so we knew we was in the curve. We knew was coming up. We didn't have to look at him. He was, and so we had this rhythm between the driver and those of us, chunking oranges. And we run around this curve at about 35 miles an hour, and Len was standing right beside me. And the next thing I knew, he was out of the van. And he didn't step out of the van. The van left him on out. It was just like, what? And there he was, tumbling in the gravel on the side of the road. I'm like, and now I jumped out, having been in the carney and stuff, moving vehicles. I had a little bit better shot, but he just left. He just left the van as the van went around the curve. And it was so sharp as he was leaning out. He just wasn't in the van anymore. He was as surprised as the rest of us, but he was scraped up. We were digging asphalt and shit out of his hip and stuff where he landed, because he was in a pair of shorts. Oh my god. But anyway, yeah, the stories of oranging from the old days. I wonder if we could get prosecuted for that. There's several people that aren't alive now that wouldn't get in trouble, and I live in Georgia, so they'd have to get extradition papers. But you know, but anyway, the crazy things we did as kids. So, my dear friends, if you're going to go out oranging, be careful. Just pick a sign, and our thing was, it wasn't honestly, we didn't want to destroy the sign. We wanted to hit the sign, especially like a curve sign. If you're going around a curve, what a great place to lob an orange, right? So you wanted to hit the one of those big diamond shaped signs to where it would go wah, so it would make that wobble sound when you hit it, right? If you hit it dead center, it would just go clang, which was okay. But if you hit it along the edge, and it would make the metal of the sign go it would make a wobble sound when you hit it. But anyway, that's too much information anyway, and I'm really high. Instead of leading your always one of those old Volkswagen vans. Yeah, oh my God, the stuff we did in those old vans back then. Yeah, see now, if I'll tell you, for just for shits and giggles for fun, there are racing slicks. Yeah, country road take me. Yeah, West Virginia mountain mama, take me home, country roads. I hear the voice in the morning, how she calls me. Radio reminds me of my home far away. Yep. Yesterday, country roads take me home. Yep. Um, all vans. Yeah, there was oh my God, there was one time. Holy crap. I don't even know if I can talk about this. I think it was a Ford van, and we were all pretty high. And we went through the neighborhood, and guess what we were doing? We were oranging, right? And so, friend that's driving it, for some reason, has a 12 gauge shotgun on the dash of the car. Now, this was in the 60s, okay? And this gentleman who's driving is a very good friend of ours collectively, mine as well, but and he's a black man, okay, in Tampa in the 60s, driving a van, kind of sort of looked like before the 18, but the gentleman kind of sort of, in a way, could remind you of Mr. T, okay? Similar, but there was like pre, but van wheels decked out, that kind of thing. We were in the neighborhood, and so there were a couple of girls who were in the neighborhood, and they flagged us down, and we were like, "Hey, what you up to? Hey, can we come ride with you?" It was like, "Well, okay. How old are you? Blah blah blah. We're okay. All right, we'll get in. We'll ride around the neighborhood," which we were doing anyway, lobbing oranges at signs. So we go through the neighborhood and we're like, hey, take us back over here. So we go back through the neighborhood, not knowing that we went by the house where their uncle lived or whatever was going on. And so then they wanted to get us in trouble. Well, what are you doing? It's like, here, they just wanted to ride in the van. We were just riding through the neighborhood. So the guy wants to be redneck, right? And comes over and wants to slam the door on the van. Now, the girls have already gotten out. And I'm like, hey, dude, we don't want no trouble. Here they are. They didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. Y'all just go back over yonder, right? And he slams the door. And my buddy gets out of the car, van, with the shotgun, 12 gauge, and boom, fires a shot. Residential area, okay, nice homes, middle of the 60s, 12 gauge shotgun, 10:30 at night. Oh, holy shit. Well, we got out of there really quick, like. But he was like, "You MFers, Now, I didn't shoot it at anybody, but he had that shotgun up in the air. You talking about some scared middle class white people running for the house?" And I'm like, "Dude, what the hell are you doing?" Because I'm really stoned and hanging out the window or the back door. And when he slammed the back door, it hit me and threw me into the van. And that just pissed him off even more. Oh my God. And we were just riding around the neighborhood, right? So crazy shit happens, when you least expect it. So, but anyway, uh, I personally had a van. It was an old police paddy wagon. Called it a Black Mariah. It was a 1964 police paddy wagon from Columbus, Georgia. And I converted it into a camper. And I drove that thing everywhere. Had a 6 cylinder engine in it. Uh, it was a 2.5 ton truck. It had dualies on the back, heavier than hell. Lousy gas mileage, but it was great to drive around, and sliding doors on it. It had chrome handlebars on the back where you could stand. It had the lights that flipped on and off in the back. It didn't have one, one like that, but it had three walls. It had the oval windows in the side like this. Had vents. I mean, it was a police paddy wagon, and fixed it up, drove it to Arkansas as a camper, lived up in the Ozarks up there for a month and a half up there years ago with our son, when my first wife. And, so people talk about, well, have you ever homesteaded? Yeah, we lived in a police paddy wagon, up in the mountains in Ozark. Yeah, I know. Been there, kind of, sort of done that. And it ain't easy, you know what I mean? So, but ended up back down here in South Georgia, but had it for a long time. And then when I got put in jail, the where the paddy wagon was at my ex-wife. And when I got out, they had gotten rid of the paddy wagon. And I was like, where'd it go? Well, they sold it for parts or whatever. Oh my God, it was heavier than hell. But I was like, you sold the paddy wagon? Are you serious? Like for $50. I was like, oh man. So, but somewhere I've got pictures that are like real pictures, and if I can find them, I'll see if I can't scan them in and put them out there. Because that old paddy wagon, she was sweet, man. Oh man, she was sweet. Got what we used to, a bunch of us get together in there and open up the back doors and hang on to the chrome on the back. um, it had side steps on it, so you could like hang on the side of it going down the road. um, when I was on a carnival, we were on a back road, um, going from the lot back to the house to check on something, and then we drove back to the lot. So we were over around Homerville or somewhere, and then heading back over towards Moultrie for like the night, and literally turn around and go back for to be on for opening next day, and drinking and having a good time and smoking weed and everything. Dark 30, 1 o'clock in the morning after we closed the show. Nobody on them old swampy roads back then. Aren't too many folks back there now. But so riding through there in the paddy wagon with the doors all the way open on both sides, and people hanging off the back, driving about 40 miles an hour, just tooling down there. Have it had a throttle, so you didn't have to keep your foot on the gas. That was the old timey um, cruise control, was simply a throttle cable on the accelerator pedal. And so, you'd pull the throttle back and put it in fourth gear, and tooling down the highway. And it tracked really good at that speed. So we would literally crawl out on the driver's side and crawl across the hood and then come in the other side. And just for the fuck of it, just for the fuck of it, because we'd seen it done in movies and shit, so uh if I could have videotaped some of the things that we did just for the fuck of it, it'd be one hell of a movie. I mean, honest to God, I'm sitting here going, oh, so it wasn't like Daredevil really screaming crazy stuff, but it was crazy enough for back then. For to slide across the hood of a moving vehicle is still kind of crazy to this day, but back then, old paddy wagon driving down the middle of the swampy road in the middle of the night, in South Georgia, and okay, lights flashing, drunk people all over the place, smoking weed, and yeah, that them were the days. So um some of the crazy things that we didn't get in trouble for, or that didn't hurt anything, you know what I mean? There were times when maybe we could have gotten hurt or trouble, but we were careful, in that, okay, we're like riding down the road and jumping all over this old paddy wagon. We were like, my rule was, come on now, you can fall off and get hurt. Now, don't be stupid, okay? Because we had crawled, we were used to crawling all over carny rides and shit, and daredevils riding on, for those of us on the carny when the tilt-a-whirl, the tilt-a-whirl with the spinning tubs, and then the, the, the track that bounces around, is the anyway. So to run the ride, which I run the tilt for years, that there's a plate between the plate that holds the tub on that spins, and then there's a connecting plate. And so when the tubs are going around and when the ride's going, if you stand on that plate between these two plates where the tubs are, it's called riding the bull plates to carnies. And there is a sweet spot, and it ain't really very big, because if when the tubs come around, and if you're not standing in that sweet spot, one of them or both of them tubs are going to smack the crap out of you, and you're only like this far standing on this thing anyway, and you're moving up and down around on the tilt-a-whirl track, and it will smack and throw you right off and over that fence. Seen it done, had it almost, I didn't go over the fence, but I hit the fence and almost went over the fence. But a brave son of a bitch will can learn to ride the bull plates on a tilt-a-whirl. And I don't know if I was brave or smart or dumb or whatever, but it was all about balance, and it was about, you know, there was calculations. It was like not throwing but lobbing that orange out the window at the right speed. It was like we did bicycle jumps and stuff back in the early 60s before, these folks on YouTube and stuff do it. I'd made my own skateboard, and out of old roller skates and a 2x6. Everybody else was using all these other stuff. They didn't have skateboards. And if they did, they were like, back then it was like $100 for a skateboard. But $100 back there was like, oh my God, no, that was like a week's salary for people. It was really expensive. No, 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 no. It didn't, skateboarding didn't come in until later, but we had our own skateboards, because in one of the um, Cub Scout, one of the books that showed how to make your own skateboards and stuff, like the Little Rascals did, by using old roller skates and stuff like that, and make your own, right? Which we did. So we were skateboarding long before there were like commercial skateboards for other people. So we were ahead of the curve, and always trying something new. So we were always doing jumps. We did stuff jumping out of trees into big holes in the ground filled with pine needles and stuff. It was like, and I mean, like jump 20 or 30 feet out of a tree into a hole. you know, I mean, we did some crazy shit. So we filled the hole, like about a 6-foot hole, full of pine needles and leaves and straw and stuff like that. And I mean, we raked yards all over the neighborhood to get enough pine straw, and to make enough of a cushion. So we built ramps that we jumped off of with our bicycles. Everyone in the neighborhood knew how to ride backwards on the handlebars. Uh, there was just, there were certain tricks and things that we all knew how to ride our bikes without using our hands. We knew circus people, and long before there was anything on TV, we as kids and as neighborhood kids had learned how to do these things, and we challenged each other. How far can you ride without your hands on the handlebars or falling over, right? And so, these days you know I just don't see the same kind of thing. It was challenging in ways that was fun, but it was competition. And so, you could do it all the way down the block and I couldn't. Well, tomorrow, maybe I could and you couldn't. You just couldn't get your balance right. I mean, sometimes and who won? It was like, see, I'll go to, but no, it was like, hey, I got you this time. I'll get you tomorrow. Okay. There was no want to kill you kind of competition, but there was competition and we had a ball. I remember, yeah, $335 today. If you're talking about a skateboard, yeah, oh my God, I can ride my bike with no handlebars. We had handlebars, but knowing circus people that lived in North Tampa around us and stuff, and being that we knew carny people and that kind of thing, early on. Um, and for me, I was just interested. I really wanted to go to the clown college in Sarasota. I was this close. It's okay, but I think it would have been cool. My idea was to go on the road with Ringling Brothers. I wanted to, if the deal was, if you could make one good season with Ringling Brothers, then you could, if they would say, well, we need a clown on the California run or the Northeastern run of Ringling, or they had different circus routes with different trains that left Sarasota. And I guess they still do in the spring when they go out for the season. But anyway, they should all be coming home about now to winter quarters because they're usually home by Thanksgiving. But so the different routes, and then they had the European tour of Ringling Brothers. And so if you did a certain route and did it for a year and were good and signed on, then the second year you had the option of putting in for the European tour. So they paid for your way to get to Europe and you lived on a train and the whole 9 yards, just like circus people do. And but you got to see Europe. And so I wanted to do the wherever in America they wanted to send me, and then get that first year under my belt, and then do my second year as a clown on the European tour, and then come home and see what happened after that. And I had knee injuries and I had operations and I had trouble walking and I couldn't do the things. I couldn't get into a Volkswagen when, 20 clowns needed to climb in and climb out. I couldn't do it. So it's like, well, that was just one of them things. But I learned to be a clown in other ways. And later on, I as a puppeteer and a storyteller and just on play doing different plays and theater acts and so forth, being able to play the clown has just been a wonderful thing. Not with clown makeup on, but the clown, the fool, the jester. Uh, make sure you're using the right. Michelle, what'd you do? Burn the house down again? Burning down the house, burning down the house. What time is it? It's two something. Holy crap! I done it again. I I get stoned sitting here with y'all, and I ain't had no coffee. Bruno, what? You need no windows open as a requirement. Holy crap! Um, I want to ask something about cooking. If is it electric or gas? Because if I had an electric stove, I would burn the crap out of stuff. But I got a gas stove, gas burners on the top, and I can look at the burner and tell. And I haven't burned anything in a long time, but I use a gas stove, and would, if somebody said, well, you have to switch to electric, I'd go, then I'll go cook on a fire outside. I'm just, uh, but folks who have electric stoves, I notice burn shit a lot more than people who have gas stoves. That I don't know. There's just something about it. Folks with gas just know when to turn it down. Electric stoves, you have to check, is the eye red or not or hot or whatever, and how much heat does it retain? And you got to take the pan off or you'll burn it. It's like, no. But when you turn the gas off, that's it. Your pan immediately starts to cool down. So, but Electric stoves? Nope. Now I know they've got new ones that are smart tech on top and all that, but you can't see it. But anyway, I don't never burn anything in the electric stove. I don't I don't I don't mean in the stove oven part. I mean on top, but okay. You said stove, right? And I was thinking oven. You can't do gas. And I wouldn't have electric for nothing in the world. I've got gas. I don't know. I just too long of doing it, I guess. See, here's the thing. Having worked grills, I've always worked a gas grill, even though the top of the griddle was steel. Okay. Um, but it was always gas fired underneath on the carnival. So, having cooked on those, having done a lot of um, fish fries and things, right? You got to deep fry stuff. And so everything was gas way back into Cub Scouts. And so everything was a gas stove. Although we had electric stove when I was growing up, I hated the damn thing. But when we moved into the trailer, as far as, going on the road during the summer, everything was gas in the trailers, in the camping trailers, and, in the, yeah, so on a carney, we learned how to cook on the gas stove. And for me, I was like, man, at an early age, I was sold on gas. So later on, I moved into a house when I first moved up to Moultrie, the house that I lived right next to the cow field with all the mushrooms for years and years and years. Uh, what a dummy. I moved to Arkansas. I had the paddy wagon at that house anyway. I should have stayed in that house. Um, Man, kept the cow field. But they had gas in the house. So there was a gas stove. And like, okay, well, man, I got to cooking on that gas stove and over the years learned that gas was a whole lot better than electric. And that when the lights went out, you could still cook on the stove. You still had heat. There were times when I see people talk about cold weather in South Georgia and how nasty it's been. I remember damn near freezing to death in some houses that I lived in. It was 9 degrees outside. There was snow on the ground in South Georgia for days and almost freezing to death with fireplaces and old drafty houses and like I felt like I was up north, to tell you the truth. It was so cold, right, because of the temperature for this extended period. And now, oh, it's getting into the 30s. It's so cold. Oh, kiss my grits. I'm damn near frozen to death many winters down here. Snow, blizzards, cutting firewood, out of dead trees trying to stay warm, burning furniture because it was so damn cold and wasn't prepared. Oh my God, oh, shut up. But here's the thing, gas stoves provided heat and you can stack bricks on top of a well, you could do it on an electric stove too, I guess, but you can stack brick on a gas stove and do it in cross sections like this. And as that heats up the bottom bricks, the bricks heat up so you can make a 2 or 3 brick, depends on the size of the brick and how you lay them. But you can create these brick chimneys, so as they heat up, you can make them 2 or 3 brick high on the stove, and it will help heat the house. You know, that they are similar things they do now. I've seen it done years ago. Duggar's chasing something out there. Calm down, whatever it is. Calm down. I think we got a possum. It's he's got that possum kind of. It'll wake him out of a dead sleep though. What is it, buddy? Back to you. Got him. Good boy. You let him know. I forgot what I was talking about. And then it would hold the heat for. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, they would take a what you do is you take a small. It depends on how big of one you want. But you take a clay pot and a base. So the base is bigger around, you know, than the base of the clay pot. So you invert the pot upside down, and you attach put the candle in what had been where you would put the water, right, for these little clay pots, and you put a whatever size candle, and then you invert the clay pot over the candle, all right, and suspend it. There are different methods and ways. There are ways you can build a little wire frame that holds the clay pot over the top of the candle, but the candle, it gives you a really nice mood setting, but it also heats up the clay, which also increases the output from the candle. It's not just light, but it heats up the clay and it gives it off to the room. And yes, they're tiny, they're small, but they're really efficient. You can burn your hand on the top if you're not careful. So I and quite possibly, make a fire. But the whole thing is that you don't put a really big candle under it. Any candle underneath will collect heat into the ceramic. So, but for years, there was one winter up here in South Georgia. Now, I know we're not far from Florida, but and I was, further north of I was north of I was in Norman Park, so it's north of Moultrie. I was 8 miles further north of, Moultrie. Never mind. But it got cold that winter, and the house I was in was an ice box. Could not get it warm. Um, and so I had just it was the winter I got out of jail, and that what I had to do, I didn't have enough money for a down payment to have gas heat put in the house. So it got down into the 20s. There was snow on the ground that year. I had a Coleman stove, okay, with bricks on it, and that's how I cooked. That's how the lights went out. I didn't have any money, because I had, was literally only a month or two out of jail, had barely had a job, was trying to make ends meet, trying to pay rent, trying to get established, trying to, the whole 9 yards. And and at the time, I was a poor manager of money too, but that's another story. But um, I still didn't have enough money to go around. So, but rather than, I'd always be $20 short, So I got $5 left. What the hell? Let's buy a 12 pack of beer and have a party instead, when, you could have saved that $5 up over 2 weeks and maybe bought some gas. But anyway, but a Coleman stove that every hour or so I had to pump up. They didn't even have the propane ones back then. It was literally you had to have, that stove. I had a kerosene heater, it had a wick on the inside, and between that kerosene heater with brick on top of it and that Coleman stove in a small bedroom, would have froze to death. I mean, froze to death. you know. So, but here's the thing: no matter how bad it got, now that was before I ever moved down here. But when I was freezing to death at all these other places, now they were grand old homes. Don't get me wrong, but drafty and cold. Hear me. But when I decided to build this house down here, and I learned about solar power and solar energy, passive solar, I said that's for me. So I'm sitting now. Upper 40s outside right now, and I can feel a draft out around my legs. But we had enough sunshine this afternoon where I still don't have a heater on. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. and I'm comfortable. So other people would have, heat pumps going. My friends up, north of here, uh, they got a big trailer and everything, and they couldn't stand it. I don't. The trailer would not hold the heat like my house does. So because of the simple way that I built it. But anyway, so I watch turkey running around on my place. They love it here also. Yeah, I got turkey down in the woods, and my next door neighbor, bless their hearts, they were, I was talking about, the when I had trails down there. I was walking down to the river one night, and we were just going down to the campsite, down to the river, and build a fire and just go down there and watch the stars. It's really clear down there because there aren't any, there isn't any um, uh, backyard lights, the big ones they have. Anyway, um, so we'd go down to the river and really close to the neighbor's property line over there. A beautiful look at the sky. Oh man, and nice and clear and open. And so, but since the hurricane with all the trees down and stuff, you just can't walk through the woods anymore. I mean, there's too many trees this way, this way, this way, this way, and it's just a jumble. You just can't walk. So I've been waiting for this time of year, and um I'm gonna cut my way down back down to the back down there, because I know with my chainsaw I don't have to cut all this wood up. I just have to cut me a hole to go through, you know what I mean? So and some of them are 40, 50 foot long trees, and yay big around, they're, good sized oak trees, and they're way too far for me to, like, I would love to get some of this wood back up to the house, but it's so far down there, I ain't got no way to drag the wood back, you know what I mean? But to go down on the river and build a fire, and and have plenty of wood stacks, so and you can just build a really nice campfire, and put up the hammock and sleep right there, right next to it, or I had different way had uh, had built a sort of a sweat lodge tent kind of thing, and used some local materials and stuff. And for a, a year, it worked really well. And I dug it out of the dirt and used some trees, and we covered it over with different things and some tarps and old stuff, um and hollowed it out. We had benches on the inside. It was made with dirt, but we'd covered them with carpet and stuff like that. So the whole thing was carpeted and really nice and snug. And at one end of it, we had made a fire pit, so that if we wanted to have a sweat lodge, all we had to do was put the logs from the fire, and we could sit at the fire on the outside and heat up the rock. So if we wanted to do a sweat, we probably already had a fire going, right? So we'd roll the rocks into the fire, heat them up, and it'd be cold at night. We'd go down there about 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, and build a fire. And so we'd say, all right. So we'd heat up these rocks in the fire pit because we just wanted to have a fire down there, and it'd be so pretty and everything. And short walk at the time when the trail was there. Um, Bridges and everything were working, and then say, okay, so after an hour, a good hour or two, with we there was always enough wood around there, from just walking through the woods. We'd bring fire down there, right? And so we'd heat up the rocks for a couple of hours, and then shove them into the sweat lodge tent thing, earthen little place that we had, and then could lock down it with a piece of tin from the rest of the thing, and go inside and pour some water on there and steam that place up good, and get a nice sweat going on. Oh man, it was great. It was great. So that's kind of sort of gone because of the hurricane and high water and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, at the time it was a really nice spot. Hey, Lady Spitfire, how you doing? You got a lot more than gladly. Did you pipe in your wood stove air supply? Yeah, for a lot of folks, I've been in some places where somebody said you can't put a wood stove. You want to bet. It depends on what you put against the wall. Depends on how hot you make your fire. And I've literally, you know, in one place, there's an old casement window, so you let the top window down, make your cut your board or whatever it is, put your cricket thingy in where your pipe goes through, and bend it right out the window. And it's all a matter of how much pipe you have. You've got to get it up high enough where it'll carry the smoke up, the side of your place. But there are places in Europe and stuff that that it their chimneys made out of damn near anything. Same thing with China and stuff like that. But um, they won't pass the local building codes. But I was able to put in, because I don't want anything to burn down. I've had a house burn down. I don't want a house to burn down. And I've had this stove in here and here in this house, for almost 40 years here in this place. And no, I ain't gonna burn it down. Oh, hell no. No, but hell no, right? So but it's hard to burn concrete. That was one reason why I put concrete in here. But on this wall back over here, I, tried an experiment, and over these years, it's been okay. In building um, a cordwood style house, okay, with cement and wood, and I've got a wall over here made out of cherry wood at mostly of 3/4 of the way up, and then there's some oak in there. Very interesting. But after all these years, it's still there. It ain't moved, ain't gone nowhere. Of course, it's not a load bearing wall, but I think, depending on what you wanted to put on it, it would hold some weight. But I wanted to try it out back in the day. But the problem is here, there are too many termites and things. So, 4 foot up or whatever, you could do cordwood above that, but you got to get away from the ground. And I mean away from the ground, from the termites down here. You don't want to, but anyway, where folks up north, I've seen some cordwood and stuff like that in houses built up in the mountains, and where they just laid the damn logs right on the ground, right, well, right on the rock, right on the bedrock. And they don't have any problems with bugs or anything like that. You can't do that down here. You can't do that down here. So depending on where you are, but cordwood style houses. So one of the things I wanted to do with all the wood that's down there from all the trees that fell down, I was like, man, I wish there was a spot down there where I could just and the winter ain't over yet, okay? But where I could just cut this wood up like stack wood, because I can't. It's way too far to get it back up to the house down there. So make a stack wood house, shack, frame, something, and just leave it down there. But rather than just leave the wood in the woods to rot or be in the way, try to use it for something down there. And if nothing else, I'd have a pile of firewood. You know what I mean? But I seen this old fort that was made out of some logs, and the way they had kind of crisscrossed them, everything was like, that would be interesting to make something like that. There are a bunch of trees down back there, and if they haven't rotted by the time I get down there this winter, I might be able to make some kind of little thing down there. So, but anyway, it's like me playing in the woods as a Cub Scout or a Boy Scout. Hey, let's go and build a fort in the woods. I got a nice chunk of woods to go build a fort in. There's already a fort down there, kind of, sort of. And if I can get back down there, I want to fix it up again. So I'll have to build a set of stairs, because Duggar would be pissed off if he couldn't get up there. I remember my little Sasha dog used to be able to climb the ladder. It's an 8 foot by 8 foot platform that's like 6 foot above the ground, off the ground, and it's right down on the river. And I've been up there and spent the night up there at the campsite when the water was halfway up. That when it was 3 foot or more up, you know, up on the platform, to where when I hung my feet over the edge, my feet would be in the water. And I mean, major flood, right? With a kayak nearby, and I had the canoe, and water everywhere, just as crazy as can be. But I wanted the experience of all things to what would it be like to be in a flood, knowing, I mean, there were times even though the water was so high, I knew where to walk. And even though the water was up to my chest, I knew where to walk and get to the higher ground to where the water would only be up to my waist. And people would go, "You're fucking crazy." Well, if you know the place, and just because the water's come up, you still should know the place. But when water's rushing through, and some places were just high water and not much velocity, so it was just walking through high water. And there were many times I've been down on the river and literally be sitting in a chair and have the water come, it'd be dry, and then the water just slowly come up around you, and then the next thing you know, he's like, "Oh damn, my feet are wet." you know because and then you'd be, a quarter mile either direction. Uh, I mean, well, across the river either direction, before you hit dry land again. So out in the middle of the swamp, no dry land for quarter mile either way, nothing to hang on to, and just say, okay. And we'd be sitting in lawn chairs, like, wow, man, this is cool, smoking a bowl and having a cigarette. And I had a fire that we put in and we would float the firebox. It literally was like a Weber, you know, and so we could build a fire in this thing. And so the water had come up. We'd be literally almost, over ankle deep in water, sitting in our chairs down there with a fire and an old Weber that floated. So we had a fire and everything, and we had it all planned out. Um, some crazy sons of bitches we were. I still am, I guess. If anybody was in the neighborhood, or am I coming? Not again. Really? Seriously? Yeah, it is. Oh my God. I got stoned again and more stories, right? Yeah, there have been several times where, I know that sane people would not have done what me and a couple of my friends did, and me by myself sometimes too. And one not too long ago, it was a dumb idea. Okay. The flood after the hurricane, because all the places I used to know, and there are markers and trees and stuff where the high water is, and different colored markers, um, surveyor's tape, right, tied to trees and stuff. So when the water's up, I knew I'd tie a piece on here, 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 and so I could pick my way through the swamp when the water was up, and I knew where I was, right? And different colors, would let me know if there was a crossing across this way, right? And so, but with all the trees down and the different debris and stuff, and the way the flood changed things, none of that works anymore. And I went down back in the woods. Duggar was with me that one day, and I went down there in the kayak just to kind of check it out and see what it was like. It was really bad. It was really bad. I got in trouble really fast. It was like, nope. and I realized I needed to back out of here before it got any worse. But before I realized it, it had already gotten worse. Not to where I was in a life danger, but the water was up, and it was to the point where normally I would have been able to just push off one way or the other with a paddle, or I always carry a stick. I've always got a stick in the kayak with me, um, and an extra paddle. Just I never go just BSing, and the water would only be about waist deep. But the point was, I got wedged between trees and a log that came in, and I was stuck. So it was just like I got out of it, but it was not this nice little path that I used to have that was always there, and we had developed over the years. Because I mean, I'd walk it when the water was down, and we cut the logs out, and we cleaned it out and made it so we could get through there when the water was up. Because there is a creek that runs part time across my property from my neighbor's place across mine and out onto the river. And so we were developing that to float down the little creek when the water was up just right. And it was a lot of fun when the water was up just right, especially in a small kayak. But the hurricane and the trees down changed all that, all of that. It's so different. So, in a lot of ways, you could say it destroyed it. Literally, it did. So, my question would be, oh, by the way, is it 20 yet? Almost. My discussion about, you know, the God thing and the spirit thing and, God's aliens and that video that I did, I sure stirred some things up, it seems. And then it was right after that, Dante did a video that was like right up the alley about he did something about um, it doesn't matter about which Bible or which religion it is, it's all about the spirituality. And I was like, I just did a video about that. And it was like the next day or two, he just does this little short thing and did this. And he was like, just looked at the camera and said, remember, it's not about, he said, I have many Jewish friends. It's not about the religion, and he's with the Christus, right? He's supposed to be one of the representatives through the Christ conscious Christus, So what? So he goes, yeah, Jewish, Syrian, Russian, doesn't matter. To the point. The cards tonight, even, it doesn't matter. We are equal. We're all equal in the eyes of the Creator. So so y'all keep up the good work. Blaze them up, hippies. 60 seconds. Counting down 5, 4, one more time, just because. Yeah, yeah. I know I keep talking about the camp and down the river and stuff like that, but it was my it was my supreme wish because I knew some folks down on the Hillsborough River, up on the Hillsborough River, it'd be up the river, um, that had a fish camp way down this little dirt road kind of thing, way back down there on the Hillsborough River. And it was just this little place and a little house, had a little dock. The river was right there, We used to go in there and put in there and go fishing. And I remember I said, to have a place like this on a river somewhere, and to where you could just, and folks would come in and just fish for the day, and it wasn't really a big thing, and you can make a couple extra bucks, but it wouldn't be like, this great big tourist attraction kind of thing. It'd be a couple of people during the week and, like that. And that's what it was for a long time. Not so here. Not so. But I thought I had always wanted, wouldn't it be cool if different kind of river up here? But there for a while, those of us who were on here on the river with the canoes and the kayaks, we'd clean the river out and cut the logs up in such ways that we had learned how to channel the water by using the logs, sort of like the way they do with rivers when they put the rocks in the rivers to make channels and flows and things. We were doing that with logs. And when the water was up just right, there was about more than a half a mile and in a straight line. But the river does this kind of thing. It it ain't straight. You know, if you went 50-foot straight line, there'd be a curve that curved back up and then come back down around, and you'd meet yourself on the other side of this curve. So there was a lot of curves. But I would say from up around the bridge to down just past my property line to my neighbors over here was right at about 3/4 of a mile, maybe stretched it when we got to the other side down to an easy mile of river run. And you talk about a blast. I mean, it was fun. Of course, all the logs and everything now, you can't get through there. But when the water was up and when we were doing it, I'd have paid you money to come and try it out just for the hell of it, just to watch see your face. Because the people that came and tried it out and went, "Oh my God, this is a ball." It was like, "Yeah, it's in my backyard. Ain't that cool?" Come back. And then the hurricane. Mother Nature. Well, did God do that to me? You know, back to that little bit for a moment. There are a couple people that had the discussion with me and they saw the topic title kind of thing and went, well, and I said, look, I said, um, if I go outside and, and a tree limb falls and, something and it does something or it hits the bar, whatever thing, is God responsible for that? I said, now, my driveway, it rained a lot this last summer and my driveway got washed out. Did God do that to me on purpose? I said, I'm not trying to be facetious or whatever, but I said, was it God's plan that my driveway got washed out? Well, God has a plan for everything. I was like, nah, come on, calm down here. I know God's got a plan and the creator and all this stuff. And mother, yeah, but I'm asking you, because there are people who would claim that their if if it was their driveway, that God's plan was to wash the driveway out, and they'd been evil, wicked, me, or something. That karma was paying them back because the driveway washed out. No, it was just a lot of water, and nature, it's called erosion. I mean, Colorado, the you know the Grand Canyon. No, I don't believe that the Grand Canyon was formed just by water erosion, but that's another story. But it still is a prime example of what water and mud and that will do. In my own backyard, I've seen islands appear and islands disappear from sand and stuff that has moved from the floods, um, and the sandy conditions and the water and stuff, and and so it's always changing, it's always evolving. So if you just understand that that's life, it's evolution, you know. For me, and I can see where there are old gentlemen. Not that I would really, want to like particularly want to go to those old gentlemen's club. English, sit around with it, smoking their pipes and reading their whatevers. But in a way, I get it. In that, you've gotten a little too old to just do other stuff, but you find comfort in just sitting in a nice, comfortable chair or room or something like that, atmosphere, whatever, and read a book, you know, just for the sheer joy of that. And you say, well, that's not really doing anything. Well, no, but I'm reading a book. Yeah, but so what's the book giving you? Well, it's giving me pleasure because I'm sitting here reading it. Yeah, but you're not really doing anything. Well, but I am. I'm reading a book. Yeah, but you're not really I'm reading a book. Shut up. Go away. Let me read, right? But you're not doing anything. I'm going to go out here and do something. Well, I'm doing something. I'm in here reading a book. Yeah, but you're reading a, but you're not doing it. Yes, I am reading a book. So what's the value of, you know, John going out and doing something, whatever that is, versus Jimbo who stays in and reads a book, you know? So the value is to whom, right? But here's the thing. Did God make Jim want to stay inside and read the book? Because it was God's plan that he was going to sit inside when the other guy was going to go outside and do something that day. Was it God's plan? Creator created this situation. And this is really, that sounds sort of like predestination. Then, if that's true, then where the hell is free will? Just asking. So, some really nice Christian people were having this discussion with me as they'd seen the title of my video, and I was having a discussion, and I was trying to say that God is more than He has more. If you believe in a one God theory, versus the Creator and Source and so forth, okie dokie, that's okay. But if you believe that, then how far down does this go to what you believe is God's in control? Is God in control of the water that's coming down my driveway when there's a 4 or 5 inch rain? Well, God created the rain. Okay, I'm with you on that. But did God create the rain to purposely flood my driveway and wash it away? I'm asking that question because there are people who believe that it was God's will that my driveway got washed away. And I don't believe it. I go, wow, that was a lot of rain. Wow, look what Mother Nature did. See, I don't blame it on God or, God's will or that it rained a lot and rain washes ditches and creates erosion. And in certain cases, in drops in velocities, I've watched my own driveway literally turn into a ditch. Okay. And because of this over the years, I understand this, but I don't blame God for it. I don't blame the creator for it, but I will ask creator to like, can't you give me some help here? If can help me figure out how to not have a ditch so that I can have a driveway, but um, it could have been worse, but it's been interesting. So, but I don't blame it on God or I must have been bad to deserve my driveway getting washed out as bad as it has. What's that got to do with everything? What's that got to do with anything? And that's my other point. Why would God be worried about my flipping driveway? I'm using that as my example, but well, God, God's got a plan. Okie dokie. How far down this line does God have a plan for all 8 billion people on this planet? 7.5 is probably a little shy, right? So, but God's plan includes everyone, but He knows what each one of these of us is doing. He's like Santa Claus, right? Or an insanity clause if he thinks he's going to watch us all that rain on my at the and my driveway and this and what it's God's plan. Okay, then he's one manipulating so gun, you know what I'm saying, son of a gun. Because now then we don't have free will then, right? Well, but the preaching and the teaching of the God gave us free will, then that ain't really true. if all this is manipulated and micromanaged on a godlike level, that you think the Supreme Being has control of all these things for a specific reason. The tornado that cut through here, during Michael, my neighbor's place, my place, and tore the neighbor's barn up there, right? Tore that man's barn down twice since I've lived here, right? I've talked about this. So, but it was God's plan for his barn to get knocked down twice. It was it God's plan that the tornado went over my house twice and, tore out windows the first time, didn't, knock on wood, do anything the second time. Um, but that somehow God was watching over, he was directing that tornado and uplifted me at the last moment and saved me in the house from that tornado. And quite frankly, I think it has everything to do with altitude and where the tornado was skipping. And it kind of sort of skipped not just over my house, but a section of the woods and hit the up higher on the hill because of the way it come over there's a dip in this valley and it struck on the top of that hill up there as it was heading that direction. And the house and everything here is lower and it skipped over the top of us, okay? Because I heard it, felt it, seen it, that was weird. Twice I've been here with tornadoes over my house. So what's the odds? But here's the thing. Is it God's plan that those tornadoes did exactly that while I was here? Am I leaving it up to God? Or he was like, oh, I think I'll just go mess with Dave and tear his neighbor's barn down again, simply because I can. No, it's like, wait a minute. There are lots of people's barns and places and swamps and stuff that was. Whoa, that was weird. There's some weird antics in the house tonight. So far, no toxic fumes. Sit waiting in my kitchen, smoking my pipe, reading comments. 3 minutes to the witching. But anyway, I'm talking off my head some more, ain't I? Can tell you that I'm stoned. Um, but I stirred up some folks when I talked about it, and I said, I simply don't believe that God had anything to do with my driveway. Well, but he made the rain. Oh, come on. So he made the rain. So my driveway, I'm just saying, he picked on me, right? Well, God has a plan. Okie dokie. So trying not to beat a dead horse, though, I when I asked some folks who I thought were a little bit more progressive than this micromanagement by God, I was quite frankly a little shocked. And I had to maintain my tongue because I respect these people highly. I do. But when in a way, I'm not really being rude at the moment, but I am being very straightforward. You honestly think that God had everything to do with my driveway washing out when it's been there for the last 40 years and it's been washing out for 40 years. But this year, because of extra rain, it's somehow my driveway is just like in several places, it's dropped like this much. It's turned into a ditch in places, and I've been backfilling it with dirt and concrete and cement and stuff, right? Been doing it for years. There's layers of old cement that I built up on my driveway to keep it from the hill from sliding down and turn it into a ditch. So, but the idea that God specifically picked on me and my driveway,
I ain't buying it. And that, but it was also responsible for this over here. Well, God had a plan. What? To field this farm, to flood this farmer's field because we had like 2 inches of rain in like a half an hour. Wash my driveway out. I expect it. You flood this guy's field just before he picks the cotton. Now he's got to wait till the cotton dries and till the field dries to get the cultivators through there. But it was God's plan for him to, and but what about the people on the other side of but this rain and God did it to all these. There was all these different things that happened to all the different people within it, like a 2 mile radius of here, that this rain did, right? Each was affected by the same rain, but God had a specific plan for each one of all of us and all these things, right? Now I'm just talking about here. So these folks are like, yeah, God's behind us, really, in this micromanagement kind of thing. Oh yeah, he's looking out for me. Okay. Now, see, now I'm not trying to make anybody not believe or disbelieve or whatever, but micromanagement on that kind of level, I have watched Mother Nature and looked out the window and have been on rivers and trips and things, and all the things I was talking about earlier just tonight, just stuff on the river and being in the middle of floods, just to experience what the hell it would feel like to be in the middle of a flood and be swept away by a river. It in At times it can be fun. At times it's terrifying. The terror of being on the river when nobody knows that you're there, and you just decided you're going to go out there in the middle of the night, which I've done, to go see what the water's like, you know, and end up in trouble and go, thank you, Jesus. I made it to my little campsite spot. What happened was I went down. I wanted to float to the platform down there, and I overshot it and ended up on the river and past it. And when I realized where I was at, I was a quarter mile down the river, past my camping spot down there, and realized I was in trouble. So thank God it was a full moon, but that's not the point. I just figured I could just wiggle right down there. I have done it before. Should have been no big deal. But had anything happened to me, nobody knew I was down there. Nobody knew it. If anything, especially with the high water, if anything had happened to me, I could have ended up anywhere. Seriously. David, no, disappears. We have no idea. His truck's here. There's a kayak. Does anybody know how many kayaks I actually have? Would anybody ask the question? Well, where's his green kayak? I don't know. Well, did he have a blue one too? Yeah. What about that orange one? I don't know. How many kayaks are here? One, two. Where's the third one? Don't know. Uh, where's his other stuff? Don't know. Did he leave a note? No. Is there any other? Would anybody know that I was stupid enough or dumb enough to go down the river during a flood and get caught and end up halfway to Thomasville and be dead or caught in a tree limb somewhere or something? Turtles would eat me before anybody could find me. And you can't get through there most of the time anyway, but I've already done some of this stuff. So the idea though, so is it for the thrill? I honestly, I have questioned my own actions. And I'm like, I wanted to see what it was like. I wanted to see what the water looked like. I wanted to see what the water looked like high level on a full moon. I wanted to see, I wanted to experience it. I guess it's sort of like jumping out of an airplane, but jumping out of an airplane is more consistent than going in my backyard when the water's up because it's always changing and there's stuff coming down stream and you could get hit by something like logs and stuff that have dumped me over before. So uh you know you have to be careful, but in that though, the experience of it, I was like, did God make me get in that kayak? did God make me paddle out there at 1 o'clock in the morning on a full moon to go see what the property looked like when it was flooded, and realize that see, before, like I said, we had corridors and trails cut through the swamp with markers on the trees that you could see at night. It was really easy to get through. Um, and then all of a sudden, you know, because of the hurricane, all that disappears. So my water trails are gone, and you get twisted sideways. I'm ready to go do it again, but I'm ready to go clean my trails out. You know what I mean? So we'll see. I'm hoping that some of the trees that fell down a couple of years ago because of the hurricane will be rotted by now, and will be much easier to deal with to reopen my trails. I've already been to a couple of places, and it's like that seems to be the case. So it's more of I need my weed eater than I need a chainsaw, which is a lot easier. But anyway, so Katniss, how are you? Good morning. Jumping out of an airplane is always the same falling. Yeah, exactly. I understand. Well, I'll tell you what, seeing the floodplain in my backyard, and um, there is one leg that it is straight shot to the river and is the longest leg on my property, 700 feet wide, just shy of it. But this one leg down here, it's like 1,200 feet in a straight line. Well, that's close to a quarter mile. All right, 5,200 and okay, well, let's just 5,000. So I need, and I've got 1,200, so not quite a quarter, but in a straight line. So when I say it's almost a quarter mile back there, I'm not lying, right? But it's a little over an eighth, and depending on if you're going twisty in a curve, you probably are going a quarter mile. Anyway, but for that's just to the middle of the river, and then it's another quarter mile to the high water, to where the the other side of this valley here with the river in the backyard. It's a long way, and there's a lot of stuff in between. And what is only might be in many spots only 5 or 6 feet deep. Um, when the water is running at the volume that it does, it turns into a really strange, like, wow, I can stand up here, like being down there at the campsite. We'd literally watch the water come up to our knees while we're sitting in a chair, and we go, well, the bottom of my ass is wet, time to get out of the chair. And then you go, but we'd get in our canoe or kayaks and paddle back to the house. And you stop and think and go, now, like I said, we had trails marked out back then. We knew exactly where we were going. We didn't take any particular chances because we had cleaned up the property in such a way that the debris was out of the way. Now there was the occasional thing that washed downstream, but we literally had the trees marked enough to where we could tell where we were when the water came up, because I'd had this issue before. But now, since all this has changed, it's like a whole new, it's totally different in my own backyard. So I want to see if I can reclaim some of it. But at the same time, it will be the experience of a totally new, different backyard. So, kind of, I'm trying to, I hope, keep my fingers crossed. I want to reclaim it, this winter. I almost went down there the other day, and I was like, nah, I got some stuff up here I need to do, but I'm I'm ready to cut a trail. There's some wood right back here in the backyard that would get me on the way. There was a big tree near where I need to clear out the trail, so it's not much further, and I could drag it towards the house, especially if it means that I'm cleaning out the trail. So I got a reason to go down there. Like, well, if I clean out the trail, I can get firewood back to the house easier. That makes sense, don't it, to you? So anyway, getting wood and cleaning out the trail, no problem. Good excuse to go in the backyard, which is what I intend. But anyway, but what has this all got to do with spirit? I have questioned my insanity or whether or not I had any sanity to go on these little water excursions. Now, my point is that one could say, well, the devil made me do it. All right, if you listen to the old Flip Wilson, when it's like, "Ooh, Ty, the devil made me do it," it's like, nah, no, curiosity killed the cat. I'm not a feline, but uh, no, don't do it, Dave. No, 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 stay away from there. Don't go there. But to be able to say, well, but my curiosity did. Well, yeah, but that's some really strange curiosity. But I gotta say though, um, having overdone it a time or two and gotten myself in near damn near trouble. Now, I always had my vest on. I've always got, an extra paddle. I've always got an extra light if I'm at night. I've always got extra stuff. It's tied in, and so but it's not a reckless adventure. You know what I mean? I am smart enough to be able to do that, right? So, two or three flashlights, a big beam one on my head, and an extra one, and I mean, and I've got my life preserver on. At times, I've got a helmet that I wear, and so I'm not being stupid. But one could say, well, by going out at 12 o'clock at night, in your backyard during a high water flood situation, is not really the brightest thing you should be doing, right? Okay, you know, but for me, having experienced it, having seen what the water can do with just a couple of feet above, where you would walk, right? How the landscape changes, how the pattern of the water changes through the trees, how as the water comes up, it may flow this way, and then all of a sudden the pattern will change, and the main flow will be totally different. And the light on the water from a full moon, depending on what time of year it is like this time of year. If it were to flood, the leaves are out of the trees, and it would be very stark and very. Even though there's a lot of trees, there wouldn't be leaves on most of them because they're mostly hardwoods back in the back, right? So there are the occasional pine trees, but so then the pine trees become where are you? Because at certain pine trees along the property will tell me where I'm at, right? Because there's a big pine tree right next to where the platform is down there, where the fish camp is. So I keep an eye on when the water's up because there are no other landmarks. Where's my big pine tree? I know where the high spot is. I know where the camp is because of the pine tree. You can't see nothing else, right? So, but you learn how to navigate. So, but when those landscapes change, that's what nearly got me into trouble. Twice, actually. But from both of those experiences, though, you say, well, why did you learn how to do this? I don't know. I just wanted to, I've experienced the water in the daytime at different times, different places, my own backyard, in the canoe and the kayak, and, okay. So what does it feel like now? Because I did it in the past. What does it feel like now? Totally different. I cannot explain it. It was totally different the last time versus 15 years ago. I don't know what's changed. Was it the hurricane? Was it the trees down? There's something in the spirit of stuff that something's changed, and I don't know what it is. But something's changed. If I figure it out, I'll let you know. But why do I do dumb things like that? I've sat on the edge of my chair and said, "What'd you do that for?" Willis, what you talking about, right? And somehow there are certain things my spirit has to experience. What is the rush of water? What if a situation came and you were caught in a storm? What would happen? I don't know. Well, what's it like to be in a flooded area and you've got to just like hang on? Though in a day or so, the water will go down. The sun's going to come up and you'll see it in the daylight. Can you survive a night in a situation? Why these crazy people do the survival thing that go to an island and do all this stuff. I guess maybe it's similar. The experience, the knowledge, the fact that I made it through thunderstorms and swamps and this and that, and all the times I've been down there with the canoe or with the kayak or me and my dog, that camped out up there for a while during the, high peak flood. And I mean a high peak flood. Nothing like we had this last summer, I'll tell you. It was much higher then. Anyway, but to the point, maybe it's to show no fear. I actually did want to see what it looked like, okay? But I realized that it was totally different and I got the hell out of there, okay? Because it was so different this last time. Even though I was trying to follow my old trail, there were still markers on the trees. I was out of my league. And I didn't there were there was a time when I was like, "Oh crap. I got lodged between a couple of trees and there's a log behind me that I floated over and it popped back up and I couldn't back out." And I was like, "Ah, son of a bitch." I got out. It was okay. But it was a whole lot more difficult than it should have been. But So I learned a few things like be careful where you go in if you can't see, so it's the experience of it, but it's the energy of the water for me. It's the overall experience of, when the water's not there and the land is just there, the spirits that roam there. Now, this is an interesting little twist, but do the same spirits reside there when there's 5 foot of water? Are they like floating or do they like rise up? Dumb question. But I have been down there, like, the whole essence of the area changes when it's flooded. Well, this is where the trail is, and this is where I know, but when water covers it all changes. It's really strange. So what does this mean in the grand scheme of spiritualness and everything? With the rise and fall of water, our whole perspective changes. Does the land go away? No, it's just covered by water. Does it change the dynamics of the land or whatever? Yes. How long would it last? Well, how much water? But it always drains off, you know. So because of elevation, it doesn't rain always forever and ever that it would always stay flooded. And if it did, it would turn into a lake then, which would be okay with me. And not a very deep one, but it would still be okay. We learn to adjust. Nature in its own, maybe it's sort of like mountain climbing to some folks. I go in my backyard to see what it looks like when it's flooded. Um, I won't do it again until I have rectified some of the tree issues. Let me tell you that one. I've learned that lesson. So y'all ain't got to worry about that one. But and I'm not saying other people should do what I have done, but when people don't experience anything, if you don't push or test your limits for whatever the reason may be, like earlier today, it was like I was tired. My back's been bothering me, but I did a lot of weed eating. I've done a lot of good work. I've done all this concrete work, and but my back was bothering me, and in a couple of hours they're going to come for the garbage, and my goal is always to try to put as much garbage in the can on before they come and get it for my cleanup of around here, that has to go. And so I took one load up to the top of the hill. Me and Duggar walked up there, had a good time, and I was like, man, it was hard for me to get back down the hill. I got back down in the yard, and it started getting dark, and I was like, you know what? I promised I was going to do one more load, and I went back out there and collected some things. And I saved the dog food bags from the big bags of dog food, the plastic bags, and I will fill one of those and take it up and put it. It's in a big garbage can thing, But to the point though, I kept my own promise. I was glad that I took another bag up to the top of the hill. I was huffing and puffing by the time I got up there, but that wasn't the point. My back was hurting. Yes, it was. I didn't take any extra pain pills, but I was like, it's the achievement, as Bieber said earlier in the cards. Wow, 7 hours ago, son of a gun. T minus 22. I can't last. I really can't. I run out of stuff to drink. I gotta go. When I stand up, I'm gonna pee on myself, and and you all got better things to do than to sit here and listen to me. Stick to the trails, that's for sure. I got lost in the woods for trying to find my uncle's patch. Took it till following morning. Yeah, some of those things are stupid. Yeah, yeah. Well, see, Lady Spitfire, I used to have trails in my own backyard, but because of the hurricane a couple of years ago, changed the whole landscape of me and my neighbor's backyard. We just can't get through there. Huge, huge 200-year-old trees that were knocked down, and it changed everything. So, but anyway, but yeah, so trying to see what the landscape was like, the landscape almost killed me. It's so many words. Uh, Another 20? Nah, I can't do it. I really can't. Y'all are, egging me on, but I'm looking over here at how many hours I've been on. And this is like an 8-hour shift, and I haven't even had a bathroom break. But I love you all. I do. Thank you for encouraging me. But um, I wanted to wrap this up with the water and the energy and the God thing. So, but there would say, well, it was God's will that he went out in the kayak and that something happened or nothing happened. I made it back. So was it God's will that he protected me from being stupid, or was it my own skills and my own pre-planning that said I can't get into these situations, and knowing enough about being in situations like that to not be stupid and go any further and be in a potentially really bad risky situation. So but I've learned it from the experience. If I'd never experienced it, then but was it God's will that he made this decision? I mean, so was it always up to the creator? Now, I know that when I was down there and got myself in a situation at one time, it's been a couple of years ago, but it was still a flood situation. And I went, oh my God, I got no business being here. But I'm here. Oh my God, I got no business being here, but holy crap, I'm here. Now, what do I do? That's been several years ago. But my last trip down this last summer, was just a little peek at what things were going, and I realized, nah, back up right now, right? So, but the experience though, why does it matter? Does it matter what it looks like when it floods? It's the experience of it, to see the changes, to see what Mother Nature has done, to see what tornadoes, what things do, what happens, what what are the changes after this time from having all these trees down, and what has come up in its place. Are there open patches of other trees? Is something else taken over? I mean, there was a lot of changes. So it's interesting to see what it is, what Mother Nature has done. What was it, God? Was creator? Did Mother Earth do it? It was a storm. It was a big, nasty, ugly storm, but it was a storm. We've had them before. We'll probably have them again. And will another tornado go over the house? I don't know. But, two out of three, I'm hoping that third time will be like, cheers for us. And I don't know about my neighbor's barn, but, So, but anyway, I want you all to have a great week. I will be on um, um, Milky Way Soul Tribe thing tomorrow, actually tonight, with Robert doing some more native stories and discussion. And so, y'all be safe. For those of you who came in much later, at the beginning of this, I left some um, uh, links to different places, EPA, to check out the radiation sites and levels around the United States. For those of you who came in late, um, those levels are elevated many places and could be causing illnesses and conditions. So please be careful. So I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And each and every day that me and Duggar go outside and go playing, soccer ball in the yard, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the many blessings and wisdoms from the universe. And in that law of three that's really tickles me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and relations will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And that you will continue to reject the chaos that comes into your life, and that you will actually look at things with continued discernment that's important. And one of the things also, to kind of wrap up, for those of you that came in late, if you're still here, um, that Patty Broussard also mentioned that um, that we had reached a point where it was time for those of us down here to make certain choices and to take care of certain things, like some of these crazy government things and stuff, that as far as enlightenment and ascension and all this other kind of stuff, that those folks who think they're going to fifth dimension, if they've not learned how to use their psychic energies and to be able to communicate telepathically, that they were going to have to stay in fourth dimension until they learned how to do it. Now, I found that interesting in that she mentioned this, because I have talked about this for years now, where people are all about this ascension, that we were all going to go straight to the fifth. And that simply is, that's another person's point of view. A lot of people respect their point of view, but here's the point of view: we must know certain things, and we learn them in fourth to be able to operate in the fifth. And folks, still are pushing. We're all going to the fifth. It's going to be a rapture event. And I'm sorry, guys and gals and people and stuff. We want to go to the fourth. It's our training wheels. It's our summer camp to learn how to paddle the canoe. It's no, we got to go to the fourth dimension. We should welcome going to the fourth dimension because it's going to make going to the fifth dimension a whole lot easier. Now, I'm using this metaphor, which is a true story for me being in my backyard and being on the water and the floods and all. But the idea that no experience, right? So I can handle it. If water comes up, I got this, where other people are not like, ooh, there's water. Yeah, but so it's just water. No, ooh, it's flood water. Ooh. Okay, so but you have to be able to deal with water conditions, fourth dimensional conditions that might be scary to people and ooh, in order to get to the fifth dimension. We just got to have the practice. So a lot of people who would like to, say otherwise. I love you all, but we must have the training, and that requires us to go through fourth dimension before we do the fifth. If you want to believe this at all, they've been talking about this for years that we were going to make the ascension, but it's the upstairs folks always. It's always up to us. Now here's the thing. Here, an interesting point to close up this section of the show and so forth, in the night and the morning and everything. Um, what time is it? Honestly, no way. Is it for real? Holy crap! It's 10 minutes. Uh, and absolutely, Travis. Have a good morning and a good night or whatever. Absolutely, and all y'all. I know I'm crazy. Um, But one of these crazy conversations about ascension and so forth, and supposedly what's going on, is that here's the thing: if people aren't acting spiritually correct, it's because the media and people and so forth are not telling the truth. Then how can the people of Earth ascend or do what they're supposed to do without vital information? Now, for me, I feel like I've received a little more than some other folks, only because I'm crazy, and that I've pushed myself to experience certain things. Not that I would recommend it to others. It's my journey, It's my journey, and I'll do what I want to. Do what I want to, and do. You would cry too if it happened to you. Anyway, um, so, but if if this is the folks upstairs and everything, if the good guys are if they're going to help us, they should help us to see the truth. They don't necessarily need to help us to ascend, but they should damn sure help us to clear up stuff so that the general population would see some of these truths for what they are. Oh my God, this really is true. Oh, really? Oh my God, there really is a Santa Claus. Oh, Virginia, please, there really, or whatever it is. But to the point, though, with all this, that mankind needs to step up, not when we're still being lied to, not when it's difficult to speak the truth, not when there are things like radiation levels in places going up and down and this much higher than they should be. But but we should just be aware, just be, so I'm conflicted with what some of the words of what some folks are saying that ET wants from us. And there are a lot of us asking ET right back, going, but why don't you help us to show the truth? Help us to show the fraud. Help us to do these other things. You don't have to do a war for us, but for God's sake, help let the light shine through so all of humanity can look at it and make a decision to ascend or not, to make a on it. But if you don't have all the information, like radiation levels, how can you make an honest, um, cognizant decision, you know, for you, your family, your whatever, your future, however you want to put it, right? So, ET, I will continue to say, oh, goodness gracious, I'm out of here after this 20. Um, but I find it interesting. My folks are saying, we just need to keep hanging on, hanging on, hanging on. Whether ET and all this other stuff, because that's a big deal. There are a lot of folks that are involved in that mess. Um, and the good guys, some of them, not necessarily arguing, but everybody's got a different point of opinion. So if you are true to source energy, then everybody has a valid point, opinion, whatever, right? So it can get very complicated because now you have to allow these different entities, people's visions, because not one person or entity is better than another. But now, if someone is made a general or a president or something, unless some of these folks are stupid, which you know what I mean. Um, so we have to say, well, but there still should be a consensus on whatever it is. So, but if ET, y'all listening, and my folks up there too, um, they're trying because a couple of years ago there wasn't near as many people that were open minded in certain things and stuff. So we need to keep, not necessarily step up our game, but don't back down. Encourage folks. The message that keeps coming through cards tonight or earlier was compassionate. We learn things through compassion, and we, make friends with compassion. And, the beaver card was doing. So what do? We show compassion to other people and share it, share our smiles, share our joy. No matter how bad the situation is, there's still joy in this world. So find it, smile. It's really easy to crack a smile. You can bend over and crack a smile that way too. Drawers up, drawers down, doesn't really matter. You can still crack a smile. Um, I'm going to do. Yeah, these long-term smokers. Well, but see, I only, with my bowl, I only take one hit or two, and which this is almost empty, but this will be my second fill, but my last one for the moment too. But I got one more left, and we only got a couple minutes, so I will make it the official 420, and then honestly, God, I'm out of here. But so experience what you can of life because that's one of the reasons why we're here. Now, don't do stupid things like me, but at least go out and experience something. Um, and for whatever the information is, share it kindly. Is the message that has come through? Share it kindly. In other words, I'm just using my topic for tonight, but somebody showed me this EPA thing about radiation, and I was like, I just thought this was a little high. What's going on here? You don't have to make a big deal of it, but people will go, what? Yeah, what's that? What's that link? Oh, it's right here. Okay, so they can make up their own mind. And now that if you meet your friend later on, you can they can say, I was checking this thing. There's kind of interesting about these levels of radiation. Wow, and I showed this to my friend. Interesting. So we get a consensus simply because we shared without making a big deal out of it. Because we do it with kindness and we do it with compassion. But we need to do it. That's the bottom line. So keep up the good work, my friends. Um, I got a cramp in my back. My lips are chapped because I got cotton mouth. I'm fixing to take the last hit off of this bowl. What link, Travis? To the EPA one? Hang on just a second. I have to go up here and do a copy paste again. It's easy though. I'm almost there. It's EPA.gov. It's RadNet, but I'm copy and pasting. Let's see, Control C and Control V and enter. So for those of you that come in late or whatever, kelp is a cure. Put Barry, I'm gonna forget, but so the next time we talk, I'm gonna ask you about the radiation thing. You said something earlier in the chat about summer or something. Patty mentioned that when she was speaking. Um, but here's the thing: if we just share that link with folks and just say, "What do you say?" I don't know, but somebody shared this with me. That's my point. We do it with kindness. We don't do it to alarm people. It's not a fear mongering thing, but we let people check it for themselves and go. But all you do is suggest, "What do you think? It looks like it's a little high." You know, Happy 420 to everybody and cheers. And good morning to you, and good afternoon, and good evening. So, one of the things that I was speaking about earlier to, tonight, today, something 7 hours ago, is in Dark Journalists and some other, they were talking about that scientists have been doing some very serious experimentation with surprising results. But with people, uh, psychics or otherwise, just people, focusing their intent on an object. For example, it was mentioned that, like back in the King Arthur days, a couple of witches or people or wizards or whatever all focused their attention on an amulet to make it powerful, for example. But they have, however they've measured it, they've been able to measure that on a quantum level that there has actually been a change in the object that has been focused upon. Now it's just like, one word, it's not a complicated, but all around the table would focus on this object with like the intent of peace or harmony or love or just one word, just one thing with intent. So they would all get together. Now, I'm not sure if they're local, like in the same room. I don't know enough about that. But here's the thing. So they're proving that we can implant things with our intent. With they kept using this word number 17. So if 17 of us get together and we put enough of intent into something, then we can cause a change. So, with this conversation, 17 of us, and there's already 22 likes. So 17 of us have already participated, in that we share this information and hope that it makes the change that whatever's necessary. Now, do you want to kneel down and pray to God? Because some of this is like a little kind of creepy. Maybe asking source energy to get through the daily life is, there's nothing wrong with that. Being fearful about it or whatever, we need to be absolutely cautious. We really do. We don't need to be stupid about this. So cast it to the universe with kindness and share not necessarily the link to this video, not what I'm talking about, but the link to that APA. If you can do a quick Google or DuckDuckGo search of radiation sites, I would suggest there's a site out there that shows all of the nuclear plants in the United States, what the current levels of rads and verses and stuff. And you might not understand exactly what it is, but you can understand if it's, you know, if you look at many sites and they're all like 5 and 10, and then you see some that are 30 and 50, you realize that the higher number ain't good. Okay. So it doesn't necessarily matter. And there's lots of places where you can find out what the letters and numbers and everything means, from rads to this to that, up to you to decide yourself. But when you do so, you realize it doesn't matter so much what they mean. But if you look at a baseline and the numbers keep going gradually upper, something's changing and the number ain't going down. Okay. Whatever the change is, the number is slowly ticking upwards, higher radiation levels. That's wherever they're coming from, whatever the reason, doesn't matter. What matters is that the numbers are rising. Send it with love and make people aware of it. I'm I'm very curious because as I'm sitting here and I'm having this conversation with y'all and have made this video and am making this video and putting this intention to the universe, I'm just curious as to, will this have any overall effect? Let's see. I'm I am sadly or weirdly or strongly or something. It's weird that yes, I do say this with intent. I hope there are people who find out more about this. And does it need to, do I need to say that I'm the one that instigated this? No, because Patty Broussard on Gale of Gaia's show, that's what stimulated me and prompted this. So this is my version of the discussion, um, and you all can study this on your own. And it's up to us what we do with the info, right? So good luck, best wishes. I love you all. Have a great day. It was a great 420. As soon as I get up, I'm sure I'm going to dribble, and I don't mean play basketball. Yeah, I was, had come up in the middle of the night and had this little song running through my head, and I could hear it was like dribble, 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 uh, to the toilet, dribble, keep on dribbling. It was like to the tune of Rawhide, you know, leaking down your leg as you're taking the da 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 dribble on your side, da 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 da, and it was like, rolling, 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 keep them doggies rolling. Anyway, rawhide, it was crazy. Well, they disabled the offshore system that was tracking Fukushima because it got so high they just turned it off. Yeah, yeah, they have been lying to us about that. And also, speaking of Fukushima, and good point, Travis. the Pacific has this current that comes around it, right? And so, and the Pacific current comes down the California coast, much colder in the north than Alaska and everything. Gets warmer as it travels south. Where the Atlantic, it starts in the south and is warm water going up the east coast. Totally opposite effects, right? And so from east coast, west coast, but um, so that also means that air currents and water currents and everything has been bringing the ocean and all the radiation down over to Alaska, along the Aleutian Islands, all the way down the chain, and all the way down to Washington, Oregon, and all the way along. They have noticed sea life changes over the many years. And here's the thing, that's accumulative. Now, what's in the water, some will sink, and depending on the, I want to say the hydration of the ocean, like it making clouds and water. So if the radiation is sufficient, that it can attach some of these isotopes apparently and get up into the rain clouds. So through natural convection and so forth, we end up with ocean water which is transformed into a radioactive particle in the atmosphere and then rains on us, sort of like acid rain in that respect. So that's just dang interesting. Now, just in the science of, you mean through um, the radiation stays in the water molecule, even though that molecule turns from a solid to a steam. It attaches to the molecules. So now this is what they're saying. So which is interesting. Now I can understand there's radiation in the atmosphere, and rain helps bring it down. I got that. But if something radioactive isotope has got some weight to it, how's it getting back up into the atmosphere? I would scratch my head at that, and I would like to do more research. And for those of you who are interested and just question it, um, that would be one way of saying, hmm. So if it's in the cycle of in the clouds and then comes back down again, if it's a heavy metal, how in the hell is it doing it? Just saying. That's something we should look out for. I love you. Have a great day, a great week. I will talk to you soon. Okay. Good luck, everybody. We're going to need it. Get your plastic raincoats out. I'm heading, I'm heading for, I'm heading for John or Joan or June or something. Uh, Water memory. Yeah, I don't know about that, Travis. It's going to be interest. I would like to do some checking on that. See, it's like so in a nuclear power plant though. So I'm coming. I might answer my own question. Um, so for every one of these power plants, like the Crystal River one tonight was having an event. There's the Savannah water plant up around nuclear plant, and this was current today, just a couple of hours ago. The up around Augusta, Georgia, it was in the really high, like uh, uh, red line area thingy uh, from whatever they were venting. So if they have a situation where there's not enough water or steam or whatever, for whatever reason, there's a quote leakage, they vent it to the atmosphere, and that adds radiation. And it's checked downstream. They know what's going, So I think that would answer my question. In the convection, then, if it's hot enough, if their steamer is created, then if they vent the whatever it is and the radiation's in the steam, then that's how it gets transferred. Now, I don't know if natural convection is hot enough to be able to transfer a radiation level to water. That would be interesting. Um, but, at 210 degrees for boiling and to turn something to steam, I could see where that, because it's a high enough chemical thermo reaction, that it could make the transfer. But when there's just natural evaporation out on the ground, it doesn't necessarily reach 210 degrees to evaporate. You know, it's a different kind of reaction, but I would still be curious as to whether or not it will evaporate from the ocean and into the air, or if it's vented into the air and in the atmosphere, and then it comes down. You know what I mean? So we'll see. I love you all. TTFN from South Georgia. Keep it between the ditches. I love you all. Cheers. And it's already happened. We just need to learn how to deal through it. We've gotten through dust bowls, we've gotten through other items, and this too we shall pass. I love you. Till next time. Thank you, Barry and Michelle. Much love, cosmic hugs. Travis, thank you for your input, and Sharon, all the other folks that have been in here and making, and chat and so forth. So do what you can to just pass this around. Not necessarily this video, but at least the information, please. Thank you. Bye. Love you. Cheers.